Chapter 82. Appearing to be weak. Chapter 82. Appearing to be weak. Is that so? Really? You also have the same feeling as me? This Yi Yuan is truly a genius, but he's too short-tempered and impatient. I reckon this has to do with his sudden rise. Zhuobugui's words poured on unceasingly, but Long Tang seemed to pay no heed. The two of them seemed to have formed a tacit agreement. Every time they met, they would chat in such a manner. Perhaps what you said is right. But looking at last time, when he underwent the death match with Fei Qingping, this Yi Yuan is somebody who plans first and then takes action. He definitely wouldn't rush to his death so carelessly. Long Tang was still very insistent. Sai, I say, why are you so stubborn? Why don't we bet on it? I've been salivating over your spirit essence pill for a long time. Zhuobugui still behaved sloppily. A bet. Long Tang looked at Zhuobugui with probing eyes. That's right, a bet. Don't you think that Yi Yuan has some trump card that could save the situation? We'll bet on their victory and defeat. How's that? Zhuobugui met Long Tang's eyes openly without hiding his desire for the spirit essence pill in the slightest. Spirit Essence Pill was a Tier 2 medicinal pill that the Danwu Academy awarded to Long Tang. It could increase the success rate when a spirit condensation realm martial artist was impacting a minor realm's bottleneck by 70%. To the Danwu Academy's geniuses, this sort of medicinal pill was undoubtedly a miracle pill for breaking through realms. Geniuses like Long Tang and Zhuobugui already had a much higher chance of breaking through bottlenecks when compared to other people. With the help of the Spirit Essence Pill, breaking through cultivation realms was virtually settled. Even for a major bottleneck from the 3rd level Spirit Condensation realm to the 4th level, the Spirit Essence Pill also had a 40% effect. One could see just how powerful this medicinal pill was. However, the Spirit Essence Pill was extremely rare even in a place like the Danwu Academy. It was seldom awarded to students. It was because Long Tang became rank 1 on the Martial Roll of Honor that the Academy awarded a Spirit Essence Pill. He could never bear to use it and did not think that Zhuobugui had been eyeing this for a long time. Long Tang looked at Zhuobugui and suddenly smiled. Fine, I'll bet with you. But what do you intend to use as a bet? Long Tang used the Spirit Essence Pill as the bet. So Zhuobugui naturally also had to take out something of equivalent value to bet. Zhuobugui was a little surprised by how quickly Long Tang agreed. He even thought that Long Tang would not have agreed, so he purposely used words to spur him on. He did not expect him to really agree. Haha, since you were so straightforward, I also can't be too stingy. During the previous Endless Trials, I was fortunate enough to obtain a Peak Tier 2 Sharp Horned Beast Inner Core. How's that for a bet? Zhuobugui laughed loudly, giving the feeling like his scheme had worked. Hearing this, Long Tang's face changed color. I didn't think that you had something so good. A Peak Tier 2 Sharp Horned Beast Inner Core is naturally enough. A Peak Tier 2 Sharp Horned Beast was equivalent to a Peak Spirit Condensation Realm human martial artist, but its combat power was much greater than a human martial artist of the same realm. It was very difficult to hunt and kill this demonic beast if one was not a Crystal Formation realm martial artist. Sharphorn Beast Inner Core could be used to refine Tier 2 and above medicinal pill, so it was obviously worth a fortune. Zhuobugui smirked and had a proud look as he said, I didn't think you, Long Tang, will be clever all your life, but stupid this once. Your Spirit Essence pill will soon be mine. Ha ha ha. Just look at Yi Yuan. He probably can't even lift his right arm now, am I right? What does he have? Zhuobugui was talking halfway before abruptly stopping. It was because right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred between Lin Tianqing and Yi Yuan's fight. Lin Tianqing clashed with Yi Yuan 8 times consecutively. He had absolute upper hand, while Yi Yuan's right hand was almost crippled already. Lin Tianqing gave a cruel smile and unleashed another thunderous fist. But meanwhile, Yi Yuan could not even lift up his arm. Lin Tianqing seemed to have seen the scene of a rising genius becoming a cripple under his fist. Yi Yuan appeared to have no moves left, and under the situation where his right arm could no longer move, he lifted his left arm. Yi Yuan's left palm struck out and clashed once more with Lin Tianqing's thunderous fist. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was definitely dead this time. But under their astonished eyes, Lin Tianqing's body flew backward for several dozen meters. Pooh! Lin Tianqing directly spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair, staining his clothes red. E8-layer wave. Just now was that. 8-layer wave? How is this possible? He only used a month's time to comprehend the 8-layer wave? Is he still human? This fellow completely doesn't belong in the scope of humans. Simply monstrous. Even if Senior Apprentice Brother Long were standing in front of him, he would be ashamed of his inferiority. Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave caused an uproar among the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was talking about it. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. That martial technique, virtually impossible to comprehend, was grasped by Yi Yuan in a month. Who knew what they would think if they knew that Yi Yuan had already comprehended the 8-layer wave back when he killed Fei Qingping? It was not that Yi Yuan wanted to be beaten up, but rather Lin Tianqing was really too strong. If Yi Yuan had displayed the 8-layer wave from the start, Lin Tianqing definitely would not clash with him. The moment Lin Tianqing was on guard against it, Yi Yuan would not cause much threat to Lin Tianqing, even if he used the 8-layer wave. In the end, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. 16 times the unleashed power of a 6th-level Essence Chi realm was indeed enough to kill a 1st-level Spirit Condensation realm martial artist. But Lin Tianqing was not yet a dead person. Being hailed as the strongest in the Earth ranking, Lin Tianqing was not some scrub like Zhang. How could someone hail as the strongest in the Earth ranking within the Danwu Academy, where geniuses were like clouds, be a good-for-nothing? Yi Yuan already noticed this when he matched up with Lin Tianqing. Hence, he had been appearing to be weak so that Lin Tianqing would lower his guard. Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique was at the acme of perfection, so the difference between left hand and right hand was not much of an issue to him. The power was not inferior to his right hand when he executed the stacking waves layered palm with his left hand. Yi Yuan had mustered up practically all the essence energy in his body for this blow. Lin Tianqing was caught unprepared and was severely injured by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could finish off a 1st-level Spirit Condensation realm martial artist in the Illusionary Spirit Tower when he was at the 4th-level Essence Chi realm. Now that he was already at the 6th-level Essence Chi realm, one could imagine just how much power was in this palm. Lin Tianqing was smacked flying backward for several dozen meters before landing heavily on the ground. There was no movement as he lay unconscious. The surroundings were completely silent. Everybody looked at Yi Yuan like they saw a monster. In the pavilion, Long Tang had a rare bout of hearty laugh. What an 8-layer wave! An excellent tactic of appearing to be weak. Regardless whether it's scheming or strength, Yi Yuan ranks at the top. Such a terrifying opponent. I'm looking forward to you growing up quickly to fight me someday. Zhuobugue opened his mouth and closed it again. Even until now, he dared not believe the scene before him. The contrast to before and after was too large. This was known as the most difficult Tier 1 martial technique in the Danwu Academy, the stacking waves layered palm. How could Yi Yuan, that fellow, possibly comprehends the 8-layer wave so quickly? Looks like you have no chance of getting my spirit essence pill. Long Tang looked at Zhuobugue with a smirk. Yi Yuan did not relax. He knew that this palm was insufficient to kill Lin Tianqing. He was going to follow up another palm. Arriving in front of Lin Tianqing with an instant flash, another palm struck out. Boom! A large cavity was blasted out in the ground. It missed Lin Tianqing. Several meters away, Lin Tianqing glared at Yi Yuan with venomous eyes. He howled angrily. Yi Yuan, you forced me. Chapter 83. Huge Uproar. Chapter 83. Huge Uproar. Yi Yuan, you forced me. Lin Tianqing looked at Yi Yuan venomously. Lin Tianqing's aura suddenly grew stronger, and the surrounding essence energy poured madly towards Lin Tianqing. When Yi Yuan saw this, His face became very grave. Look quickly. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, he's breaking through. He wants to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Senior apprentice Brother Lin could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago. He only suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. Alas, Senior apprentice Brother Lin is also forced to his wits' end by Yi Yuan. Who would have thought that he could master the 8-layer wave? That's 32 times the power. That's right, Yi Yuan's too strong. He's only at the 6th level essence chi realm, and he could actually force the half-step spirit condensation realm Senior apprentice Brother Lin to such a state. But it's over. Senior apprentice Brother Lin's breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, and Yi Yuan's trump cards are all used up. There's no more chance of victory. The crowd was clearly pessimistic about Yi Yuan. When Lin Tianqing was at the half-step spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was already straining. Now that he was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, what could Yi Yuan use to fight with him? Over 300 meters away, in the pavilion, Zhubugue patted his chest with a frightened look. Oh my gee. OD. Scared this little master death. Tried to steal the chicken, but nearly ended up losing the rice. I almost ended up losing the sharp-horned beast's inner core, which I had a hard time getting. I say, Old Long, now can you hand over your spirit essence pill? Long Tang looked on and also sighed secretly. No matter how Yi Yuan calculated, he probably did not expect Lin Tianqing breaking through at the last moment. He could only wait now. Even though he did not want to admit it in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan's chances of victory were not high. But what he thought was one thing. What he actually said was another. What are you anxious about? It isn't over yet. You really won't give up until all hope is gone. It's already like this. Yi Yuan doesn't even have 10% chance of victory. What are you still stubbornly holding on for? You already said that he has less than 10% chance of succeeding. As long as the chance isn't 0, then there's hope. Although he was stubborn, Long Tang was somebody like this. It was impossible for him to give up until it was truly hopeless. Zhubugue was dumbfounded and could only say, Fine, let's just wait and see. After they finish fighting, won't you still obediently hand over the spirit essence pill? In another pavilion, a youth and a middle-aged man stood with their hands behind their backs. Second uncle, what do you think? The youth opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged man. If this child's not eliminated, he will definitely be a calamity to the Su family. I think so too. I also don't know what happened to him. This month's improvement was simply too terrifying. Regardless of what happened, this child absolutely can't be spared. Just he hang alone is already very troublesome to deal with. If his son were allowed to grow up, the Su family would likely have to exit the medicinal herbs market in the future. The youth was in full agreement. He nodded and asked, Second uncle, over at the disciplinary hall. Don't worry. I've informed the people downstairs long ago to treat this matter as if it didn't exist. We will let Yi Yuan and Lin Tianqing fight first. No matter the result, Yi Yuan's definitely dead. Hearing that, the youth let out a sigh of relief. That bunch of old fellows can really remain patient. Second uncle, you didn't make a move, and none of them showed themselves. Looks like they have the same intention as us, sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Watching the tigers fight? Ha! Just two little cats, that's all. Among these two people, the youth was precisely the Su family's new generation's talent, Su Yishan, while the middle-aged man was Su Yishan's second uncle, Su Yubai, and he was also the Dan Wu Academy's disciplinary hall's elder. By right, they had received the news long ago. Stopping this fight in time was easy for them. However, no instructor had shown up until now. It was as if everyone had reached a silent agreement to let Lin Tianqing and Yi Yuan finish fighting. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Tianqing coldly, without any intention of interrupting. Instead, he quietly took out a transcendent grade qi returning pill and swallowed it. When he returned to the fragrant medicine pavilion a few days ago, Yi Yuan had refined more medicinal pills. With his strength, it was basically effortless to refine tier 1 medicinal pills. After consuming a transcendent grade Tier 1 Qi returning pill, Yi Yuan's essence energy instantly recovered to its peak state. This sort of treatment was not something that the average person could enjoy. What did Yi Yuan eat? His essence energy actually recovered in an instant. What rubbish! It's definitely the Qi returning pill. But can the Qi returning pill recover so much essence energy? Maybe the grade is higher? How high of a grade is needed to let essence energy recover fully? This superior grade? Transcendent grade? Yi Yuan's action of swallowing the medicinal pill attracted the surrounding onlookers' attention. Zhuo Bugui seemed to have discovered something and said in surprise, "Old Long, look at Yi Yuan's chest. Through the nourishment of essence energy, a martial artist's body would surpa that of the average person. A distance of several hundred meters was not considered far to spirit condensation realm martial artists. Initially, everyone did not notice that Yi Yuan's chest had something extra. But his act of swallowing the medicinal pill drew people's attention to the badge adorned on his chest. Long Tang naturally also caught sight of that badge and involuntarily drew a cold breath. SSS. It's actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. Long Tang, who had always remained calm, became incessantly astonished. In no way. He's only at the 6th level essence Qi realm. Is that badge fake? Zhuobugui's thoughts were identical with many others. They thought that the badge was fake. How's that possible? Who would dare forge a badge issued by the Alchemist Association? That would make one the public enemy of all alchemists. They would absolutely die without a burial place. But how could he possibly refine Tier 2 medicinal pills with his 6th level essence Qi realm soul strength? I remembered. Several days ago, the Academy organized a group test. Yi Yuan seemed to have joined. He seemed to have entered a closed-door seclusion after returning from the Alchemist Association. That's to say, when he became a low-rank alchemy master, he was still only at the 4th level essence Qi realm. Long Tang also jumped in fright at his lysis. If that was indeed the case, then Yi Yuan was seriously too monstrous. This discovery caused a huge uproar among the students, and everybody started debating. Of course, the general consensus was that it was fake. Using a fake Alchemist Association badge, this matter was much more serious than killing someone in the academy. Su Yishan's face became solemn. Second uncle, what's with the badge? Did he really pass the alchemy master test? Si Yubai's face also did not look too good, but he nodded and said, if Yi Yuan isn't a fool, then that badge should be real. But this punk can't be spared even more. A 6th level essence Qi realm low rank alchemy master. It isn't that easy if second uncle wants to kill him, right? Humph, a dead genius is no longer a genius. Could those old fogies oppose my Su family because I killed a punk who violated the Academy's rules? Su Yubai smiled coldly. Second uncle's intentions are. Su Yubai swiped his throat and said icily, wait until they finish fighting. I will directly go there and finish off Yi Yuan. Chapter 84. Breakthrough for you to see. Chapter 84. Breakthrough for you to see. Jiang Yunhe did not publicize the matter of Yi Yuan advancing to low-rank alchemy master. Hence, only Feng Ruoqing and those students forced to swear the heavenly Dao oath knew that he obtained the alchemy master badge within the academy. Initially, this badge was not indispensable to Yi Yuan, but this was something that Lu'er used her life to protect, so it naturally became extraordinary to Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan handed Lu'er over to Feng Ruoqing, he put on the badge seriously, in earnest. He had no intention of showing off, but it was currently causing a huge commotion. Yi Yuan and Lin Tiansheng faced each other from a distance. After adjusting for a short while, they recovered to their optimal condition. He did not interrupt Lin Tiansheng's breakthrough because it was useless. Lin Tiansheng had long comprehended the spirit condensation realm and could have crossed this threshold at any time. He had only been suppressing his cultivation realm all along and did not complete the step of compressing essence energy into a liquid state. Even if Yi Yuan launched a surprise attack on Lin Tianqing right now, he also could not stop his breakthrough. So he might as well make use of the time to adjust his condition. Following the dissipation of the essence energy storm, Lin Tianqing's aura suddenly soared, and essence energy spread out wildly. Haha, this is the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan, you asked for this. Now let's see how you'll kill me. After breaking through, Lin Tianqing felt his body bursting with power as if a floodgate had opened up. At this moment, he even felt like he was invincible. Breaking through a major realm was an extremely extraordinary thing, no matter who it was. However, Lin Tianqing failed to see any sort of panic on Yi Yuan's face, which made him somewhat disappointed. This is what you relied on upon? Do you feel that after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, you got me? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. So what if that's the case? What do you have to fight me now that we are separated by a major realm? You'll definitely die today. Lin Tianqing smiled icily. Immature. Yi Yuan spat out this word coolly. What did you say? Lin Tianqing erupted. Isn't it just breaking through cultivation realm? I will break through for you to see. Listening to what Yi Yuan said, it was like breaking through realms was as simple as eating and sleeping. Lin Tianqing roared with laughter. You've just broken through to the 6th level essence chi realm and haven't even consolidated your cultivation realm. Yet you still want to break through cultivation realms? Fine, I will see just how you break through cultivation realms. Then watch closely. After saying that, Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it. It was precisely the 5 elements spirit link pill. Seeing this, Lin Tianqing's face changed, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Initially, he thought nothing of it, but seeing that Yi Yuan actually wanted to use a medicinal pill to break through cultivation realms, he could not help but regret his words earlier. Although Lin Tianqing did not think that there was any medicinal pill that could directly break through realms, he still reacted right away. This was a death match. Lin Tianqing could not be bothered with going back on his words and whatnot. 7-star steps activated in full force as his fist with lightning flashes around it smashed towards Yi Yuan. His actions drew a wave of jeering. Clearly, it was met with everyone's disdain. Just now, he was still talking about wanting to see him break through. But now he smacked his own mouth and sneak attacked him. Simply shameless to the extreme. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is at the very least a spirit condensation realm martial artist. How could he be so shameless? Sigh. If a person is shameless, they would be invincible. What to do if their skin is thick? Don't talk crap. This is a death match. If Yi Yuan was just bluffing, then it's all good. If he can really break through cultivation realms and reach the 7th level essence chi realm, that would be advancing another minor stage. The threat would increase greatly. If he unleashes the 8-layer wave then, just how horrifying would the power be? You're right, but I still feel that this is too shameless. A living person needs a face like a living tree needs bark. If you can't do it, then don't talk so much. There are so many people looking. I've never heard of any medicinal pill that could directly raise cultivation realms. Don't know if Yi Yuan is putting on a false show of strength. If he's really putting up a bold front, then it's really going to be serious this time. Something's not right. Senior apprentice Brother Lin's martial technique doesn't seem to be the thunderous fist anymore. SSS. It's true. That's the upgraded version of the thunderous fist, the low-grade tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement. The 7-star steps plus the 10-directional lightning movement. Isn't this simply bullying people? The low-grade tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement, was the upgraded version of the thunderous fist that descended from the same origin. It had not been 1 or 2 days since Lin Tianqing cultivated the 10-directional lightning movement. He had long reached the small success stage. Wisconsin H, I, plus ing to pa S through the illusionary spirit tower with the strength of a half-step spirit condensation realm. Lin Tianqing could only work on his martial techniques. Very clearly, a Tier 1 martial technique like the Thunderous Fist was unable to achieve that effect from the start. Unless it was some sick Tier 1 martial technique like the Stacking Waves Layered Palm or the Absolute Yang Finger, the threat to Spirit Condensation realms was virtually zero. It was just that Lin Tianqing's perception was lacking, and he was ultimately unable to comprehend the great success stage of the 10-directional lightning movement. Hence, he kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. In the past, he used the strength of half-step Spirit Condensation realm to activate the 10-directional lightning movement, so the power was naturally greatly reduced. Presently, Lin Tianqing was already a genuine first-level Spirit Condensation realm. Unleash. Plusing the 10-directional lightning movement could not be mentioned in the same breath. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. He had read countless people before and knew that a despicable person like Lin Tianqing would not keep his word. So he had long been ready. The Stacking Waves Layered Palm, 8-layer wave, versus the 10-directional lightning movement. One fist and one palm collided once more. Boom! This time around, the commotion was greater than any of the previous time. Huge explosive sounds occurred where the two people clashed. Lin Tianqing and Yi Yuan flew out once again. However, Lin Tianqing only retreated a few steps this time, while Yi Yuan lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Pooh! The moment he fell, Yi Yuan's innards quivered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the suppression of Cultivation Realm. Unleash. Plusing a Tier 2 martial technique using Spirit Condensation Realm had extraordinary power. Even if Yi Yuan had 16 times the unleashed power, he still received heavy injuries. If in the past, Lin Tianqing was only a little bit away from seeing the Earth rank advancement test, then if he went to Partic 1P8 now, he would be able to advancement easily. The difference in between was not just an iota. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was just a 6th level Essence Qi realm. The difference between the two people's realms was large to begin with. Now, they were even separated by a major realm. Yi Yuan only vomited a mouthful of blood after the two clashed. This was already sick. F***CK. I can't look on anymore. This is too shameless. Yeah, a Tier 2 movement technique coupled with an extremely high attack power Tier 2 lightning attribute martial technique. Yi Yuan's is at such a disadvantage. If the Stacking Waves Layered Palm was complete, Yi Yuan might still have a chance to win. Sigh. Such a pity. A genius like Yi Yuan actually fell just like that. I'm dying over here. Is there any effect from the medicinal pill Yi Yuan ate? Quickly breakthrough. Yi Yuan's injury aroused the sympathy of many people. Lin Tianqing's actions just now had already made him completely inhuman. The strong would always be admired by others. Yi Yuan used his 6th level Essence Qi realm cultivation to fight a Spirit Condensation realm to such an extent. One had to say, it was a miracle. After all, Spirit Condensation realm battling Essence Qi realm represented absolute suppression. Even if it was Long Tang, he could pass through the Earth rank advancement test back when he was at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. But now he was certainly not the current Lin Tianqing's match. Yet, Yi Yuan had subverted this sort of absolute. He won everyone's admiration. Your sister. This Yi Yuan was really bluffing. Gave me a scare. I thought the Spirit Essence pill that had already landed in my hand had. Up in the pavilion, Zhuobugue was talking halfway when he suddenly stopped. Because Yi Yuan's aura was soaring nonstop currently. Chapter 85. Sentence you to death. Chapter 85. Sentence you to death. Although he coughed up blood, Yi Yuan's aura was steadily rising, with the 8-layer wave to neutralize the impact of the 10-directional lightning movement. Yi Yuan's injuries were actually not that serious. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm swiftly broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm. Reaching the 7th level Essence Qi realm meant stepping into the final minor stage in the Essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan's strength would definitely have a huge spike. However, the astonishment that Yi Yuan brought to the crowd had not ceased. After breaking through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm, Yi Yuan's aura did not weaken. He continued charging to the peak of the 7th level Essence Qi realm. In one breath, Yi Yuan reached the peak of the 7th level Essence Qi realm. And then, he easily crossed the threshold of the 8th level Essence Qi realm. Only then did Yi Yuan's aura gradually stabilize, stopping at the 8th level Essence Qi realm. Holy C-R-A-P. What medicinal pill did Yi Yuan eat to actually directly break through 2 minor realms? What the F***CK? If one had this sort of medicinal pill, then wouldn't jumping ranks to battle be like playing? Hehe. Looks like senior apprentice brother Lin put himself on the spot. Just now, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low, so even if he used the 8-layer wave, he could not threaten him. But now, Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave will be terrifying. Yeah, if they clashed again, the victor would be hard to determine. A 5-element spirit link pill was a medicinal pill that belonged to the divine realm. A mortal country naturally had not heard of it before. This type of medicinal pill was indeed very powerful, but it was not without its drawbacks. After the medicinal effects fade, the martial artist's body will collapse because it could not handle a strength that did not belong to their realm. And the medicinal effects of the 5-element spirit link pill could only be sustained for the period of time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense. Once an incense of time is up, Yi Yuan would no longer have any combat ability and could only let people carve him up. Hence, Yi Yuan must finish this swiftly now. 8th level Essence Qi realm. Now, there's a good show to watch. How could there be such a medicinal pill? I've never heard of it before. It's too shameless. My spirit essence pill. My sharp-horned beast inner core. Zhuobuguwei recovered from his shock and pounded his chest in anguish. Long Tang, on the other hand, was staring as clearly as if gazing at a blazing fire. He frowned and said, "This medicinal pill definitely has a time limit. If Yi Yuan can't finish off Lin Tianqing quickly, then he will really be dead." Zhuobuguwei exclaimed in surprise. So that's the case. Like I said, if eating 1 medicinal pill could raise 2 minor realms, then what's the point of cultivating? But even if there's a time limit, this medicinal pill is also very terrifying. It's seriously a necessary medicinal pill for jumping ranks to battle. Long Tang said in agreement, "That's right. 8th level Essence Qi realm coupled with the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan truly has the capital to battle with Lin Tianqing now. However, they're best on par. None of them can do anything to the other. If Yi Yuan doesn't have any other hidden cards, chances of victory aren't great. Doesn't this mean that your spirit essence pill is going to enter my pockets again?" Zhuobuguwei laughed loudly. Long Tang smiled and kept silent. On the other side, Su family's uncle and nephew were repeatedly shocked by Yi Yuan's actions. These medicinal pills are definitely not refined by Yi Hang. Otherwise, Wan Donghai would have been chased out of the capital long ago. There's definitely an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan, Su Yubai said gloomily. Su Yishan's face did not look good either. If that's the case, wouldn't we have to spare the rat to save the dishes? What if? There is no what if. No matter how powerful that alchemist is, can he be stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect? With our Su family's power in the Tranquil Cloud sect, who dares to provoke us? Su Yubai directly cut Su Yishan's off. Second uncle is wise. Since that alchemist let him enter the Danwu Academy, he would have nothing to say if Yi Yuan was sentenced to death after violating the Academy's rules. That's the idea. This world has always been run by strength. As long as we are strong enough, then killing him means he's dead. What can he do to us? An alchemist's strength isn't that great. So what can he do even if he's an alchemy king? Do you see it now? Yi Yuan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile. Lin Tianqing's face fell, but he remained stubborn as he said, "Humph. It's just a temporary increase in cultivation realm. Flashy but without substance. What's the use? Whether it's flashy without substance or not, Wouldn't you know after trying? Yi Yuan hooked his finger at Lin Tianqing contemptuously. Putting aside the fact that you're a fake 8th level essence Chi realm, what can you do even if you're a real 8th level essence Chi realm? Lightning danced around Lin Tianqing's fist, and his 7-star steps activated once more. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and smacked out with an 8-layer wave again. The aura was much stronger than before. After crossing the 7th level essence Chi realm, Yi Yuan's strength rose another minor stage, and the 8-layer wave power became extraordinary. One fist and one palm met in an instant. But right then, an abnormality occurred. Just as the two of them were only a few steps away from each other, Yi Yuan suddenly changed his palm into a finger. An absolutely powerful force blasted out from the fingertip. Initially, Lin Tianqing was full of confidence. But now, his expression changed drastically as the scent of death pounced from straight ahead. He could feel the terror of the invisible force from Yi Yuan's fingertip. Even though the area was not large, that small radius of force was incomparably powerful. However, at this time, his speed had already reached the limits, and there was no leeway to maneuver. The distance of a few steps was too short. There was not even time to blink. Lin Tianqing wanted to evade this finger with all his might, but he could not do it with his body's reaction. Yi Yuan had long calculated the time accurately and did not give Lin Tianqing the time to switch moves. He aimed to kill, not to spar. How could he possibly give Lin Tianqing the chance to turn things around? Lin Tianqing's protective essence energy was punched through like paper. The invisible force penetrated Lin Tianqing's fist instantly, but the momentum did not lessen as it directly pierced through his heart. Lin Tianqing's body collapsed weakly on the ground. He was no longer breathing. Absolute Yang Finger. This was Yi Yuan's real killing move. During this period, apart from cultivation, Yi Yuan spent the majority of the time on the Absolute Yang Finger. Now, his Absolute Yang Finger was already cultivated to the Great Success stage. This technique, the Absolute Yang Finger, was a complementary martial technique of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. It did not have a fixed grade. If one had to give it a grade, then it should belong to the boundary of Tier 1 martial techniques. It was just that regardless of cultivating difficulty or power, Tier 1 martial techniques could not be compared to it. The power of the Absolute Yang Finger trained to the Great Success stage was already not inferior to low-grade Tier 2 martial techniques. Only Yi Yuan could train it to the Great Success stage in such a short time. If it were somebody else, they might not even train it to such a stage, even if they were given 10, 20 years. One had to know that Yi Yuan only used 3 days to cultivate the stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. Hey, you really did it. 6th level essence, Chi realm, actually killed a 1st level spirit condensation realm. What happened just now? The move that senior apprentice brother Lin was struck by didn't seem to be the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan is seriously too scary. He can actually cross a major realm to do battle, and even kill his opponent. These students' vision prowesses were insufficient and did not see Yi Yuan changing his final move clearly. However, the result was evident at a glance. Yi Yuan did something they found it hard to imagine. After killing Lin Tianqing, Yi Yuan was also exhausted. He could not even lift his finger. Throughout this entire battle, Yi Yuan held the lower hand all along. His body was already covered with injuries. He even gave it his all for the final blow, which aggravated his injuries. Yi Yuan let out a long breath. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle, an aura powerful enough to suffocate people locked onto him. Insolent Yi Yuan, to dare kill your fellow student within the academy. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, I sentence you to death. Chapter 86, Imminent Danger. Chapter 86, Imminent Danger. This cry was too unexpected. Body managed to react in time. By the time everyone reacted to it, a shadow had already flashed past the crowd like lightning, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Being locked on by this aura, Yi Yuan nearly set out from suffocation. This aura was too strong. ignoring the fact that Yi Yuan was currently completely drained like a lamp without oil. Even if he were at his peak condition, it would be impossible to survive this blow. Yi Yuan also did not expect that someone would be so utterly shameless as to ambush him. Could it be that an alchemy emperor of his generation would die so miserably like this? In reality, Yi Yuan had already planned things through. Even if he killed someone, he would at least have to go through the higher echelons trial before he would be given the death penalty. And during all that was a period for him to turn things around. Which force would not wish to pull him over just based on the alchemic and martial talent that he displayed? However, no matter how much Yi Yuan calculated, he did not expect that such a powerful opponent would be lying in ambush to launch a sneak attack on him right after he killed Lin Tianqing. Yi Yuan acknowledged that his greatest enemy in the academy was Wan Yuan. He had already broken through to the 6th level Essence Qi realm now, so even if he jumped out, he could easily crush him. What disciplinary hall's first elder? Yi Yuan did not even know him. Who would have thought that he would harbor such a huge killing intent towards him and directly attack to kill? Yi Yuan knew that he was no match for him and already closed his eyes to await death. Seeing Yi Yuan close his eyes and wait for death, a cruel smile involuntarily flashed across the corner of Su Yubai's mouth. The timing he chose was perfect. Right when everybody was stunned by Yi Yuan's strength, he already unleashed his attack right away, also that other people would not have the chance to react. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai was already at half-step crystal formation realm. Was it not effortless to capture Yi Yuan, who was already like a lamp without oil? A lion will use all its might when hunting a rabbit. Su Yubai was very clear on this logic, so he used his full power for this blow. He was only a few steps away from Yi Yuan. Many people closed their eyes as if they did not wish to see Yi Yuan's blood splattering everywhere. After all, he was a rising genius. Everyone could already confirm that as long as Yi Yuan was given enough time, he would sooner or later surpass S-head senior apprentice brother Long Tang. Now, a genius like that was going to plummet so quickly. Su Yubai was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. But right then, another abnormality occurred. Yi Yuan suddenly felt a strong gale sweep past from behind. By the time he reacted, a shadow had already circled past him. Boom! A violent collision occurred that was many times greater than when Yi Yuan and Lin Tianqing fought. Yi Yuan was also baffled by this sudden change, but this was not the time for him to be dazed. He was closest to the two of them, so the impact he received was obviously the greatest. Sid blast swept over. Even though that figure helped him withstand the majority of the attack, the aftershock was still very powerful. No time to do anything else. Yi Yuan swiftly raised his protective S-H-I plus ELD. Pooh! Yi Yuan was sent flying by the shockwave and spat out another mouthful of blood in midair. The full power blow of a half-step crystal formation realm, even with most of the attack being neutralized, was sufficiently powerful to the current Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fell heavily to the ground, and his internal organs S-H-I plus feeded places, leaving him in agony. That figure also fell back greatly, only stabilizing himself after backing up more than 20 steps. Grug! That figure also spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that he also suffered internal injuries. But Su Yubai remained still where he stood without moving. One could see just how great his strength was. But currently, Su Yubai was looking at that figure with a very solemn face. Huyin Yong, you actually dare to oppose your superior? Do you think that my disciplinary hall is just for decoration? Su Yubai questioned in a deep voice. Only now did Yi Yuan clearly see that figure. It was actually Teacher Huyin. But why did Teacher Huyin help him? Judging from this blow, Huyin Yong's strength was likely a level lower than Su Yubai's. He undertook a huge risk for this blow. Yi Yuan could not help but become confused. However, he was more touched. Without Huyin Yong throwing himself forward courageously, he would already be a corpse. Huyin Yong spat out the remaining blood in his mouth, and he said coldly, "Opposing my superior? Just who is the one going against his superior? Since when can the disciplinary hall execute students without going through the approval of the dean? As the disciplinary hall's first elder, you ambushed a 6th level Essence Chi Realm student. Do you still want face? Humph. Yi Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed his fellow students. Whether the dean is here or not, he's dead. Also, I just learned that before Yi Yuan killed Lin Tiancheng, he already killed the student manager in charge of the medicinal garden, Zhang Hong. Such a vicious homicidal maniac deserves to die. Su Yubai's face did not change as he responded coldly. As expected, when Su Yubai's words came out, it caused a huge commotion. Killing Lin Tianxing alone was still not so bad. But killing 2 people consecutively in one day made some people unwittingly think that Yi Yuan was indeed a vicious homicidal maniac. No way. Did Yi Yuan's brain develop a problem after his sudden rise in strength, and he becomes a savage and cruel person? I heard that training demonic path cultivation laws allowed one's strength to suddenly soar, but the martial artist would lose his mind. Don't tell me that Yi Yuan really secretly trained in some demonic path cultivation laws. Very likely, he was still 1st level Essence Chi Realm a month ago. 1 month Pa S said, and he's already at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm, and he can even kill a Spirit Condensation Realm. This goes against all logic. I heard that demonic path cultivation laws have incredible power, much stronger than the average martial artist. If that's really the case, then Yi Yuan really deserves to die. Su Yubai's words were very provocative. Initially, there were still many people sympathizing with Yi Yuan. Now, there are already quite a few who felt that Yi Yuan cultivated demonic path cultivation laws and deserved to die. Listening to the crowd debating, Su Yubai chuckled to himself. As long as he was standing on the side of justice, Body could say anything even if he forcefully killed Yi Yuan today. Do you hear that? I currently suspect that Yi Yuan cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, and I'm going to carry out the execution on the spot. Does anyone else have any objections? Su Yubai had an awe-inspiring righteous appearance. Hu Yin Yong gave a cold laugh and said, regardless of whether Yi Yuan trained in some demonic path cultivation law, it has to wait until the dean returns to decide. Are you trying to challenge the dean's authority by making a unilateral decision? Hu Yin Yong was also not someone stupid. Plussing a large hat down gave Su Yubai a huge headache. Humph. Everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic and unorthodox path. Yi Yuan has already killed 2 fellow students. Is this not enough for the death penalty yet? Hu Yin Yong, what intentions do you have for plus elding someone from the demonic path? Su Yubai had the momentum and was unwilling to spare them. He continued to use words to exert pressure. The way he spoke, Yi Yuan had already been determined to be someone from the demonic path. Hu Yin Yong naturally would not fall for it. Someone from the demonic path? What right do you have to say that Yi Yuan is someone from the demonic path? You didn't ask why Yi Yuan killed people and indiscriminately pinned labels onto him. You, Disciplinary Hall's first elder, is truly so awe-inspiring. Humph, you're still stubborn. If he isn't someone from the demonic path, then how do you explain his sudden increase in strength? If he isn't someone from the demonic path, how do you explain his combat power which stands head and shoulders above all others? Everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic path. Hu Yin Yong, if you don't make way, I will take you down first and then exterminate this scoundrel. Su Yubai shouted with an imposing aura. Celiphoda_Celiphoda_ Regius Professor. We just finished a S release chapters event. The pill exam event was covered till the end. Feeling satisfied, huh? We're now starting a new arc, but S release chapters ended halfway during a battle. How do you feel? Evil smirk, don't worry. It just wanted 2 chapters on this, tongue sticking out. Then the MC will do something to deal with the incident. Smiley face. It's not a cliffhanger, I think. Did I do this on purpose? But I did make sure the S release finished the exam arc. Tongue sticking out. Enjoy the chapter. And it is Saturday you are day. So another chapter later. Chapter 87. As if there was no body present. Chapter 87. As if there was body present. This matter which was originally in the bag was spoiled by Hu Yin-yong. Suyubai even had the heart to kill right now. However, Hu Yin-yong was an instructor of the academy. If he really attacked, then he could forget about being the disciplinary hall's first elder anymore. Furthermore, while it was true that Hu Yin-yong could not beat him, Suyubai also could not stop him if he really wanted to run. But he was standing in front of Yi Yuan, making Suyubai feel that this was a very thorough matter. He must definitely kill Yi Yuan today. This punk's rise was too rapid. This was absolutely a potential threat to the Su family. If Yi Yuan was left unchecked to continue growing, most likely 10 years, no, just 5 years, and he would become another Yi Hang. Just one Yi Hang was enough to give the Su family a headache, and 2 Yi Hangs. Take me down? Fine, bring it on. I want to see just how you will take me down. Hu Yin-yong taunted icily. Humph, you really think that I don't dare to touch you? Seeing Hu Yin-yong's manner like a dead pig, which did not care whether the water was boiling, Suyubai flew into a rage. Hu Yin-yong had always been Jiang Yuna's hardcore follower and was never on good terms with Suyubai. Normally, the two of them were already at odds. Now it goes even more without saying. With Suyubai's strength, it was impossible to capture the peak spirit condensation realm Hu Yin-yong. Unless he killed him, Hu Yin-yong was certain that Suyubai dared not kill fellow students. What a joke. You're the disciplinary hall's first elder. You can touch whoever you want to. Why would you not dare to touch me? But if you want to kill Yi Yuan today, you will have to walk over my dead body. Facing the powerful Suyubai, Hu Yin-yong did not yield in the slightest. Good, good, good. Everyone saw that. Hu Yin-yong is S-H-I plus elding the demonic S-P-A-W-N, and so he's also my Danwu Academy's enemy. Today, I represent the Academy to exterminate fiends and protect the Tao. I'll exterminate these 2 traitors. Suyubai's fury could be seen from how he said 3 good consecutively. After he finished talking, Suyubai's released his aura completely, H-I, plussing everyone until they could not breathe. Just as Suyubai was about to strike, a beautiful silhouette walked out from the crowd and stood by Hu Yin-yong. If Elder Su is insistent on making a move, then treat Ruoqing as someone from the demonic path as well, and kill me. Feng Ruoqing said these words nonchalantly, but the weight was sufficiently heavy. Other people might not know Feng Ruoqing's ident. 1. Tai. But how could Suyubai be unaware of Feng Ruoqing's ident? 1 Tai? Even if Suyubai had a higher status in the Danwu Academy, he would not dare to touch even a hair of Feng Ruoqing. The imperial family's Nanfeng clan had always been low-key, but families with deep backgrounds knew that the Nanfeng family clan was the #1 great family in the state of Qin and not one of the top. Everybody was astounded by Feng Ruoqing's appearance, including Suyubai and Hu Yin-yong. Many of them could not help recalling some of the rumors which spread secretly. Now, it looks like it was not unfounded rumors. At this time, the looks which the students gave Yi Yuan became weird. So, what this Yi Yuan was capable of was neither in martial Dao nor alchemy Dao, but chasing girls. The Feng family aunt and niece had always been lofty Desses in the academy. There had been many pursuers, but Body had honestly ever expected to succeed in chasing them. But Yi Yuan did it, standing out at this time to oppose the disciplinary hall's first elder. They would not believe that Feng Ruoqing and Yi Yuan had 0 relations, even if they were beaten to death. Of course, even more people felt that their Des was defiled, and they wished that they could go up there and give Yi Yuan 2 tight slaps to show their indignity. It was just that it would never be their turn to do the slapping if they did it now. Feng Ruoqing turned around to look at Yi Yuan, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. She quickly hurried over to help him up. Being in the embrace of a beauty was naturally something to be happy, to be delighted about. But Yi Yuan was currently half dead. How would he have these sort of beautiful thoughts? Except, sniffing the light fragrance coming off of Feng Ruoqing's body made Yi Yuan pull himself together. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" Yi Yuan laughed bitterly and said weakly, "Do I look okay to you? Relax, I won't die. It's just that I can't move right now." Luer Shi. Feng Ruoqing knitted her brows once more. "You're already like this, and you're still concerned about your little maidservant. How's she?" Yi Yuan brushed off Feng Ruoqing's rebuke and continued asking. Feng Ruoqing sighed. "With you helping her suppress the cold qi, she's fine for now. I knew that you were going to cause trouble, so I set her to zero, and I came here alone." Hearing Feng Ruoqing said this, Yi Yuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Many thanks. I'll definitely thank you deeply in the future." Feng Ruoqing naturally would not take to heart other people's thanks, because she did not lack anything. But Yi Yuan was different. Just the fact that he could refine transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills at the 4th level essence Qi realm made his thanks priceless. "I told you not to mess about, and you just wouldn't listen. 10 years isn't late for a gentleman to take his revenge. What's the rush? Now, you nearly threw away your life. Are you satisfied?" Feng Ruoqing did not mention about the thanks, but grumbled instead. However, these words did not sound like grumbling, but more like a little wifey's concern. "Ah, ha ha ha. 10 years isn't late? I can't wait even for a second. If I have to wait 10 years for a minor character like him, then what should I do about other people?" Yi Yuan seemed like he was triggered by something to have said this. Feng Ruoqing could not understand the meaning behind Yi Yuan's words. But at this moment, Yi Yuan's eyes were very complex. It was like an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life and not a 15-year-old youth. What on earth did he go through? How could he have such desolate and dismal eyes? Feng Ruoqing started to wonder about it involuntarily. But Yi Yuan recovered first and said, "I have recovery medicinal pills on me. I can't move right now. Could you help me take them?" "No." Feng Ruoqing instinctively wanted to reject, but thinking about Yi Yuan's current condition, she hesitated. Since when had Feng Ruoqing with her priceless body ever touched a man's body? Even if there was clothing in between, no way. "Sigh. Forget it. I'll do it myself. SSS." As he was talking, Yi Yuan reached out to touch his chest and hissed in pain the moment he made contact. Feng Ruoqing hurriedly said, all right, I'll do it." Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, Feng Ruoqing's beautiful and slender hands slipped inside Yi Yuan's clothes. "Ah, my goddess. Why? Do you want people dead? Don't, teach her, Feng. Quickly let go of that guy. Let me do it." Everybody was screaming in their hearts, but it was all to no avail. Feng Ruoqing rummaged around for a while before plussing out a bottle of medicinal pills. Her face was currently a bright beet red, like she was intoxicated on alcohol. "Is it this?" Feng Ruoqing asked with a red face. "That's it. There's still 5 medicinal pills in the bottle. Take the pale yellow one and pass it to me," Yi Yuan instructed. There was only 1 pale yellow medicinal pill inside, after Feng Ruoqing poured all the pills out. Then, she took the pill and fed it to Yi Yuan. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's face, which was pale, like paper, gradually became rosier. "All right, help me up. I want to refine the medicinal effects." "You can already move so quickly." Even though Feng Ruoqing knew that Yi Yuan could not be judged by common sense, she was still very shocked. She had never seen before a medicinal pill that had such immediate effects. Yi Yuan nodded his head laboriously and started to refine the medicinal effects. Celiphoda_Regius Professor. This week I picked up Emperor's Gigolo and Gate of G.O.D. Caught up to the recent translated chapters. Emperor's Gigolo is quite refres. Plussing. It's like I have a mansion in the post-apocalyptic world, but Xuanhuan version. There was one chapter where the MC was telling stories like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Invest. 1. Tour of the Gods. Chapter 88. Definitely take your head within a year. Chapter 88. Definitely take your head within ear. Only after seeing Yi Yuan's injuries swiftly recovering did Feng Ruoqing felt at ease. She stood up and said to Su Yubai, "Elder Su, the disciplinary hall places the greatest emphasis on the word justice. But actions today have failed justice and failed the hearts of the public." Su Yubai was originally very displeased seeing Feng Ruoqing talking intimately with Yi Yuan like body else was around. But he was highly fearful of Feng Ruoqing's ident. 1. Tai, which was why he did not make a move. Now that Feng Ruoqing was rebuking him publicly, Su Yubai naturally could not pretend to be mute anymore. Snort. This old man is exterminating fiends and protecting the Tao. How did I fail justice? Teacher Feng is only momentarily hoodwinked by this fiend. That's why you are openly defending him. Why haven't you retreated yet? Otherwise, don't blame me if I accidentally injure Teacher Feng later, Su Yubai snarled. It was also because Su Yubai was filled with trepidation about Feng Ruoqing's status that his words were filled with caution. If somebody else were to do what Feng Ruoqing did just now, he would have definitely turned violent already. However, Feng Ruoqing had no scruples about this. I know all about the sequence of events for this matter. Although Yi Yuan's way of doing things wasn't appropriate, there was indeed a reason for this whole thing. Does Elder Su have selfish motives for wanting to indiscriminately finish him off, ruthlessly? Feng Ruoqing's words stirred up everyone's appetite. 1. It had already been many years since anyone dared to kill people publicly in the academy. Just when the world did Lin Tianxing and Zhang Heng due to have forced Yi Yuan to this step. What a joke. Yi Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed 2 people consecutively. This old man suspects that he's someone from the demonic path and moved to strike him down. What selfish motives are there? Su Yubai naturally had selfish motives, but he was being persistent. However, Feng Ruoqing continued nonchalantly without changing her expression. Some things become meaningless when it's exposed in front of so many people. When Feng Ruoqing's words came out, Su Yubai was startled. He had always believed that Feng Ruoqing was an alchemy idiot and did not care about other things. Who would have thought that her heart was as clear as a bright mirror? This S was so astute to actually see through his thoughts. On the surface, the fragrant medicine pavilion and drunken star manor were irreconcilable. But in reality, it was still the Su family who was exchanging blows with the Yi family in the dark. Yi Yuan's rise made Su Yubai sense an enormous threat. That was why he directly struck to kill. These things did not seem strange to people involved in the affairs, but it was very hard to connect these things together for people outside the state of affairs. Could it be that the Nanfeng family had long taken precautions against the Su family? This was no auspicious omen. No matter what reason he has, rules are rules. How can violations be tolerated? Su Yubai did not wish to hear any reason whatsoever. According to the rules, Yi Yuan should have been taken into custody temporarily after killing people and left to the Dean and the Elders' Council to make the final decision. Isn't Elder Su breaking the rules by directly killing people? I wonder what's the punishment for this in accordance with the Academy's rules? Feng Ruoqing did not give in the slightest. The Danwu Academy's rules were not directed at students only. The Dean and Elders similarly faced many restrictions. Killing people without authorization as the disciplinary hall's first elder, according to the Academy's rules, was the stripping of the first elder's position. Of course, the Dean was the paramount existence in the Danwu Academy. Su Yubai was exasperated. This little S kept opposing him in every way, and now he was actually reverse checkmated. Looks like it was impossible to kill Yi Yuan now. But his thoughts swirled, and he came up with another plan. Humph, since you say that I'm not acting in accordance with the rules, fine. I'll do things based on the rules right now. Men, escort Yi Yuan to the assembly hall behind the mountain. Inform the 2 deputy deans and all the elders to come to the assembly hall for a joint hearing. Su Yubai suddenly changed his tune out of the blue. Feng Ruoqing frowned and thought to herself that this Su Yubai was really hard to deal with. It looks like he was determined to sentence Yi Yuan to death today. She could not reject Su Yubai's request. Otherwise, it would really become defending a demonic SPIW. According to the Academy's rules, the Elders' Council could jointly decide significant matters when the dean was not around. But in reality, even if Zhang Yunhe was in the Academy, the Elders' Council was the one deciding on the Academy's matters most of the time. Zhang Yunhe rarely showed his face in front of everyone. Under Su Yubai's orders, 2 disciplinary hall students wanted to take Yi Yuan into custody and headed for the assembly hall behind the mountain. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he said coldly, "I have my own legs to walk with. Get lost." The 2 disciplinary hall's student strength was beneath even Lin Tianqing's. Even though they knew that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, seeing Yi Yuan's outburst still stopped them in their track in fear. After he said that, Yi Yuan got up. There was no problem with his mobility already. This scene left everyone dumbfounded once again. What kind of recovery medicine could have such immediate effects? Yi Yuan was seriously too lucky to take these unheard-of pills and eating them like candy. He was merely like a cockroach that would not die. Of course, they were unaware that Yi Yuan was once an alchemy emperor. If an alchemy emperor could not eat transcendent grade pills like candy, then Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, would really be unworthy of a name. Insolence. You're a sinner right now. Who permitted you to walk on your own? When Su Yubai saw that Yi Yuan still dared to be so arrogant, he flew into a rage. Yi Yuan glanced at Su Yubai coldly. "I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year." When these words came out, the crowd was stunned. A year? Take the head of a half-step crystal formation realm powerhouse? This was a complete fantasy. This Yi Yuan has such killing intent. He hasn't really cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, right? Bulls. HI+T. Didn't you hear teacher phone? There's definitely more than meets the eye about this. Change the scenario. If somebody nearly slapped you to death with one palm, would your killing intent be huge or not? That's true, but I wouldn't dare to spew this sort of nonsense. Taking Elder Su's head within a year? How's that possible? Yeah, Essence Chi Realm is easy to pass, but Spirit Condensation Realm is hard to advance to. You have to expend 10 times the effort each time you advance one minor realm in the Spirit Condensation Realm when compared to the Essence Chi Realm. Even then, you still have to rely on lucky chances to break through. It has already been 2 years since Senior Apprentice Brother Long stepped into the Spirit Condensation Realm, right? He's still stuck at the 3rd level Spirit Condensation Realm till today. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but I don't believe that he will have the strength to kill Elder Su within a year, even if you beat me to death. After all, he's only at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. Although I don't believe it either, then again, it seems like Yi Yuan only spent a month to go from the 1st level Essence Chi Realm to the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. Everyone naturally treated Yi Yuan's proud words like a joke. Advancing realms in the Spirit Condensation Realm was too difficult. The amount of essence energy required to advance a minor realm was extremely horrifying. No matter how much a genius Yi Yuan was, it was impossible to break through to the peak Spirit Condensation Realm within a year. Furthermore, it would become even more challenging to jump ranks to battle in the Spirit Condensation Realm. Even if Yi Yuan was genius, he had to be at least at the 9th level Spirit Condensation Realm to defeat Su Yubai, right? Did he not see the peak Spirit Condensation Realm Huyin Yong vomiting blood after one palm by Su Yubai? In other words, the Spirit Condensation Realm and the Essence Chi Realm were 2 entirely different levels. Even Su Yubai was stunned, and he immediately erupted. What he was incensed by was not that Yi Yuan said he would take his head, but because he was scolded old fart. Su Yubai had exceedingly high status in the academy and had real power. Who would be disrespectful when meeting him? Since when had he been pointed in the nose and scolded old fart? Bastard. You dare to scold me? In his rage, Su Yubai wanted to attack. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan did something which made everybody's eyes fall out. With a dive, he fled behind Feng Ruoqing and cried out seemingly innocent, "Teacher Feng, this old fart wants to hit me." Chapter 89, Nine Heavens Road. Chapter 89, Nine Heavens Road. One moment ago, Yi Yuan was still exuding awe-inspiring righteous pride and crowed about taking people's head. Yet right now, he was hiding behind a woman. Simply shameless to the extreme. But this move was really useful. No matter how insanely Su Yubai's flames of wrath burned, he did not dare to attack Feng Ruoqing. Yi Yuan had long seen through this point. This also made him curious about Feng Ruoqing's ident. Watai. She was definitely not as simple as an ordinary instructor. However, Yi Yuan scoured his memories, and he could not think of any great family in the state of Qin with the Feng surname. "Teacher Feng, I want to go to the assembly hall on my own. Is there any problem?" Yi Yuan said with a straight face. Feng Ruoqing sighed and nodded lightly. Even though Feng Ruoqing was elegantly beautiful, she was born with the arrogance of the imperial family in her bones. She did not know why, but she just could not refuse this young man in front of her. Having received repeated blows, Su Yubai no longer wished to lose face in front of everyone. He snorted coldly and turned around and left. He believed that they would not dare to not go to the assembly hall. After Su Yubai left, Yi Yuan gave Huyin Yong a deep bow. Many thanks to teacher Huyin's life-saving grace. Huyin Yong waved his hands dismissively and said casually, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank the dean." Before the dean left, he specifically instructed me to not let anything happen to you and to take good care of you. Yi Yuan was dazed and completely baffled by this dean whom he had never met before. "Actually, strictly speaking, you saved yourself." Feng Ruoqing suddenly opened her mouth. "Oh, how so?" "I told the dean all about your performance during the alchemist test." The appreciation of a genius arose in the dean's heart, and that's why he arranged for teacher Huyin to come to protect you, Feng Ruoqing explained. Only now did Yi Yuan came to a realization. But he begged to differ from what Feng Ruoqing said. Saving means saving. This favor that Yi Yuan owed was too great. Yi Yuan was not an ingrate. This favor naturally had to be returned. Teacher Huyin, after Yi Yuan breaks through to the spirit condensation realm, today's grace will definitely be returned. Yi Yuan gave Huyin Yong a promise that sounded like in the indefinite future, but Huyin Yong could naturally sense the sincerity in it. It was just that he was still unaware of how heavy this promise of Yi Yuan's was. Jiang Yunhe only instructed him to protect Yi Yuan well before leaving. He did not know for what reason and thought that Jiang Yunhe had a change of heart. "It's not necessary. I'm not doing this for any repayment. Today's round isn't considered over yet. It looks like Su Yubai still wants you dead." Huyin Yong thought that Yi Yuan was only expressing words of gratitude, and he did not take it to heart. Feng Ruoqing faintly guessed something, but her eyes lit up unwittingly. But she did not expose it. She began to unwittingly look forward to just what level Yi Yuan's alchemy skills would reach after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. "Yi Yuan, I saw how Su Yubai looked like just now. He's confident in settling this matter in stone at the Elders' Council. You had best be cautious. Once the Elders' Council sentences you to immediate execution, we can't go against it either." Feng Ruoqing frowned and said, "The Elders' Council is that powerful? Didn't you say that there was an exception, Teacher Feng? How did that person escape with his life?" "You're talking about Mo Yintian, right? Although he escaped punishment, it was likewise almost certain death." Huyin Yong interrupted. "Oh, can Teacher Huyin enlighten me?" However, Huyin Yong shook his head and said, "You can't follow Mo Yuntian's path. Give up. Right now, the only method is to delay time at the Elders' Council and wait for the dean to return." The more Huyin Yong would not say, the more curious Yi Yuan got. Since Huyin Yong would not say, he might as well ask Feng Ruoqing. Was there something behind it? Feng Ruoqing hesitated for a second, but she still answered. Back then, Mo Yintian was #1 on the Academy's Martial Roll of Honor, 4th level spirit condensation realm. When he was admitted, his close friend was unable to keep up with his footsteps. At that time, he was only a black rank student. But then, a student manager from the General Affairs Department was unaware of their relations. H.I. plus P, and he caused endless troubles for Mo Yuntian's close friend. Finally, the guy turned him into a cripple. In his rage, Mo Yuntian murdered that student manager. Hearing that, Yi Yuan snickered coldly. Looks like the General Affairs Department is truly a place where talents gather, and their virtue was inherited. Feng Ruoqing sighed as she continued explaining, there are too many people in the Danwu Academy. Using students as managers are also something that cannot be helped. Not only do instructors have to teach CLA, SES, but we also have to cultivate. If we were bothered by too many miscellaneous stuff, our cultivation would have been bound to be delayed. Hence, the General Affairs had always been a place where the authority was the greatest. Therefore, it was also natural to breed these conceited students. Yi Yuan nodded to show his understanding. Instructors were also martial artists, and they pursued the martial path. They were obviously unwilling to be distracted by these mundane matters. Only by letting those students with insufficient talent manage the rest could the true geniuses have the time to cultivate. This was an acceptable method. Then what happened? Then Mo Yuntian did not wait for the academy to deal with him. Alone, he walked to the Nine Heavens peak at the back of the mountain and stepped onto the Nine Heavens road, which is almost a certain death. But he said through it. However, the Nine Heavens road is absolutely not something that the current you can charge through. Hu Yin followed up. That's to say, the Elders' Council can't do anything to me once I pass through this Nine Heavens road? Yi Yuan ignored Hu Yin words and replied with a question. Theoretically, yes. But you have to know that when Mo Yuntian made it south the Nine Heavens road, he was already at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Since the establishment of the Danwu Academy, there has been a total of 237 people who attempted the Nine Heavens road. Among them were 194 spirit condensation realm students and 43 essence chi realm students, but only a measly 5 people made it through. In these 10 years, only Mo Yuntian alone made it. Students who failed to make it either died directly on the Nine Heavens road or lost their minds, and became a complete lunatic ever since. But most importantly, none of the 43 Essence Chi Realm students survived. Hu Yin seemed to have also become jumpy, talking about the Nine Heavens road. Just what is on the Nine Heavens road? Hu Yin words seemed to have not changed Yi Yuan's mind. And no, body knows what's on the Nine Heavens roads. It's because before entering the Nine Heavens road, students must swear a heavenly Tao oath to never reveal any information encountered on the Nine Heavens road, Hu Yin explained. Like that, huh? Fascinating. Teacher Hu Yin, just now that old fart is surnamed Su. Is he someone from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly inquired. That's right. Su Yubai is the second brother of the Su family's family leader, Su Yulin. So that's the case. No wonder he had such thick killing intent towards me. Since that's the case, then I will go and try out this Nine Heavens road. Hu Yin was stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Was the long time he spent talking wasted? Seeing Hu Yin's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, just think about it, Teacher Hu Yin. Su Yubai wants me dead. He definitely has a way of making the Elders' Council impose the death penalty on me. Since that's the case, why should I seek my death? I know that Teacher Hu Yin wishes to drag things out until the Dean is back, but will Su Yubai grant you your wish? Hearing Yi Yuan's lysis, Hu Yin's expression turned stiff. These few years, the Dean stood aloof above worldly considerations and did not manage most of the Academy's matters, letting Su Yubai fill in the void. The Elders' Council was almost mostly his people already. Just as Yi Yuan said, go to the Elders' Council now was no different from going to be killed. So, the Nine Heavens Road is my only way out. Chapter 90, All for Naught. Chapter 90, All for Naught behind the mountain, at the Assembly Hall, 6 elders were present. Aside from Su Yu-bai, 2 deputy deans, and 3 more elders, these 6 people plus the Dean Constant I, the highest authority in the Danwu Academy. Of course, the dean's authority was paramount. He could veto everything in the academy with one word, because he represented the Tranquil Cloud sect. Deputy deans and elders. An Earth-rank student was utterly lawless in the academy and brutally murdered 2 fellow students in broad daylight. Today, I've invited everyone to hold this meeting so that we can discuss how we should deal with this student. Su Yu-bai was the one who called for everyone, so he obviously had to stir things up. An Earth-rank student dares to be so audacious. What's there to discuss? Just kill him right away. A deputy dean exploded after hearing that. That's right. According to the Academy's rules, killing fellow student is the death penalty. What's the need for this meeting? Another elder echoed in approval. Elder Su, I wonder who is this student? At this moment, the other deputy dean opened his mouth to ask. Su Yu-bai gave him a displeased look. This fellow always does not cooperate. Seriously irritating. There were 2 deputy deans in the Danwu Academy, 1 martial and 1 alchemy. The deputy dean who agreed just now was called Zhang Songtao, the deputy dean who specialized in the martial Dao. The one who asked the question was the alchemy Dao's deputy dean, Hu Changsheng. Hu Changsheng was Jiang Yuna's diehard follower and also somebody who did not like power struggles. He was someone who pursued the alchemy Dao with all his heart. Hence, he basically had no presence all these years. Even in the Elders' Council, he virtually abandoned his voting rights. He was not deliberately finding fault today. He just instinctively wanted to find out more. After all, students were the precious resources of the Danwu Academy. If they mistakenly killed a genius figure, then the loss outweighed the gain. Although killing fellow students was essentially the death penalty, he still wanted to figure out what was going on. Who knew if the state of Qin's Danwu Academy would have a second Mo Yuntian appear? This student's name is Yi Yuan, a complete lunatic. He already had a bad track record before entering the academy. Some days back, who knows what lucky encounter, he had to have his strength suddenly soar. What's unexpected was that he brutally murdered 2 fellow students consecutively today. I suspect that he might have gotten some demonic path cultivation law. That's why he lost his mind and did such a cold-blooded thing. Su Yu-bai avoided the crucial points and dwelled on the trivial, describing Yi Yuan as a homicidal maniac. The majority of the elders already stood on his side. Now, there was even less to talk about. Since that's the case, then there's no need to discuss. After he arrives at the Ace, Assembly Hall just directly sentenced him to death, Zhang Songtao said nonchalantly. As a deputy dean, his words held a certain weight. These few years, Su Yu-bai gifted him countless treasures in secret to pull him over. The 2 are already of the same ilk. As for the other elders, they did not hold as much authority as Su Yu-bai, nor were they as strong as him. Under his coercion and persuasion, they naturally became his Virginia S. Sal's. Seconded. Such a ruthless lunatic. What's the point of keeping him if we don't kill him? An elder said, I agree as well. Seeing everyone agreed in unanimity to kill Yi Yuan, whether Hu Changshan cast his vote or not obviously did not matter, so he might as well stay mum. Su Yu-bai was secretly pleased when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan, that punk, was simply lawless. Not only did he dare to kill fellow students, he even had the nerve to scold him an old fart. Even without the grudge between the Su and Yi family, he would also sentence him to death today. As for the cause, Su Yu-bai was actually aware of it already. It was indeed Lin Tiansheng who provoked matters first and forced Yi Yuan's maidservant until she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But so what? Yi Yuan was seeking death, so others could not be blamed. Just like that, the few people chorused in unison and determined the life and death of an Earth-rank student without even asking for the reason. Except, they waited a long time, yet Yi Yuan did not arrive. Rather, it was Feng Ruoqing and Hu Yinyong who came. What are you 2 doing? Where's Yi Yuan? Don't tell me you 2 helped him to abscond punishment? Feng Ruoqing and Hu Yinyong did not even get to speak, and Su Yu-bai already judged them. Hu Yin-yong looked at Su Yubai and smiled coldly as he said, "If you tried to escape punishment, wouldn't that fulfill your wish? Relax. Yi Yuan isn't that stupid." Initially, Hu Yin-yong was still oblivious to the state of affairs. Only after Feng Ruoqing pointed things out did he become enlightened on the situation. In reality, he also considered helping Yi Yuan to escape and return to the academy after the dean returns, but was rejected by Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan ran away, the Su family could seize this opportunity to apply pressure and ally with the Wan family to deal with the Yi family. Yi Hang was currently in a seclusion and could not be disturbed. Yi Yuan wanted to take on this matter all by himself. Hu Yin-yong was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts and could not wrap his mind around these schemes. However, Feng Ruoqing was born in the imperial family and was inherently sensitive to these things. Since he didn't run, why didn't he come? Don't tell me he still needs this elder to go invite him? Su Yubai asked in a deep voice. Snort, why should he come here? You probably already embellished the details and fooled the 2 deputy deans as well as the elders, and you sentenced Yi Yuan to death already. Am I right? Don't tell me he should come here and die. Hu Yin-yong scoffed. Insolence. You dare to question the elders' council's authority? Do you not want to be an instructor anymore? Su Yubai flew into a rage. Is it the elders' council's authority or your authority? Don't try to confound people's eyes. Hu Yin-yong did not give in at all and was diametrically opposed to Su Yubai. All right. You two, stop arguing. The main character isn't here. What's the use of quarreling? Hu Yin, you said that Elder Su embellished the details. Could it be that Yi Yuan did not kill anyone? Hu Changsheng interjected right then. Hu Yin-yong still had a good favorable impression towards Hu Changsheng, so he naturally would not rebut him. Hu Yin-yong respectfully saluted with his hands and said, It's true that Yi Yuan killed someone, but there's a reason for it, not because of what demonic path fiend that Su Yubai said. Hu Yin-yong recounted how Lu Er was nearly raped and about to die, which infuriated Yi Yuan, making Hu Changsheng knitted his brows after hearing it. Was not this incident a similar occurrence of Mo Yuntian's episode back then? Hu Changsheng turned to Su Yubai and said, Elder Su, looks like this General Affairs Department really needs to be properly reorganized. Su Yubai's position was inferior to Hu Changsheng, so he naturally did not dare refute. He replied, Dean Hu is right. Even if Dean Hu did not say anything, I will also clean up the General Affairs Department after this case. But the pressing matter at the moment is still to deal with Yi Yuan's case. Regardless of what reason he had, killing 2 people successively is challenging the Academy's rules. This must not become a precedent. Even if he had a reason for doing things, the speed of his improvement subverts common sense. It's very likely that he's cultivating a demonic path skill. How can we spare such a person like him? That's right. The Danwu Academy forbids killing fellow students. The killers were already sentenced to death. Don't tell me we should make an exception for Yi Yuan. What capabilities does he have? My view is still to kill him. Zhang Songtao said. I agree with Dean Zhang's opinion. This must not be encouraged. I agree as well. Seeing the situation, Feng Ruoqing came forward and bowed towards a few people, and then she said, Ruoqing is here not to intercede for Yi Yuan, but to inform the 2 deputy deans and the elders that Yi Yuan is preparing to challenge the 9 Heavens Road 3 days later. So he will not be attending this meeting. What? He wants to challenge the 9 Heavens Road? 6th level Essence Chi Realm taking on the 9 Heavens Road? Ha. Did he think that he could escape the death penalty by doing that? Since he's looking to die, then I will watch just how he dies on the 9 Heavens Road. Su Yubai burst into laughter. Chapter 91, Death Zone, Lifeland. Chapter 91, Death Zone, Lifeland. The news of Yi Yuan challenging the 9 Heavens Road caused a stir once again in the Academy. Hey, did you hear? Yi Yuan wants to take on the 9 Heavens Road. 9 Heavens Road? Is he mad? He's only at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. It's certain death. He's originally a madman, defying the Academy's rules, even killing 2 fellow disciples in succession, scolding Elder Su an old fart right to his face, and even threatened to take his head within a year. If he isn't crazy, then what is? But this time around, he has no choice but to be mad. If he doesn't challenge the Nine Heavens Road, then he absolutely can't escape death. That's true, but isn't it still death if he charges into the Nine Heavens Road? At least he can seize the initiative in his hands by tackling the Nine Heavens Road. If he doesn't attempt this, he would be placing himself at the mercy of others. If it were me, I would also choose to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. I reckon that he still possesses a trace of confidence and thinks he can make it through. If he was given more time to reach the spirit condensation realm, I believe that he can definitely charge through it. But what a pity. Body has ever made it through as an essence chi realm. In the Danwu Academy, the Nine Heavens Road was a synonym for death. It had already been a whole 3 years since anybody challenged it. Since the establishment of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, which student who challenged the Nine Heavens Road was not an extraordinary genius. But only a measly 5 of them made it through. And these 5 people were all spirit condensation realm without exception. Even if Yi Yuan already had the combat power equal to a spirit condensation realm now, Body thought highly of him. After all, his real strength was only at the 6th level essence chi realm. And one could not borrow the power of medicinal pills to raise strength while charging through the Nine Heavens Road. That was to say, Yi Yuan must use the strength of a 6th level essence chi realm to take on a death road, which made essence chi realms despair. Essence Chi Realm students who challenged the Nine Heavens Road all died without exception. The survival rate of Essence Chi Realms on the Nine Heavens Road was 0. It was the survival rate and not the Pa-S sing rate. Hence, Yi Yuan was not challenging it but committing suicide. It seemed like Yi Yuan had been continuously creating miracles after returning from being poisoned. But this time Body thinks that he could create another miracle again. Yi Yuan did not bother with the discussion outside. He adjusted his body condition and took care of Lu'er without letting her out of his sight. Ever since Lu'er lost consciousness, she had not woken up. Yi Yuan also did not have any solution for Lu'er's current condition. He could only use his essence energy to suppress the frost poison in her body. 9 Absolute Meridian was no joke. Once it erupted, it would be like a volcano exploding, sweeping forth with irresistible force. If Yi Yuan were still an alchemy emperor right now, the 9 Absolute Meridian naturally would not stump him. But his present cultivation was too low. Yi Yuan, Miss Lu'er, could it be that even you don't have any ideas to save her? Seeing the normally adorable and obedient Lu'er end up like this, Feng Ruoqing felt all sorts of emotions. Feng Zhiro by the side was also unexpectedly quiet today and did not quarrel with Yi Yuan blindly. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "Unless my master was here otherwise." Sigh. With Lu'er's current condition, I can only help her sustain her life for half a year at best. After half a year, the frost poison will thoroughly erupt, and I won't be able to control it anymore. That Zhang Heng really deserved to die. If it were me, I would definitely have diced him into pieces. Feng Zhiro gnashed her teeth bitterly. Feng Zhiro did not feel the slightest bit of pity towards someone like Zhang Heng. Feng Ruoqing's eyes, on the other hand, lit up. You really have a powerful master. Where is he? Why not invite him here? As long as he comes, not only can he treat Lu'er, even your problems would go away as well. Yi Yuan purposely said that he had a master because he was afraid that Feng Ruoqing and Co. would let their imaginations run wild. Feng Ruoqing was extremely intelligent. He was already facing imminent death, and his master did not show up, which unavoidably set off some ideas. In reality, Yi Yuan had long seen through Feng Ruoqing who wanted to ask, but kept holding back her tongue, which is why he said this. However, where would his powerful master come from? Yi Yuan gave a bitter laugh. Master is truly powerful, but he's somebody who can't sit still. After imparting all his knowledge, he left to travel the world. I also don't know where he is now. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, Feng Ruoqing was greatly disappointed. Somebody who could raise a monster like Yi Yuan must surely be an extremely powerful figure. He might even be an alchemy king or even an alchemy sovereign from the legends. If he was present, How would Su Yubai dare to be unbridled? But the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi realms. Isn't it equivalent to go to die if you enter the Nine Heavens Road? Even though Feng Ruoqing and Hu Yin had been convinced by Yi Yuan, they still did not think well of Yi Yuan. It's not just them. Body and the entire Danwu Academy had high hopes of Yi Yuan. That's right. Back then, when Mo Yuntian entered, it was almost certain death. You're only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. Why don't you take Lu'er and run? Feng Jiro also joined in from the side. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You think Su Yubai is a moron? How could he give me the chance to escape? I'm afraid that he already has people stationed at every single route out of the academy. As for my residence, there are definitely many people keeping an eye on it. As long as I step out of this house, all my movements will be within his grasp. All right, thanks for your concern. I know what I'm doing. Even though it's not 100%, I have at least 30% confidence that I can pot S through the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan said confidently. What? You have 30% confidence? Are you joking? The Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi realm. You actually say that you have 30% confidence? Are you trying to use these words to dismiss us? Feng Jiro cried out. Although Feng Ruoqing did not say anything, looking at her expression, she obviously did not bite either. The Nine Heavens Road was certain death for Essence Chi realms, and Yi Yuan actually said that he had 30% confidence. This could not be regarded as anything but REA's assuring words. Haha, you can choose not to believe me, but you can't not believe my master. Masters might SES your imaginations, so you should also have faith in me. Yi Yuan laughed and said. In reality, Yi Yuan's confidence level was way beyond 50%. He was just scared that it would be too insanely startling, which was why he chose to not be explicit. The reason why Yi Yuan dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Road was that he got to understand from Hu Yin that this Nine Heavens Road was an enormous array formation. It was not going to be easy for a puny little Nine Heavens Road to try and kill him with his attainments in Array Dao. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation being too low, breaking this array would not be much different than playing house with children. Of course, Yi Yuan was not entirely certain as well. Some array formations have incredibly powerful might, which is not something he could withstand at his current cultivation realm. As for the specifics, it would have to wait until entering the Nine Heavens Road before knowing them. Seeing Yi Yuan so self-assured, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Jiro did not know why either, but they gained more confidence out of nowhere. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create another miracle again? Chapter 92. I'm inferior to him. Chapter 92. I'm inferior to him 3 days later at the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak. Students swarmed so heavily around the area that even water could not flow through. Challenging the Nine Heavens Road was something rarely seen throughout the years. Naturally, they did not wish to miss out on this grand occasion. The entire Danwu Academy was virtually a ghost town as everyone wanted to come and join in the fun. If not for the foreshadowing from earlier events, there might not be such a huge occasion today. A 6th level Essence Chi realm challenging the Nine Heavens Road was just seeking death. What was there to watch? Nonetheless, the incident that Yi Yuan caused earlier gave rise to much debate, and practically everyone knew about it in the academy already. Now, everyone knew that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius had said their imagination. Could he create another miracle? Even though body believed it from the bottom of their heart, there was still this faint trace of antic. 1p Asian. On another mountain, facing the Nine Heavens Peak, there was a pavilion. This was the ideal spot to watch the Nine Heavens Road. Several people sat around a table in the pavilion. They were precisely Su Yubai and several elders. Many people were crowding around outside the pavilion. Aside from the academy's instructors, they were mainly genius students on the martial and alchemy rolls of honor. Their status was naturally different from ordinary students. Long Tang, Su Bugue, Su Ishan, and others shockingly were there too. Hey, Old Long, Why don't we negotiate a bit? How about you return that sharp-horned beast inner core to me? That matter previously was just a joke. No need to take it seriously, right? Zhuobuguwei pestered Long Tang incessantly, wanting to take back the sharp-horned beast inner core that he lost the previous time. Long Tang did not even look at him and minded his own business as he rested with closed eyes, patiently waiting for Yi Yuan's arrival. I say, why are you so unreasonable? You're already so powerful. What do you need an inner core for? It's better if you return it to me. Old Long, say something. Yi Yuan's here. Long Tang's eyelids quivered, but he quickly recovered his composure. Stop pretending, all right? We don't talk about that. Let's talk about Yi Yuan. Do you think he has a chance of making it through? Don't know. Zhuobuguwei was utterly amazed when he heard that, because Long Tang's reply was don't know, instead of can't make it. Long Tang actually had such confidence in Yi Yuan, even though he and Long Tang had conflicting opinions previously. The result proved that Long Tang was right. But this time around, Zhuobuguwei did not think well of Yi Yuan at all. Nine Heavens Road. Even Long Tang did not dare to try it. Although Long Tang thought highly of himself, he was aware that he did not reach that sort of monstrous degree like Mo Yuntian after examining himself. Even Mo Yuntian nearly died before charging through it. How could he make it through? You mean that he might make it? How's that possible? Didn't you say that he couldn't kill Lin Tianqing before? And the result? Oh, please. This and that aren't the same things, okay? Even 100 Lin Tianqings together can't make it past the Nine Heavens Road. 100 Lin Tianqings added up is also not as monstrous as Yi Yuan. Zhuobuguwei had no words to retort with because what Long Tang said was true. Zhuobuguwei suddenly discovered that Long Tang, who had always been arrogant, actually had signs of acknowledging his inferiority to Yi Yuan. Long Tang was an existence that all the students looked up to in the academy. He had always overlooked all, including him, Zhuobuguwei. Yet this existence actually lifted his gaze now and looked at another student at eye level, even looking up. This was simply inconceivable. Old Long, this isn't like you. Zhuobuguwei suddenly felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit and said earnestly. Long Tang did not react heavily to it and only said coolly, "Did you forget the phrase that has been pious, said down in the academy? Geniuses were meant to be Serpa." S said. Long Tang sucked in deeply, and he slowly said, I'm inferior to him. Sigh, even though I don't want to admit it, but what you said is the truth. Zhuobuguwei also gave a long sigh. However, most likely he doesn't have the chance to Serpa. You and me anymore. He can't make it past the Nine Heavens Road. Zhuobuguwei suddenly added. This time around, Long Tang did not retort. Truthfully speaking, he did not have much confidence as well. A survival rate of 0. This number was as difficult to surmount as a Civ Mountain. Could Yi Yuan make across? Humph. This Yi Yuan is putting on airs to actually make so many people wait for him. Su Yubai was a little impatient and grumbled. Yeah, indeed, a brat who doesn't know the rules. He deserves to be killed. Another elder said in agreement. Looks like he had already become Su Yubai's lackey. Hu Changxing, on the other hand, smiled and said, Nine Heavens Road isn't a joke. He naturally has to make meticulous preparations. What's there to prepare? Don't tell me that he, in Essence Chi Realm, can make it through. He has to die anyway, yet he's delaying so many people's time. Simply outrageous. That elder was very displeased. It was clear that he was already tired of waiting. When he said this, body refuted it. Preparations indeed did not hold much meaning for Yi Yuan. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan just chose to end it himself, instead of letting them sentence him to death. But the result was the same. As for whether Yi Yuan could survive, body had ever believed that. Those students down there have only heard hearsay about the horrors of the Nine Heavens Peak. But these elders and instructors had seen fresh waves of students filling in the gaps as they fell in the Nine Heavens Peak over many years. Even when many of them were still students, the peak talents of their generation had challenged the Nine Heavens Road. But body succeeded. As for the 5 who made it, they're already existences that they could only look up to now. No one doubted that Yi Yuan had the potential to pass through the 9 heavens road. But that was just potential. Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level essence Qi realm. He had not even stepped into the last minor stage of the essence Qi realm. So how could he pass? Who among those essence Qi realm students that dared to challenge the 9 heavens peak before were not peerless geniuses? And those essence Qi realm students who went to challenge the 9 heavens peak, who among them were not at the 9th level essence Qi realm, or even the peak of the essence Qi realm? All of them died. Could Yi Yuan make it? The answer was obvious that he could not. Right then, the crowd at the foot of the mountain stirred. Yi Yuan came. Behind Yi Yuan trailed the 2 girls, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhuro, as well as a black-faced Hu Yinyong. Everyone directly ignored Hu Yinyong and stared at the Feng family aunt and niece behind Yi Yuan with absolute envy. Who did not want this sort of treatment? With these 2 girls escorting the road, they would even willingly die. Yi Yuan naturally was not pretending to be some big shot coming late on purpose. He had to settle Lu'er down properly. Early morning, Yi Yuan transmitted essence energy once more to help Lu'er suppress the frost poison. After adjusting for some time, he let Feng Ruoqing arrange for someone to take good care of Lu'er before he could set his mind at ease and come to the 9 heavens peak. So naturally, he was a little late. Gazing into the distance, a road of green pebbles led straight up past the clouds, all the way to the 9 heavens peak. What looked like the road leading to the land of the immortals was actually the forbidden land for martial artists. Such superlative craftsmen. I+P. Looks like I can't look down on the experts of this world. This 9 heavens road isn't simple. Yi Yuan secretly gave his appraisal. Now that Yi Yuan arrived, the crowd automatically gave a wide berth. In front of the 9 heavens road, a stone tablet was erected there. On it, wrote a line of words. A martial artist blocked Yi Yuan. Before entering the 9 heavens road, swear a heavenly Tao oath according to the stone tablet first. Chapter 93, Strong Gale. Chapter 93, Strong Gale. I swear upon the heavenly Tao. Once I step onto the 9 heavens road, life and death are left to fate. If I succeed in making it through, I will not reveal any information about the 9 heavens road. Otherwise, may heaven strike me dead. Yi Yuan swore once according to the words on the stone tablet, and slightly felt his divine soul quiver. Yi Yuan knew that this was the feeling when one's divine soul signed a pledge with the heavenly Tao. In the future, if he goes against this oath, the heavenly Tao will make heavenly punishment descend, destroying his body and soul. Now, can I enter? The guard stepped aside to allow Yi Yuan as sage. Yi Yuan turned back to Feng Ruoqing and Co., and he said, "Help me take good care of Lu'er. I'll be back soon." Finus. I+ing. Yi Yuan walked past the guard and stepped onto the 9 heavens road. Stepping onto the first step, the scenery suddenly transformed. The initially narrow 9 heavens road suddenly became a boundless horizon. Yi Yuan turned around. The road he came from already disappeared, and what replaced it was still endless steps. The entire strip of 9 heavens road had transformed into another world. A world constant tuned of countless green stone steps. Indeed, a little interesting. Looks like every man has his edge. Even though the lower realm's martial prowess cannot compare to the divine realm, they still have undergone countless eons of development and derivation. There are many things aren't present in the divine realm. This 9 heavens road became an independent world. Looks like the person who set the array already had considerable accomplishments, and this array formation is a unique school of thought. One, it's a different style from the divine realm. Tranquil Cloud sect can't be underestimated. Yi Yuan gasped in admiration. This entire array formation was integrated into a harmonious reality. There were countless illusion arrays and killing arrays mixed into it. Even though its power was inferior to the divine realm's arrays, the complexity of this did not pale in the slightest. No wonder this 9 heavens road is so hard to pass. S through. If these illusion arrays and killing arrays were activated at full power, killing crystal formation realm martial artists would be like chopping vegetables. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration once more. Well, there's not much hope of breaking the array. My strength now is really too poor. Let me test out this Nine Heavens Roads array formation's power. After he said this, Yi Yuan strode out with a large step. The step forward seemed to have activated the arrays. Countless strong gales howled towards Yi Yuan. These gales were abnormally piercing cold, as if it could annihilate all life on Earth. But this world only had Yi Yuan alone, so naturally, he was the target. The concept of wind? Looks like this Nine Heavens Road was constructed to help students train. Much thought and care have been expended on this. Except, using this sword training method seems a bit too cruel. As Yi Yuan sighed admirably, he moved along with the wind. The strong, violent gale was actually unable to cause any harm to Yi Yuan whatsoever. These strong gales were man-made through the creator of the array formations, integrating his own understanding of the concept of wind inside it. After sensing the concept of wind amidst the powerful gales, Yi Yuan knew the intention of the creator of this array. He hoped to let students comprehend the concept of wind inside through these gales. However, how many people could comprehend the concept of wind at the essence chi realm or the spirit condensation realm? The way the other students saw it, these powerful gusts existed to hurt people instead of helping them to understand some profound concept. If it were another student tackling the Nine Heavens Road, this strong gale round would most likely have already exhausted a great deal of essence energy. They were unable to be so at ease like Yi Yuan. They have to activate their essence energy S, H, I, plus Ls in order to withstand the power of these gales. Otherwise, these strong gales would be like blades, slicing their body into pieces. Even spirit condensation realm students would have exhausted enormous amounts of essence energy after making it past this round, let alone those of essence chi realms. If essence chi realm students used essence energy protection to withstand this round, they would directly lose 30% to 40%. And this was only the first round. Under this sort of expenditure, if essence chi realms did not die, where could they flee to? In contrast, Yi Yuan did not even use his essence energy for protection. He simply swayed his body along with the wind force, and the gale wind blades floated past his body easily. These gales were just like a giant wind blade technique, cutting wantonly in this S.P.A.C. omnidirectional and with no blind angles. If students did not open their essence energy protection after coming in here, the consequences would be very severe. As to why Yi Yuan did not use essence energy protection, it was because his comprehension towards the concept of wind was way above these gales. The concept of wind in Compa S, said within these gale winds, to Yi Yuan, was like a toddler learning how to walk. Wanting to hurt him was naturally hardly possible. Not to mention that Yi Yuan's falling flower floating zero sword technique already in Compa S said an exceedingly profound concept of wind within. Except Yi Yuan's essence chi realm cultivation realm was too low and unable to unleash the true might of the concept of wind. That's all. Following the increase of his cultivation, the power of the falling flower floating zero sword would also become increasingly stronger. Although Yi Yuan was only at the essence chi realm currently, it was still more than sufficient to evade the attacks of these gale winds. Yi Yuan could not see the landscape outside, but the people outside could see Yi Yuan's situation. To be more precise, they could not see what was happening inside the illusionary world, but they were able to clearly see what Yi Yuan was doing right now. There were a total of 999 stone steps on the Nine Heavens Road. Right now, Yi Yuan had already walked across more than 20 steps. It was just that from the perspective of a bystander, Yi Yuan's condition did not seem to be too good. What's Yi Yuan doing? He's dangling and swaying about like he's drunk. Don't know. Is he being mesmerized by an illusion world? I think so. Look at him swaying around nonstop. Who tackles the Nine Heavens Road like that? I heard from some senior apprentice brothers that in the past, when those people challenged the Nine Heavens Road, they opened up their essence energy protection right away, as if there was something terrifying. But you look at Yi Yuan. He didn't even open anything, but rather, it's like he's drunk. Why is he totally different from how others challenging the Nine Heavens Road? Yeah, according to the senior speculations, the first 333 steps of the Nine Heavens Road might be some external force test, which is extremely taxing on essence energy. Those who could walk past 333 steps would be completely fatigued. But why is Yi Yuan's perfectly fine? Could it be that what he encountered was different from the seniors? This Yi Yuan is really a wonder. Whatever he does is different from the rest. It's just that if he does this, would he lose his mind within the first 333 steps? I think there's really that possibility. Look, Yi Yuan seems to have recovered. That person fixed his eyes to take a look, and Yi Yuan was indeed no longer behaving like he was drunk. He continued walking up steadily. One look, and onlookers could tell that Yi Yuan should have Pa-S, said through the first barrier. The first round is completed so effortlessly. Hu Yin-yong stared dazedly at Yi Yuan's figure with a dumbfounded face. As an instructor in the academy, he knew much more things than the rest of the students. These things were summed up using the experience from students' fresh blood. The first 333 steps on the Nine Heavens Road, and every 33 steps was a minor barrier. Although it was unknown what exactly these minor barriers were, regardless of who charged through these minor barriers, it would not be this effortless. What's more, some Essence Chi Realm students were directly annihilated at the first minor barrier, but Yi Yuan managed to Pa-S through it just by swaying around like that the entire way. Chapter 94, Cruise.H.I. Plusing all resistance. Chapter 94, Cruise. H.I. Plusing all resistance. Nine Heavens Road, 999 steps. He only crossed 33 steps by luck, the first minor barrier. Each and every one of them is behaving like he already cleared it. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Evidently, he was very displeased by everyone's astonishment. The way he saw it, Yi Yuan only Pa-S, said the first barrier by luck. Furthermore, Pa-S, seeing the first barrier did not signify anything. Many Essence Chi realms were able to cross it. The true terror of the Nine Heavens Road was in the last 333 steps. Yeah, one look, and you can tell that this Yi Yuan is a slippery punk. He probably excels in exploiting gaps. Most likely he took advantage of some loophole. That's why it was so easy for him. Another elder chimed in. No matter what you say, the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi Realm. That is the truth that body can alter. Looking at the past, the highest record for Essence Chi Realm was at the middle 333 steps. Even if Yi Yuan's incredibly heaven-defying, his limit will at most be at the last 333 steps. Zhang Songtao also agreed. Unlike the other elders, Yi Yuan's performance gave Hu Yin-yong and Feng Ruoqing more confidence. The most terrifying aspect of these first 333 steps is the exhaustion of essence energy. Spirit condensation realms are a little better, but it's very difficult for an Essence Chi realm's essence energy to sustain till the end. Even if they're lucky enough to bear through it, the middle 333 steps will only get more terrifying than the front part. In the end, they still die. But Yi Yuan didn't even use essence energy protection in the first round. He basically didn't expend much essence energy at all. Hu Yin-yong said agitatedly. Yi Yuan can really bring people limitless surprises. Perhaps he might really make it? Feng Ruoqing muttered to herself. TCH, that fellow is smelly and hard. It's better if he's dead. Feng Zhuro recovered her fierce and unreasonable nature. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, if he dies, you can forget about breaking through to the crystal formation realm in this lifetime. Who cares? Feng Ruoqing remained stubborn, but her eyes kept following Yi Yuan on the steps. The strong gale round did not pose much difficulty to Yi Yuan. The instant he crossed the 33rd step and landed on the 34th step, the scenario suddenly transformed once again, becoming a stretch of fiery sea. The concept of fire. This was a flame road. The scorching flames roasted Yi Yuan until he was about to combust, but a cold smile flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. I wonder what the spirit bristle divine king will feel if he knew that someone was playing with fire in front of his cultivation law. Saying this, Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, not to activate essence energy protection, but to completely release his aura to let his essence energy erupt out. Then Yi Yuan made his strides and steadily went up. Where he pass, said by, the flames automatically retreated. Playing with the concept of fire in front of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was simply a joke. The spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was the supreme fire attribute cultivation law in the divine realm. It had virtually reached the limits of the concept of fire. Back then, the spirit bristle divine king relied on the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art's ultimate technique, 9 suns burning heaven, and became renowned in a single battle. He used the 9 suns burning heaven during that battle, and he directly burnt the numerous divine kings attacking him into nothingness. Since then, body dared to provoke him. Even though Yi Yuan's current power was still shallow, it was still not something that a lower realm mortal flame could compare to. This was like a young, juvenile dragon. No matter how little he was, he would still be the king of all beasts. All lay dormant where he said. Yi Yuan continued forward steadily as the flames around him automatically gave him a wide berth. Just like that, Yi Yuan said through the second round, flames see, with unbelievable speed. Yi Yuan had to waste around an instance of time to avoid the strong gales in order to pass the first round. As for the second round, Yi Yuan said it in a blink of an eye. Third round, Arctic world. This was a world of ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. Yet this sort of cold seemed to be unable to pose any form of threat in front of Yi Yuan's spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Yi Yuan immediately cleared it once again. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan crossed 99 steps. Next was the fourth round, gravity world. Fifth round, thick earth world. Sixth round, water world. All the way until the 10th world. Yi Yuan came all the way here unimpeded. Yi Yuan's realm was much higher than the creator of these arrays. These barriers were simply unable to cause any great difficulty for him. He did not even expend much essence energy. I wonder who from the Tranquil Cloud sect created these arrays. They actually integrated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, these concepts of 5 elements as well as the other 5 types of concepts derived from them. Truly a genius. I wonder what happened to this person afterward. Did he ascend to the divine realm? I've never heard of such an array formations genius before in the divine realm. Could it be that he had long fallen? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. The world of martial artists was filled with countless dangers. Aside from the dangers on the road of cultivation, what was even scarier was the human heart. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the divine realm or the lower realms, geniuses were as abundant as the hair on an ox. However, only a remarkable handful was able to truly mature. Which of the figures standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm did not tread over countless corpses of geniuses to attain their current position? Even a peerless genius like Qin Yunzi plummeted after being harmed while in the process of maturing, let alone the others. Yi Yuan's speed of clearing the rounds caused a huge uproar in the outside world. He was too fast. From the first step to crossing the first 333 steps, Yi Yuan spent less than 2 hours. This was simply too harrowing. One student rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Do I have something wrong with my eyes? Since when did this 9 heavens road become so easy to pass? Does your brain have holes? Why don't you try it, if it is easy to cross? I think you won't even know how you die." But Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence chi realm. How could he possibly be this fast? I heard that this 9 heavens road is not a place that tests strength solely. What the test placed emphasis on is potential. Looking from that perspective, This Yi Yuan's talent is truly so monstrous that it's inconceivable. But I don't know if he can cross the later 666 steps or not. Maybe he can really cross it? The two exchanged glances. They were both frightened by this thought. Sixth level essence, Qi realm Pious. Sing the Nine Heavens Road? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Nine Heavens Road was a forbidden ground for essence, Qi realm martial artists. They did not know why either, but once this thought arose, it was like a seed buried at the bottom of their hearts. It grew roots and sprouted, and it could no longer be stopped. On the other hand, when Yi Yuan Pious said the first 333 steps, Su Yubai jumped to his feet. He looked at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up the mountain, similarly with incredulity. One cannot blame him for being so shocked. Yi Yuan's speed and Pious sing the rounds was too quick. He crushed all resistance along the way without any delay. There were only that few students who Pious said through the Nine Heavens Road. Their performance was not kept a secret. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai was naturally very clear on that. However, in body among those who challenged the road had Yi Yuan's crossing speed, including those spirit condensation realm students who Pious said. Even the Mo Yuntian, who was BRIMING with talent, spent an entire day to Pious the first 333 steps, but Yi Yuan only took 2 hours. Doesn't that mean that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius was several times, even tens of times that of Mo Yuntian's? Su Yubai did not dare, nor was he willing to believe this thought. Chapter 95, Long Tang's Transformation. Chapter 95, Long Tang's Transformation. I really don't know what to say about this Yi Yuan. Other people are filled with fear and trepidation before challenging the Nine Heavens Road, and he cleared it so effortlessly. Is there nothing that can stump him? Zhubugue looked at Yi Yuan halfway up the mountain and was likewise completely stunned. The shocks that Yi Yuan brought him these few days was simply too many. Jumping ranks and killing Fei Qingping. Consecutively breaking through 5 realms within a month. Becoming an alchemy master with a 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation. Leaping across a major realm to kill Lin Tianqing. Each one of these matters, when placed on a single individual, was an impossible task. But Yi Yuan did them all. Now, was Yi Yuan going to clear the Nine Heavens Road, which no essence Qi realm had ever said through before? This was also simply inconceivable. Even if he could not clear it, just based on his speed in the first 333 steps, it was sufficient to look down on all genius students. Yeah, there's really nothing that he can't do, and nothing that he doesn't dare to do. Compared to him, we're all self-boasting geniuses. Such a joke. A deep shock was also plastered all over Long Tang's face. Old Long, I've never denied that I'm a genius. At least that's the case within the territory of the state of Qin. However, the degree of Yi Yuan's genius has already vastly exceeded the domain of genius. Zhubugue sighed in admiration. All this while, only Long Tang could steadily suppress Zhubugue's arrogance. But now, his arrogance was shattered by Yi Yuan's performance. The dazed look in Long Tang's gaze vanished, and what replaced it was incomparable determination. He shook his head and said, I'm not talking about his talent, but his heart of a powerhouse. Compared to Yi Yuan, what we lack the most is still the heart of a powerhouse. What a joke. I, Long Tang, have always prided myself on being able to look down on all experts. But in reality, I'm just a coward. Yi Yuan, thank you. Zhubugue was somewhat confounded by Long Tang's words. However, he could clearly sense some sort of transformation taking place in Long Tang's body, like the feeling of enlightenment. What are you talking about, old Long? Heart of a powerhouse? Even though we aren't as monstrous as Yi Yuan, our desire to become strong has never changed all this while, right? Zhubugue asked in puzzlement. Long Tang did not look at Zhubugue, but stared at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up, and gave a confusing answer. Powerhouse? A true powerhouse is not about how strong his strength is, but how powerful his inner heart is. Zhubugue, after this matter is settled, I'll also challenge the Nine Heavens Road. What? You want to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Are you tired of living? Zwabuguwe jumped in fright as he exclaimed. However, Long Tang just smiled lightly, as if he had seen past life and death. If I can't even pass through a tiny Nine Heavens Road in the state of Qin, how can I talk about becoming a powerhouse? What qualifications would I have to look down upon this endless world and ascend to the divine realm? This place, Yi Yuan reincarnated and was called the Endless World. Endless World was named after the Endless Forest, because it was truly endless and limitless, separating the Endless World into the North and South domain. Mad. Completely mad. No matter how powerful you are, Old Long, are you more powerful than Mo Yuntian? You will die if you attempt the Nine Heavens Road. What will you have to look down on the Endless World if you lose your life? Zwabuguwe was ruffled. Yi Yuan was a madman, and now, even the rank one on the martial roll of honor, Long Tang, also went crazy along with him. Just what was happening to this world? Long Tang, on the other hand, was unmoved. Incomparable resolve could be seen in his eyes. Why should martial artists regret death? How can one talk about becoming a powerhouse without the realization of going to die? Long Tang said casually. But even when martial artists die, they have to die with significance. What's the point if you challenge the Nine Heavens Road just to die? Zwabuguwe was still unable to figure it out. The way he saw it, the Nine Heavens Road was just a large-scale array. Dying inside the array was something utterly meaningless. What kind of death holds meaning? Only now do I understand that victory and defeat lie in one thought, strong and weak. Also lies in a single thought. Zwabuguwe, you and I are ultimately not from the same world. Long Tang finally looked at Zwabuguwe. The expression in his eyes was something which he had never seen before. Zwabuguwe was ranked 2 on the martial roll. Apart from Long Tang, he was invincible in the academy. Even Feng Jiro could not defeat him. Even when facing Long Tang, the disparity with Zwabuguwe was actually not that large. But now, Long Tang actually said that they were not from the same world. How could Zwabuguwe feel comfortable? What you meant is that you and Yi Yuan are people from the same world. Aren't your words too conceited, Old Long? Zwabuguwe kept away that trademark cynical smile and said somewhat unhappily. However, Long Tang shook his head and said, Yi Yuan, I'm afraid I have no opportunity to catch up to him in this lifetime. He and I are also from entirely different worlds. After saying that, Long Tang kept silent and simply watched Yi Yuan halfway up patiently. Zwabuguwe also fell silent and started to muse. He felt that some sort of transformation had taken place in Long Tang's body. It was just that he could not understand what this transformation was even after cracking his head open trying to figure it out. Except, could this transformation separate both of them into 2 different worlds? How is that possible? Just because Long Tang was going to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Why don't I also try taking on the Nine Heavens Road? Zwabuguwe swiftly rejected this idea. He was indeed strong, but he did not even have 10% confidence for him to challenge the Nine Heavens Road successfully. It was indeed almost certain death. Although Long Tang was stronger than him, he was not that much stronger. That was to say, even if he went, it would be virtually certain death. Just what did this fellow come to realize? Such a low survival rate, and he still dared to try it? Wasn't this courting death? Yes, Long Tang had truly been enlightened. He saw what was called the heart of a powerhouse from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's chances were actually not that great when he challenged Lin Tiancheng. But he went to do it. Yi Yuan's chances were even much lower than imagined when he went to take on the Nine Heavens Road. But he did it anyway. Even though he clearly understood that killing fellow disciples would result in the death penalty, Yi Yuan still did it without looking back. Even though he was clear that the Nine Heavens Road was certain death, he still did it without hesitation. Breaking the rules, challenging oneself, and Serpa. Sing oneself. This was the heart of a powerhouse. For a martial artist to cultivate was originally already going against the heavens. Without the consciousness of death, how could one sense the unparalleled heavenly Tao and reach the paramount deity realm? Why should we rejoice over life and why should we be bitter about death? The road of a powerhouse was filled densely with thorns. Even if one did not go and challenge the 9 heavens road, there might still be an 8 heavens road, 10 heavens road. A person could hide for a moment, but could he hide for a lifetime? Only by braving forward could one trample all these ups and downs underfoot. Only by continually seeing oneself could there be a possibility to truly look down on all life under the heavens. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding disasters were the primal instinct of man. But if martial artists did not sever these instincts, how could they talk about being an expert? Long Tang could see from Zhubugui's eyes that he simply did not dare to give birth to the thought of challenging the 9 heavens road. Hence, he said that they were not from the same world. Long Tang was destined to walk out of the state of Qin, a person who would walk unparalleled throughout the entire endless world. But Zhubuguai was only an expert in the state of Qin. Even if he forced himself to the limits, he would only be an expert in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Chapter 96, Illusionary Realm. Chapter 96, Illusionary Realm. Everybody was focused on Yi Yuan, so naturally, no one noticed the transformation which suddenly took place in Long Tang's body, except for Zhubuguai. But even Zhubuguai could not imagine just what kind of change Long Tang's transformation brought him. It was until many years later, Zhubuguai then heard that Long Tang's martial prowess broke the void, and he ascended to the divine realm with the status of the strongest expert in the endless world. At that time, he finally understood what these words meant back during the days of the state of Qin. Of course, this was all later on in the future. Just as Long Tang was conversing with Zhubuguai, another commotion sprung out from the crowd again. Quickly look, Yi Yuan stopped advancing. Yeah, he stopped at the 338th step. It's only been 5 steps. He scared me to death. I thought that he would continue forth with an indomitable force. Are you dumb? This is the 9 heavens road, hailed as the death zone for all essence Qi realms. How could he possibly continue forth without any resistance? The true difficulty of the 9 heavens road starts from the middle 333-step stage. The vast majority of those essence Qi realms who came to challenge the 9 heavens road fell at this juncture. How could Yi Yuan possibly fall to the first stage with how monstrous he is? So that's the case. His crossing speed just now was too frightening. It quickly swept me up. Then do you think Yi Yuan can make it through? Absolutely not. If Yi Yuan were at half-step spirit condensation realm, I would feel that he might make it through. But he's only at the 6th level essence Qi realm. The scariest part of the 9 heavens road is still the final 333 steps. Just as Yi Yuan landed on the 5th step of the 2nd stage on the 9 heavens road, his fierce momentum finally halted. This action naturally drew everyone's attention. The crowd started clamoring. The people who were initially stunned by Yi Yuan's advancing momentum suddenly came to a realization at this moment. This was the death zone for all essence Qi realms, 9 heavens road. How could it be possible to pass through it smoothly without problems? When Su Yubai saw this scene, his initial shock turned into wild ecstasy. I've long said that he can't possibly pass through. A tiny little 6th level essence Qi realm dares to tackle the 9 heavens road? Conceited, seeking his own destruction. Even though he was filled with wild joy, Su Yubai obviously would not be stupid enough to show it on his face. However, he did not hold back his words at all. Everybody knew that he wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan anyway, so he naturally had no need to pretend to be some hypocritical good person. What Elder Su said is right. This Yi Yuan would rather challenge the 9 heavens road than come to the elders' meeting. This is slighting us all. Such an impertinent brat. The way I see it, there's nothing to regret over his death. An elder echoed. Elder Lin's words are unreasonable. Challenging the 9 heavens road is the right of every student. Once you pass south the 9 heavens road, you would enjoy the special privilege of the high sect's core disciple. This was set by the high sect. No matter how powerful the elders' council is, it's not greater than the high sect's rules, right? Hu Changsheng raised his eyelids and said coolly, like everybody else, Hu Changsheng was also astonished by Yi Yuan's performance. It was just that he did not show it. He kept both eyes lightly closed like an old monk in meditation. However, Hu Changsheng's talent-loving heart was stirred, and he felt great pity for Yi Yuan. Such a genius might be able to pass the heaven rank advancement test in the future and become the tranquil cloud sect's inner disciple. He might even yield brilliant results in the 10 Nations Grand Compet. 1. Tie in and be chosen as a core disciple of the tranquil cloud sect. But now, Yi Yuan was going to fall on the 9 Heavens Road. How could that not make people sigh regretfully? And what caused this sort of tragedy to happen was precisely these few so-called elders in front of his eyes who were playing politics. How could this not make him displeased? Hence, Hu Changsheng, who was always a nice person, finally blew his top. Yes, even with Yi Yuan's spectacular performance, Hu Changsheng did not think that Yi Yuan could pass through the 9 Heavens Road. As the deputy dean, he naturally understood much more than the students. The further one went along the 9 Heavens Road, the more challenging it became. Especially at the last 333 steps, the difficulty basically reached an extreme level. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to pass it with his current realm. Hu Changsheng's words left that elder who was surnamed Lin dumbfounded. What could he say? That he was bigger than the Tranquil Cloud sect? Was that not seeking death? Presently, Yi Yuan was already on an illusionary trip. He was currently in the Pill Refinement Room at the Divine Realms Medicine King's Hall. A pill refinement room so vast that it could be a training room for martial arts, tens of times greater than Feng Ruoqing's refinement room. It could be called extravagant. Yi Yuan would treat other aspects of himself shabbily with the sole exception of this pill refinement room and things related to it. No matter what, he would not treat himself badly or underperform on this aspect, because the alchemy D realm was his lifelong goal. Limitless Cauldron, one of the best pill cauldrons in the divine realm. It was formerly Yi Yuan's greatest love. Apart from that, various pill refining tools and herbal ingredients were all here. Everything here was so familiar. Yi Yuan spent over 300 years in this pill refinement room. To Yi Yuan, he was even more familiar with this refinement room than his bedchamber. There were no mirrors in his pill refinement room, but Yi Yuan knew that he definitely recovered his previous life's appearance. Appearance is born from the heart. This illusionary realm is seriously realistic. It can actually completely dig out the things buried within my heart so thoroughly. Even though I know it's an illusionary realm, I still don't wish to wake up. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. After Yi Yuan entered the 9 Heavens Road's second stage, he suddenly felt his head was incomparably heavy. After a bout of dizziness, he appeared in his former refinement room. Yi Yuan already confirmed that he entered an illusionary realm nearly straight away. Illusionary realms might look completely harmless, but it was extremely dangerous. Those students who went insane after challenging the 9 Heavens Road basically lost themselves after failing this second stage. The average person who ventured deep into an illusionary world would often unable to extricate themselves out from it. They would be swept inside instantly and finally lose themselves inside it. Only someone with a firm heart could free themselves from the illusion world and return to reality. However, this process was tremendously arduous. Even Mo Yuntian, who was so powerful back, then spent several days before he could awaken. To talk about a firm heart, the previous life's Qin Yunzi was not that powerful either. However, he had changed dramatically today and became countless times more mature than the previous life's Qin Yunzi in terms of mentality. In addition, his heart for vengeance was incomparably firm. How could ordinary illusionary worlds mesmerize him? Without talking about how Yi Yuan himself was a great array master, even if his strength today was lacking and unable to break the array, it was still insanely difficult for illusion arrays to make him fall for them. No matter how powerful this 9 Heavens Road was, it was nothing but an array formation from the lower realms. It was still considered as nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. This was also his greatest reliance to dare to tackle the 9 Heavens Road. Except, seeing through the illusion world did not mean being able to break the illusion world, and it also did not mean willingness to break the illusion world. This Nine Heavens road was extremely remarkable to directly look at the human heart. Even somebody like Yi Yuan was unwilling to leave, just like that, after seeing this place filled with cherished memories. These things had accompanied Yi Yuan for 300 years. Every blade of GRAS, and every tree was filled with feelings. With a casual wave, the limitless cauldron turned into a remarkably small and exquisite pill cauldron in Yi Yuan's hand. The feeling when his fingers came into contact with the limitless cauldron was exactly the same as back then. Of course it would be exactly the same, because this illusionary realm was birthed from his inner thoughts. If time could rewind, how great would that be? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. Chapter 97, Heart Realm. Chapter 97, Heart Realm. Dong dong dong. Just as Yi Yuan was lost in his emotions, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Are you in there, Yuan?" That familiar yet foreign voice sounded out from outside the door. Yi Yuan could never forget this voice, even if he turned to ashes, because it was the voice belonging to his father, Ji Zhengyang. Zhengyang Zi and Qingyun Zi were only Dao Ti. Please at the outside world dedicated to them. Qingyun Zi and his father were originally surnamed Ji. In the divine realm, any alchemist who reached the realm of Alchemy Emperor would be addressed respectfully with Zi. Directly calling an Alchemy Emperor with his name was a great disrespect and could very well anger the Alchemy Emperor. And the vastness of an Alchemy Emperor's network was unimaginable to the average person. Even though he was clearly aware that he was currently inside an illusionary realm, Yi Yuan still shuddered uncontrollably. Casually firing out a spell, the door to the pill refinement room automatically opened, revealing Ji Xingyang's figure. Seeing this familiar figure once again, Yi Yuan's eyes immediately became moist. Ji Xingyang entered with a faint smile. When he saw Yi Yuan's wet eyes, he could not help but be surprised. "Why is your face covered in tears, Yun?" Yi Yuan, who had transformed into Ji Qingyun, was fully aware that this was inside an illusionary realm, but he still could not resist explaining. "Father, when Yun was preparing the herbs just now, I used a melancholy gathering GRAS and accidentally got the fumes in my eyes. That's why I'm like this." Melancholy gathering GRAS was a 9th rank herb with extremely powerful stimulating effects. Even with Ji Qingyun's status as an alchemy emperor, if he got the fumes in his eyes, he would also cry nonstop. Yi Yuan did not know why he would inexplicably come up with a white lie, even though he knew perfectly well that the Ji Xingyang in front of his eyes did not exist. As expected, Ji Xingyang laughed when he heard it. "Yin is overly careless. Even father dares not to overlook this melancholy gathering GRAS. How could you be so careless?" Yi Yuan quietly received this teaching. Father is right. Yin will be more careful next time. Ji Xingyang let out a sigh and said, "Oh Yun Father knows that you're infatuated with the alchemy Dao, but there isn't only the alchemy Dao in this world. Cooping yourself up in a pill refinement room all the time will do you no good." Yi Yuan once again replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Father. Yin knows when to stop." Ji Xingyang shook his head and said, You, what do you want to say about you? The alchemy Dao is boundless and everlasting. Even if we pour our entire lives into it, it would be hard to even glimpse a 10,000th of it. Even if you really stepped into the deity realm in the future and become an alchemy GOD, it is but another beginning. When alive, one has to take note of many other things. You will see that the vastness of this world far exceeds your imagination when you step outside of the pill refinement room. You should learn more from your senior apprentice brother about this point. Yi Yuan's face changed upon mentioning his senior apprentice brother. The killing intent in his heart unconsciously welled up, but was quickly pressed down. The current Yi Yuan could not be compared to the past. If he did not even have this bit of shrewdness, how could he talk about revenge? One had to know that what he was worse off than his senior apprentice brother was not limited to cultivation realm, but instead, he fell behind in all aspects. And wasn't this illusionary realm an excellent place for Yi Yuan to temper his heart realm? Although he knew that this illusion array was automatically activated and body knew what was happening inside, Yi Yuan still did not wish to expose these things that were buried in the innermost part of his heart. Firstly, it was to temper his heart realm. Secondly, it was to prepare for all contingencies. After all, his origin was simply overly startling. If it was leaked, it might be hard to not arouse some big trouble. And Yi Yuan's current strength was far from being able to protect himself. However, Ji Xingyang apparently seemed to have discovered Yi Yuan's flash of killing intent and was very puzzled. "What's wrong? You had a conflict with your senior apprentice brother?" Yi Yuan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, father. It's just a small spat. It will be fine after this period of time." Ji Xingyang then smiled and said, "So that's the case. Then it's fine. A peaceful family will prosper. Small fights and arguments are fine. But if you two brothers turn on each other, this Medicine King Hall will decline sooner or later." Yi Yuan secretly sighed. This was more than just turning on each other. This scoundrel killed the master who imparted to him all his abilities and raised him for several hundred years. He even murdered his master's only son. Such an unfilial son could not be tolerated by heaven and earth. Ji Kanglin, when I return to the divine realm someday, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. I will. I wonder why father came to look for this child. Although the killing intent in his heart was billowing to the skies, Yi Yuan did not let out the slightest bit. Yi Yuan knew that he seemed to have broken through in terms of his heart realm. After hearing that, Ji Xingyang smacked his own head and smiled wryly. "You see, I'm already old and muddle-headed. I forgot about the proper business after talking to you. Father has refined a half-step divine pill and was about to convene a pill appreciation grand assembly. When visitors from all around come to congratulate a few days later, you and your senior apprentice brother shall arrange all the matters. Don't treat the guests discourteously." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. Just now, he was immersed in past events and completely did not think about what time the illusionary realm brought him to. Only now that Ji Xingyang mentioned it, did Yi Yuan suddenly awakened. This so-called pill appreciation grand assembly was precisely when Ji Kanglin revealed his fangs. What pill appreciation grand assembly was this? This was simply a father and brother killing grand assembly. The so-called visitors from all around were also single-handedly arranged by Ji Kanglin. He really did not know how Ji Kanglin operated over these few years to suddenly bring over dozens of divine kings. With the inside colluding with the outside, they swiftly brought down the Medicine King Hall. The Medicine King Hall was also a top-tier power in the divine realm. Just the divine kings under Xingyang Zi's command numbered over a dozen. But Ji Kanglin had handled everything for several hundred years, causing the Medicine King Hall to fall apart immediately. Ji Qingyun was oblivious to the outside world, so he was hoodwinked by everything that happened. Even after he reincarnated today, he still could not understand just how Ji Kanglin did all those things under the eyes of the father-son pair. When he closed his eyes to await death, he was seized with remorse over his usual indifference. But it was already too late for regrets. Ji Xingyang was dead and his doubt dissipated. Hence, the purpose of Yi Yuan's existence in this life was to do two things. The first thing was to personally kill Ji Kanglin and avenge this immense hatred. The second was to figure out just what force was supporting Ji Kanglin from behind. Yi Yuan believed that Ji Kanglin would undoubtedly be unable to do this alone. Wisconsin H.I. Plussing to overturn a colossal bring, such as the Medicine King Hall, the force behind Ji Kanglin must surely be powerful to the point it terrifies people at the sight of it. But so what? If he cannot take revenge for father, then what was the point of him, Ji Qingyun, reincarnating? He, Ji Qingyun, live his life proudly. How could he possibly lead this sort of Obli life. Even if taking revenge was harder than reaching the heavens, Ji Qingyun would still try reaching this heaven. Wasn't it just practicing martial arts? Since Ji Qingyun was able to be hailed as the alchemist closest to alchemy Ji, during his previous life, he could become a martial artist most likely to step into the deity realm in this life. How could a tiny little nine heavens road thwart me, Ji Qingyun, on my heaven-trampling journey? Don't worry, father. It's only a small matter between senior apprentice brother and me. This child will definitely work together with senior apprentice brother and manage the matter of welcoming guests properly, Yi Yuan smiled and said. Even as surging waves billowed in his heart, Yi Yuan obstinately did not reveal the slightest bit. Yi Yuan did not permit even the slightest flaw in his heart realm. The more one was facing a powerful enemy, the more one had to maintain the steadiness of their heart state. When experts exchange blows, what was fought was not only strength, but also the strength of the heart. Then I can rest at ease. Ji Xingyang laughed heartily and said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Chapter 98. Heart Like Still Water. Chapter 98. Heart Like Still Water. There was complete silence at the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak. Yi Yuan had already stood at the fifth step for 4 hours, while he only used a total of 2 hours to clear the first 333 steps. The students looked at that figure halfway up the mountain. From the initial shock to excitement, then to dejection, and all the way until the current size of regret and pity. The fever fell from the highest point down to the freezing point. Yi Yuan's Russ. Plussing style involuntarily gave everyone a feeling of a strong beginning, but a weak ending. The first stage was too quick, but the second stage was a failure right at the start. The difference between before and after was too great. At this point, body thought that Yi Yuan could make it anymore. Their confidence gradually faded along with the passing of time. Standing for 4 hours on one step, they were still 328 steps behind. How would he pass? Playing tricks. He must have used some trickery to gain advantage previously. That's why it went so smoothly. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Based on past experiences, the second stage of the Nine Heavens Road could very well be an eternal illusionary realm. And the derivative of this illusionary realm would become increasingly terrifying along with the increase in steps. Finally, it would leave people unable to extricate themselves. Yi Yuan already sunk in so deeply at the fifth step, I'm afraid it's hopeless to save the situation. Zhang Songtao also made a rare remark at this time. Hu Changxing looked at Yi Yuan with a grave expression. How could he not know what Zhang Songtao said? After so many years of fumbling about, even though the specific situations inside the Nine Heavens Road could not be confirmed, they were still able to conjecture many things according to the student's performance. Without a doubt, this second stage's content was the easiest to confirm, because almost all the students who survived this round became insane. Clearly, they lost their minds inside the illusionary realm. And in this second stage, the earlier one fell for the illusionary realm, the more dangerous it became. This illusionary realm was able to continuously develop as it derived nonstop. The further it went, the more realistic it became, and the more they would not be able to extricate themselves. Basically, those who got trapped so early like Yi Yuan had virtually no possibility of escaping the illusionary realm. A pity. A pinnacle genius, who could have been extraordinarily splendors, actually plummeted here. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but somebody like him was destined to not walk far, because he failed to show restraint. Yeah, too tough, and it's easily broken. Yi Yuan doesn't know how to tolerate. That's why he challenged the Academy's rules, which resulted to his end. To him, Lin Tianqing was doomed to be a minor character. There would have been thousands of ways to mess him to death. Why did he have to be impulsive? Disperse then. Let's go. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. It's impossible for him to wake up. Quite a few people already lost their patience and faith and left in groups. In the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan saw Ji Kanglin once again. You finally exited seclusion, junior apprentice brother. This brother waited for a long time. There are more and more guests these few days. I already can't handle it anymore. If you don't come out, I would have gone to Master and washed my hands off this matter." Seeing Yi Yuan, Ji Kanglin laughed. Yi Yuan's emotions were somewhat chaotic. Seeing this great enemy again, Yi Yuan was unable to keep a calm state of mind, even though this was inside an illusionary realm. Yi Yuan had methods to break apart the illusionary realm. However, he did not do so. He did not wish to alter the direction the illusionary realm was heading to and fight to the death with Ji Kanglin, because that was meaningless. He wanted to make use of this illusionary realm to advance his heart realm. Heart realm was something fleeting and abstruse and looked like it was completely useless towards cultivation. Very few martial artists placed their thoughts on it as well. However, Yi Yuan knew that heart realm was extremely useful towards a martial artist's future cultivation road. It even determined, to a certain extent, the martial artist's potential and limit. To martial artists, heart realm was something akin to adding wings to a tiger. If two martial artists with the exact same cultivation strength were to battle it out, the final victor would definitely be the one with a higher heart realm. To Yi Yuan, even the slightest increase in strength was extremely valuable. "My apologies. I've let senior apprentice brother wait for too long." Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the killing intent inside him and apologized. "Since when have us brothers been so distant? Brother is only joking with you. Don't take it to heart, junior apprentice brother. I know that junior apprentice brother is pursuing the great alchemy Tao and doesn't like to be distracted by mundane matters. I will do my best to take on what I can handle. Except the ace assembly this time around is crucial to our Medicine King Hall. So I have no other options but to invite junior apprentice brother out." Ji Kanglin was filled with sincerity without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. And, Body could have seen through his wild ambitions. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "I'll naturally help senior apprentice brother share the burden." The following few days, Yi Yuan followed Ji Kanglin and began to busy themselves with the various matters of the pill appreciation grandis assembly. Even if these things were what he hated the most in the past, Yi Yuan still did them conscientiously, as if he was wholly immersed in the illusionary realm and substitute toot himself inside. In the first place, it was himself. This posed no challenge at all to Yi Yuan. The pill appreciation grand ace assembly went according to the planned routine. Then Ji Kanglin finally revealed his fangs. Due to the fact that they drank a poison during the pill appreciation grand ace assembly, which made people temporarily lose their abilities, Ji Zhengyang and Ji Qingyun were already currently lambs awaiting slaughter. "Master, don't blame this disciple for being heartless. This disciple also can't help it." Ji Kanglin pointed the sword in his hand at Ji Zhengyang. Ji Zhengyang's heart was akin to dead ashes. He shut his eyes and said, "Now that things have come to this, no point talking anymore. I only wish that you can spare Yunur's life." Hearing that, Ji Kanglin smiled sinisterly. "My apologies, respectable master. I'm afraid I can't satisfy this dying wish of yours. If the roots of the weeds aren't removed, they will grow again come spring. I don't want to leave behind an enemy with such potential. Junior apprentice Brother Yun's talent is a Stony's. Plusing. As long as he's given a chance, he will probably have the strength to threaten me after several decades. Finest. Plusing. Ji Kanglin swung his longsword. A gleam of sword light shot directly towards Yi Yuan. At this time, Ji Zhengyang's body suddenly moved. He blocked this sword light for Yi Yuan. Without essence energy to protect his body, Ji Zhengyang's body was instantaneously pulverized by the sword light. At the same time, the might of Ji Zhengyang's divine soul abruptly erupted and swept towards Ji Kanglin. Seeing the situation, Ji Kanglin howled, "You miserable old fool! You actually ignited your divine soul. Do you want your soul to dissipate?" Rumble. A violent clash. Ji Zhengyang's divine soul crumbled away, while Ji Tsanglong also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had also sustained injuries that were not minor. Yi Yuan looked on at this scene coldly, and did not become agitated, nor was he indignant. There was not even any trace of emotion. Having experienced once again this scene, which was engraved into his bones and heart, it was equivalent to prying open the scars in his heart. This sort of spiritual pain was something that the average person could not feel. Yet, when the illusionary realm reached this moment, it was also incredibly dangerous. If he could not make it through, Yi Yuan would no longer exist after today. Ji Kanglin held the sword as he clutched his chest and walked towards Yi Yuan step by step. Don't blame senior apprentice brother, Junior Yun. I also can't help it myself. Take care along the way, Ji Kanglin said as he was walking. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin and suddenly gave a light smile. Yi Yuan crossed his legs to sit and shut his eyes as if he totally gave up resisting. However, as Ji Kanglin's approached, the aura on Yi Yuan's body gradually became fleeting, until towards the end, his aura could not be sensed at all, as if he had died. With a slash, the entire world gradually became dim, fainter and hazier. Finally, it vanished. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and felt the real world, muttering to himself, "Is this heart like still water?" Chapter 99, Essence Energy Vortex. Chapter 99, Essence Energy Vortex. Inside the pavilion opposite the Nine Heavens Peak, Su Yubai stood up and patted the dust off his body. Nothing to see anymore. Let's go. It's hopeless for Yi Yuan. I even thought that he had some reliance to dare tackle the Nine Heavens Road. In the end, he only crossed 5 steps in the second stage and was done. I don't want to watch anymore either. Waste of time. Time to go. Time to go. After such a long time, turns out it's a farce. I still thought that there was some show to watch. After messing around for the greater part of a day, he's still the same as the rest. Su Yubai walked off, and the other elders naturally lost interest and stood up one after another. They watched Yi Yuan stand there unmoved for 4 hours, and were actually bored out of their minds already. Now that they were sure Yi Yuan would not wake up, they naturally felt that there was no longer the need to watch on. Su Yubai circled past the stone table and led the crowd out of the pavilion. After just a few steps, there was suddenly a commotion coming from the students at the foot of the mountain. Quick, look! Yi Yuan moved. And? He's actually meditating on the spot? What's he trying to do? He's not thinking about cultivating on the spot, right? Or has he already run amok? Does running amok look like that? Doesn't seem so. Looking at this appearance, it seems more like cultivating. But what's the use of doing something like embracing Buddha's feet at his hour of need? Yi Yuan always exceeds expectations when doing things. I really don't know what he's trying to do. But looking at his appearance, he should have just escaped from inside the illusionary realm. But he only walked 5 steps. How is he going to cross the remaining steps at the back? Yi Yuan's actions finally let the frustrated crowd find a topic of conversation once again. All manners of speculations spread out among the crowd. The 3 people, Hu Yin-yong, Feng Ruoqing, and Feng Zhiro, who were initially already in despair, finally let out a sigh of relief right now. This rascal really scared me to death. I even thought that he won't ever wake up anymore. Hu Yin-yong exclaimed and wiped away his cold sweat. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, continued to watch Yi Yuan silently, as if she had discovered something. What is it, Teacher Feng? Is something wrong? Hu Yin-yong asked curiously. Teacher Hu Yin, do you feel that Yi Yuan's aura isn't quite right? Hu Yin-yong felt Yi Yuan's aura, and sure enough, he felt that something was amiss. This rascal, why is the aura of his body becoming increasingly weaker? Could some problem have occurred? Feng Ruoqing shook her head. Clearly, she also could not make clear the situation. However, their perceptions were locked onto Yi Yuan, but they discovered that Yi Yuan's aura became increasingly weaker, progressively weaker, until in the end, it actually directly vanished. The 3 people were completely stunned. His aura vanished? Could it be that he's already dead? Su Yubai had clearly also discovered Yi Yuan's transformation. Elder Lin suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Elder Su, that Yi Yuan's aura has already completely vanished. Did he already die on the Nine Heavens Road? With Elder Lin's words, Su Yubai became even more certain about his idea. Quas. I. Plussing the wild elation in his heart, Su Yubai nodded and said, "Although the situation is somewhat bizarre, his aura has indeed completely vanished. Looks like he's really dead already." Snort. Sliding the Elder's counsel. This outcome was deserved. Leaving a whole corpse can be counted as letting him off lightly. Elder Lin derided coldly. Haha. Dean, who already said that this was a student's right. Since he chose this way of dying, and he's already dead now, it also counts as us Elder's counsel in forcing the Academy's rules. Su Yubai's current mood was evidently excellent, and turned around to console Elder Lin instead. Although the process was a little winded, Yi Yuan finally still died. He had finally helped the Su family to eliminate this hidden danger. Inside the pavilion, Hu Changsheng looked at Yi Yuan's corpse, gave a long sigh, and also got up to prepare to leave. Majority of the heaven-ranked students with higher cultivation also discovered Yi Yuan's abnormal condition. After feeling sorry for him, they involuntarily, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One long tang already crushed them until they could not breathe. With the addition of an even more monstrous Yi Yuan, their life in the future would be even worse off. Didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Yi Yuan actually died on the 5th step? Oh, old Long. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, he's already has been. You also saw the terror of the Nine Heavens Road. Are you still going to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Zhuobuguei said to Long Tang. Long Tang narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he did not really believe the truth in front of him. Yi Yuan charged through the 1st stage so smoothly. How could he possibly fall at the 5th step in the 2nd stage? This was too absurd. Hearing Zhuobuguei's words, Long Tang nodded and said, "Even if the Nine Heavens Road were a mountain of knives or a flaming sea, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I would still challenge it. Either I succeed or I perish." Plus, you're seriously stubborn. Forget it. I know that you're proud and arrogant. I won't be able to persuade you. Since you're giving me your rank of the 1st place with both hands, I'll kindly accept it. 1st place? What the point of 1st place in the Danwu Academy? If you like it so much, then take it, Long Tang said nonchalantly. Sigh, you've really been poisoned deeply. He's already dead. Are you still going to keep watching? Watch a while more. I keep feeling that Yi Yuan won't die so easily. Since when did you become like this, old Long? He's clearly already. What's going on? While the two were talking, they suddenly felt some irregular movements happening to the surrounding essence energy. The students at the foot of the mountain already started preparing to leave when suddenly a wild wind whistled past, and the essence energy around them started becoming thinner. What's happening? The Nine Heavens Peak is a land with extremely abundant essence energy. How come now the energy became so thin? Could it be that someone is breaking through? It's Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan is breaking through. Somebody shouted from within the crowd, drawing everyone's eyes toward Yi Yuan once again. It was only to see that the essence energy in the vicinity of the Nine Heavens Peak surged towards Yi Yuan frenziedly at this moment. With Yi Yuan as the center, it formed a storm of enormous essence energy, an essence energy vortex. Yi Yuan's aura also swiftly grew stronger. Hu Yin-yong and Feng Ruoqing exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This is heart like still water. Yi Yuan, he actually reached the heart like still water realm. This is simply inconceivable. Even among crystal formation realms, there were only extremely few people who actually reached such level in terms of heart realm. This is a realm from the legends. Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence chi realm. So how'd he do it? Hu Yin-yong sucked in a cold breath. Feng Ruoqing's eyes flashed. Clearly, she was also in the midst of shock. Pretty soon, it's not going to be 6th level essence chi realm anymore. He's about to break through right now. This punk is seriously too shocking. He only just broke through to the 6th level essence chi realm a few days back. And now he's actually going to cross a minor stage again and directly reach the 7th level essence chi realm. Truly terrifying. Hu Yin was astounded, but seeing how Yi Yuan was so peerlessly talented, he also felt quite pleased in his heart. No matter what, Yi Yuan's relations, H.I. plus P with the academy was sowed. He also felt extremely proud for such a genius to walk out of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy. Feng Ruoqing took a deep breath and questioned, 7th level Essence Qi Realm? Look at this amount of essence energy. Teacher Huyin, is it only the 7th level Essence Qi Realm? Chapter 100, Peak 9th level Essence Qi Realm. Chapter 100, Peak 9th level Essence Qi Realm. Only after hearing what Feng Ruoqing said was Hu Yin stunned. Sensing the increasingly wilder essence energy vortex, Hu Yin was once again shocked. The feeling of this essence energy vortex almost caught up to breaking through the spirit condensation realm. Such violent essence energy. Was Yi Yuan not afraid that he would be stuffed to death? However, heart like still water was a legendary realm. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really digest it. Thinking up to here, Hu Yin could not help but look forward to it. This rascal really brings people surprises repeatedly. Hu Yin was secretly excited. However, Su Yubai's expression currently did not look good. He originally already confirmed Yi Yuan's death. Now, not only did Yi Yuan come back to life, he even started breaking through by taking advantage of the situation. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 6th level Essence Qi Realm. He was actually going to break through again. Right now, Su Yubai could only curse that Yi Yuan was stuffed to death by this violent essence energy vortex. Also, Yi Yuan actually reached the heart like still water realm from the legends on the Nine Heavens Road. He had lived for such a long time, and he did not even know what was called heart like still water. Yet a 15-year-old brat like Yi Yuan actually reached such a level in heart realm. After raging, Su Yubai suddenly felt waves of uneasiness. He suddenly recalled the words that Yi Yuan said 3 days back. I'll remember this, you old fart. Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year. The words were still echoing in Su Yubai's ears. Back then, he only treated it as a joke. But now, Su Yubai's heart started to become uneasy. Within a year? He can't really do it, right? Thinking up to here, Su Yubai shuddered uncontrollably. The wild essence energy vortex started roaring with Yi Yuan as its center and shrouded a radius of several hundred meters. The students sensed that the surrounding essence energy was virtually sucked dry. Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and greedily absorbed the essence energy surrounding the 9 heavens peak. His aura could be clearly seen as it rose swiftly. However, Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the vortex, did not move even in the slightest, as if he was still a dead man. This movement and stillness gave everyone a huge contrast, making them felt the situation was very odd. Nevertheless, what people were most concerned with was what Yi Yuan was trying to do. Such an enormous essence energy vortex could completely let a martial artist break through to the spirit condensation realm. Was this Yi Yuan trying to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm? Under everyone's dumbstruck faces, Yi Yuan used heart like still water to revolve the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The efficiency actually became several times faster than normal. He frenziedly refined the essence energy to bring it into his dantian. His cultivation realm was also in the process of steadily rising. The cultivation breakthrough this time around was not Yi Yuan initiating the breakthrough, but rather it followed naturally after the breakthrough in Heart Realm. As the saying went, when the water was full, it automatically overflowed. This was that logic. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm without any surprises, stepping into the final minor stage in the Essence Qi realm. However, this was just the beginning. The Essence Energy Vortex did not show any sign of stopping, and Yi Yuan continued to refine Essence Energy ceaselessly. Too maniacal. He absorbed so much essence energy and only broke through to the 7th level essence chi realm. If it were me, it would probably be enough to reach the 8th level essence chi realm. Yeah, what he's cultivating is definitely not the Academy's cultivation law. It's impossible for the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws to have this kind of effects. When you compare people, people have to die. When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. I wonder if I can be as monstrous as Yi Yuan if I cultivate such a powerful cultivation law. Are you still sleeping? Don't talk about cultivating Yi Yuan's cultivation law. Are you even able to cultivate the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws? High-tier cultivation laws are incomparably profound. If everybody could cultivate them, then wouldn't everyone be able to ascend to the divine realm? That's true. But how is Yi Yuan trying to break through? Looking at his appearance, is he not going to give up if he doesn't break through to the spirit condensation realm? Initially, I thought that way too, but looking at his current performance, the amount of essence energy required to break through to the spirit condensation realm must definitely be horrifying. Even though this essence energy vortex is powerful, I'm afraid it isn't sufficient for him to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Under the crowd's discussions, Yi Yuan's cultivation steadily rose and rapidly broke through to the peak of 7th level essence chi realm. Then, it directly broke through to the 8th level essence chi realm, following which Yi Yuan's momentum did not slow down in the slightest. His aura became even more vigorous until he broke through to the 9th level essence chi realm before finally gradually slowing. Finally, Yi Yuan's realm stopped at the peak 9th level essence chi realm, just a single step away from the spirit condensation realm. The essence energy vortex dispersed, and Yi Yuan slowly got up. He muttered to himself, "In a previous life, I cultivated to the divine king level without having any breakthrough in heart realm. I didn't think that while I'm currently only at the essence chi realm, I would unexpectedly have such breakthrough." Martial artists placed emphasis on essence energy, but disparaged heart realm. I didn't expect heart realm to actually be so important. Perhaps that intangible, abstruse, heaven-man unity might even have some sort of connection with the deity realm. There was also the distinction between realms within the heart realm, except it was not as systematic as cultivation realms. It was also somewhat hard to grasp. Heart realm was divided into 3 realms. They were respectively heart like still water, heart like monolith, and the mythical heaven-man unity. Heart realm could not be trained. One could only rely on lucky chances and enlightened comprehension. Heart like still water, akin to an old well without ripples. It was easy to say, but in reality, it was extremely difficult to achieve. The world was plagued with turmoil and confusion. How could it be simple to truly achieve heart like still water when in the midst of the pugilistic world? Those who could reach heart like still water realm probably would not number more than 10 in the entire endless world. Yi Yuan initially did not expect to break through the heart realm either. He immersed himself inside the illusionary realm all so that he could for when meeting Ji Kanglin in the future. Ji Kanglin's might was not something that the average person could comprehend. Even if he cultivated to the divine king level once again, Yi Yuan also did not have confidence in killing him. If Yi Yuan was unable to remain calm and collected when facing Ji Kanglin in the future, then the person who would be defeated would very well be himself. In reality, it was already extremely perilous for Yi Yuan just now in the illusionary realm. He was already at the edge of losing himself. However, when Ji Zhengyang died yet again due to protecting him, something flashed across Yi Yuan's heart, and he comprehended heart like still water at the moment of crisis. That was how he broke the illusionary realm and exited. Heart like still water was actually not that amazing in the divine realm. Martial artists at the divine king level could basically all reach this realm. Of course, with the exception of Yi Yuan. However, heart like monolith was not so easy to attain. According to what Yi Yuan knew, there was scarcely anyone who reached that level, even among the divine realm's divine kings. As for the mythical heaven-man unity, Yi Yuan had never heard of anyone who accomplished it. Looks like the person who created the Nine Heavens Road had reached the heart, like still water realm in the past. He fused his understanding into the illusionary realm to help students sense it. Seriously impressive. Except, I'm afraid it would be difficult to comprehend this heart like still water if one didn't have Ma's Civ Lucky encounters. Yi Yuan had already praised this Nine Heavens Road more than once. Yi Yuan must admit that the difficulty of this Nine Heavens Road had said his imaginations. He even nearly lost himself while in the illusionary realm, let alone the other students. Even those students who had made it past the Nine Heavens Road most likely only forced their way through it. They were, however, unable to comprehend the true essence of the Nine Heavens Road. This Nine Heavens Road was actually a vast treasure trove. This middle stage of 333 steps no longer posed any more challenge to Yi Yuan now that his heart realm had already broken through to heart like still water realm. He made his move and headed directly for the third stage. Chapter 101. Former Hall Master, Martial Hall. Chapter 101. Former Hall Master, Martial Hall. Yi Yuan ascended the following steps like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Having reached the heart like still water realm, this Nine Heavens Road's illusionary realm practically only existed nominally to him. He ascended one step after another, strong and firm, and crossed the entire second stage in an instant. Suyubai's face turned completely black looking at this scene. He had already sentenced Yi Yuan to death twice and did not expect Yi Yuan to revive again. Not only did he revive, but he was also living even stronger. Now, he could not leave, nor could he stay. He stood there very awkwardly. He was not resigned to leaving either. If he did not witness Yi Yuan being annihilated by the Nine Heavens Road with his own eyes, he would not feel at ease when eating and sleeping even if he returned. But he had already walked out of the pavilion. How could he not leave now? Could it be that he had to turn back, sit down, and be critical about it? He could not afford to lose his face. Suyubai's face alternated color several times. Finally, he swept his sleeves and left. The other elders actually really wanted to see if Yi Yuan could succeed in his challenge. This was a historic moment. However, they saw that Suyubai had left, so they naturally did not find it appropriate to sit back down. They could only follow along. On the other side, Zhubugue watched Yi Yuan's steady footsteps and involuntarily swallowed his saliva. To actually break through in such a manner on the Nine Heavens Road, he truly no longer knew how to describe Yi Yuan. But at this moment, Long Tang suddenly turned around and was about to leave. Zhubugue was stupefied and hurriedly asked, "You aren't watching anymore, old Long?" Long Tang did not slow his footsteps and merely wave his hands with his back facing Zhubugue. "The overall situation has been set. There's nothing to see anymore. I'll go make my preparations. The next one will be me. Finus. H.I. Plusing, Long Tang left straight away. The overall situation has been set." Zhubugue repeated this and then muttered, "He's so sure that Yi Yuan can clear it? Even if he already broke through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm, it's still only the Essence Chi realm. The last 333 steps are the most challenging segment of the road. Can an Essence Chi realm cross it?" Naturally, N.O. Body answered him. The only response he got was Long Tang's solid footsteps. Stepping onto the 667th step, the illusion in front of Yi Yuan immediately vanished and changed back to the Nine Heavens Road's initial appearance, a set of steps connecting to the heavens. Yet this time around, a green-robed elder appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He had a benevolent look with the airs of an expert. "Young man, to have made it here shows that you're a person with unmatched talent. However, this third stage is the most challenging round in the entire Nine Heavens Road. Are you ready for it?" The old man actually opened his mouth to talk when he saw Yi Yuan. He actually had his own consciousness. But Yi Yuan already saw that he was an apparition at first glance. Hence, he was not overly alarmed. To actually leave a trace of divine sense behind on the Nine Heavens Road. Could it be that this Nine Heavens Road was created by Senior? Yi Yuan did not answer the old man's question, but asked another question instead. The old man could not help being surprised by Yi Yuan asking that. You can actually see through my apparition? Such a wonder, a wonder. Looking at your bone age, you are 15 or 16 years old, yet you have such knowledge. However, this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array was not created by this old man. Rather, it was created by my tranquil cloud sex founding ancestor, Yuya. This old man was about to reach the end of my lifespan. That's why I willingly split a wisp of my divine sense into the 9 heavens road to host the 3rd round. The green-robed old man twirled his beard with a smile as he revealed an admiring look. Clearly, he idolized that person, Yuya, greatly. Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization. Only now did he finally know the 9 heavens road's origins. It was actually established by the tranquil cloud sex founding father, Yuya. From this, one could see that Yuya was definitely a dazzlingly talented individual. Others might not understand, but Yi Yuan could tell that this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array employed the law of 9 and faintly incorporated the heavenly Tao. It was not something that the average person could construct. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could see that this 9 revolution turbid heaven array's power was far beyond this. What was set up on this 9 heavens peak was merely a simplified version of the Grand Array. The Danwu Academy was only the outer sect of the Tranquil Cloud sect. How could the Tranquil Cloud sect possibly lay out the complete version of the array formation here? However, even if it was the simplified version, this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array was still an extremely remarkable array formation. So it turns out that it was created by founding ancestor Yu. No wonder it has such power. Yi Yuan could not resist praising it. And you actually comprehended heart like still water? The old man sized up Yi Yuan and was greatly surprised. Yi Yuan's mental state was calm, akin to an old well without ripples. Clearly, it was the sign of having comprehended heart like still water. The old man willingly guarded the stage, so he naturally understood the array considerably and was aware that this 2nd round incorporated the heart like still water concept. But he did not expect a 15-year-old brat to comprehend it. Yi Yuan smiled lightly, and he said, "This junior comprehended it by luck." Only now did the green-robed old man examine Yi Yuan closely and commented agitatedly, "Good, good, good. It's truly talented people will be born to take over the previous generation. Heaven is protecting my tranquil cloud sect. My tranquil cloud sect will surely revive in the future with such a talent. I've waited for a millennium, and finally I saw hope. Quickly tell me your name, young man." "This junior is Yi Yuan. May I know senior's name?" Yi Yuan asked respectfully. Yi Yuan was still very respectful in his heart towards a figure like him who sacrificed himself for the development of the sect. One had to know that this elder already did not have much lifespan back then. Splitting out divine sense to host the array formation would result in an even greater loss of lifespan. What reason did he have to be discourteous towards such a selfless person? Yi Yuan? Not bad, not bad. This old man is Lu Yen. I'm a Tranquil Cloud sect's 35th generation. Martial Hall Master. So senior is the Martial Hall's Hall Master. This junior pays his respect. Yi Yuan bowed respectfully. Haha, quickly get up, quickly get up. I'm already a dead person. So what's the point of you doing this sort of empty courtesy? I've already hosted this array for over 100 years. My divine sense is about to be exhausted already. To be able to encounter a peerless genius, such as yourself before I perish, this old man can die peacefully. Through special means, divine sense could indeed be sustained for a long time. But there would come a day where it would eventually perish. This Lu Yan's divine sense could at most hold on for another 10 years. At that time, it would completely dissipate from this world. A former powerhouse, yet he still had to return to dust. This was Lu Yan's desolation and also the anguish of all martial artists. Even an unparalleled divine king could not overcome the ravages of time. Nevertheless, Lu Yan was a broad-minded person. He had long treated life and death lightly. I've hosted the 9 Revolutions Turbid Heaven Array for nearly 200 years. Yet, the number of students I met were barely around 10 people. Only that brat called Mo Yuntian from several years back left some impression on me. But compared to you, he was much more inferior. Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan naturally would not blow his own trumpet in front of Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin only hosted for nearly 200 years, he was obviously extremely clear on the situation inside this 9 Heavens road. Those so-called geniuses did not even register on his radar. How could one talk about being a genius if they could not even make it past 3 rounds? What the Tranquil Cloud sect required were not this kind of genius. What was needed were geniuses who could revive the Tranquil Cloud sect, rally, and lead them. The purpose of the 9 Heavens Road's existence also laid here. While Mo Yuntian made it past the 9 Heavens Road, it was merely luck. Heart like still water, and this 3rd round was where the true essence of the 9 Heavens Road laid. Otherwise, why would there be a need to sacrifice a Marshall Hall head's lifespan to host the array formation? Can you promise me something, young man? Lu Yin suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 102, All-Out Array Formations. Chapter 102, All-Out Array Formations. Does Senior Lu want me to aid the Tranquil Cloud sect to eclipse the other sects? From the exchange of words previously, Yi Yuan naturally knew Lu Yan's thoughts. This child is teachable. You indeed understood from just a bit. However, I don't only want you to eclipse the various sects in the southern domain. What I wish for even more is for you to lead the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain. Lu Yin said agitatedly. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled bitterly. Isn't Senior Lu thinking too highly of me? I'm just a junior at the Essence Chi realm. You don't have to be modest. To be able to comprehend heart like still water, your future accomplishments are limitless. I only hope that when you possess sufficient strength, you will remember the water's source. That's all. Lu Yin was already a dead man, so he naturally would not demand great help from shallow relations. I+P. If the request were too overboard, Yi Yuan would never agree. Even if he promised, it would also be impossible for him to do it in the future. Remembering the water's source, these 4 words, H-I-T the spot nicely. It pointed out that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments were due to the Tranquil Cloud sect, yet did not mention any specific request. What to do in the future would still have to rely on Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan were an ingrate, then these words would obviously be wasted. But if Yi Yuan were someone who valued loyalty and relations, H-I+PS greatly, these words would have buried a seed inside Yi Yuan's heart. Hearing that, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior worries too much. I'm originally a disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Contributing to the sect is expected of me. Lu Yin nodded with a smile. Clearly, he was very pleased with Yi Yuan's reply. He did not need Yi Yuan to promise him anything. It was good enough for Yi Yuan to remember that the Tranquil Cloud sect was good to him. As for whether Yi Yuan could reach that height in the future, Lu Yin had never doubted it. Back then, Yu Wuya's talent did not stand out at all. But ever since he fully comprehended heart like still water in the spirit condensation realm, body could stop his rise anymore. Even if Yi Yuan did not reach Yu Wuya's height, at the very least, he would have adequate strength to bring the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain. The power difference between the northern and southern domains was rather huge. The truly mighty sects in the endless world were mainly all in the northern domain. Back then, the Tranquil Cloud sect was also a major sect in the northern domain. Afterward, because their new generation could not handle things like the older generation, they were swallowed up by the other sects and even nearly lost their foundation. All these years, the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelon had never given up on the goal of returning to the northern domain. However, the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations were poor and barren lands, and their talents were zilch. How could it be easy to want to return to the northern domain? There were also a few people who made it past the 9 Heavens Road these past few years among the Tranquil Cloud 10 Nations Damu Academy. But not a single person had comprehended heart like still water. Lu Yin laughed and exclaimed, "Ha ha! To be able to hear your words, the knot in this old man's heart these few years is finally resolved. Counting the main sect's 9 heavens road, there are still 10 old, undying guarding the stage like this old fellow. But they don't have my fortune. I didn't think that I could witness you crossing the 9 heavens road in my living years. This old man can finally pass S away with a smile." One could see that Lu Yin was indeed extremely satisfied, and he no longer cared about life and death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior doesn't have to be pessimistic. Heaven does not seal off all roads. Perhaps you still have the chance to witness the day the tranquil cloud sect returns to the northern domain." Lu Yin smiled, and he waved his hands. "Don't comfort old me, little brat. Life and death are up to fate. This old man has already seen past it." Lu Yin thought that Yi Yuan was consoling him. But with Yi Yuan's methods, it was not impossible to bring Lu Yin back from the dead as long as he had adequate strength. Yi Yuan did not explain anything either. It would be up to Lu Yin's fate whether or not he could hang on until that day. If he had sufficient strength in the future and Lu Yin's divine sense had not dissipated yet, he would come and help Lu Yin. All right, enough of this nonsense. Even though you comprehended heart like still water, you still have to pass this third round. The third round's raison d'etre is my tranquil cloud sect's supreme skill, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. The might of this set of sword technique is unrivaled. How much you can comprehend is up to you. I will control the power of the array. If you can't hold on, I will withdraw the array and directly let you pass through the third round. Lu Yin said, "The 9 heavens road had stood for 1,000 years before a genius who could comprehend the heart like still water realm came." Lu Yin did not wish for Yi Yuan to be killed by the array. That would be playing too big and risky. After all, Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. His chances of making it through the third stage were honestly not that great. Many thanks for Senior's concern, but please don't control the power of the array formation. If I don't even dare to take on the 9 heavens road, then what qualifications does this junior have to help the sect return to the northern domain? Yi Yuan rejected Lu Yin's good intentions instead. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually receive this sort of preferential treatment. But after thinking about it, he still rejected it. He comprehended heart like still water in the second round, so he became curious about the third stage. Even heart like still water was only placed in the second round. If one said the third round, what benefits could they receive? At this point, he would no longer look down on the tranquil cloud sect. Yuya was an absolute genius, but why had he never heard of his name before in the divine realm? But to be able to comprehend heart like still water in the lower realms, the sword art he left behind was definitely worth a look. Lu Yin naturally did not know what Yi Yuan was thinking and thought that it was because of his pride and arrogance. He could not resist to persuade Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, the power of this Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art is extraordinary. Even for the sake of testing genius students, there were still many spirit condensation realm students who fell to this sword art. Although you comprehended the heart like still water realm, your power is shallow after all. It's better to think first before you act. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't Senior tell me to comprehend the sword art just now? If you control the might of the sword art, then how can my insights be deep? If I learn a half-S Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art later, then wouldn't it be a joke?" This, Lu Yin had no words to retort with. Yi Yuan continued saying, "Senior, this junior is aware that you are doing this for my own good. But which true powerhouse grew up inside a greenhouse? Wanting to become an expert of my generation in a completely stable and safe way is undoubtedly a fool's talk. I believe that Senior Yuya also went through nearly certain death back then before he could have such achievements, right?" Lu Yin involuntarily let out a long sigh after hearing that, and then he said, "Looks like this old man was mistaken. I actually couldn't see things as clearly as a teenage brat like you. Forget it. Regardless of time or fate, try your best." Yi Yuan bowed towards Lu Yin and said, "Many thanks to Senior for allowing it." Finus, H. I. Plusing. Lu Yan's figure vanished, and the array immediately seethed with killing intent. Yi Yuan could feel that this was a true blue killing array. One would lose their life on the spot if they let their guard down. At the same time, the back segment of the Nine Heavens Road became enshrouded in clouds. Yi Yuan's figure also disappeared from everyone's sight. Everybody could feel the waves of killing intent coming from the Nine Heavens Road. Even those spirit condensation realm martial artists also felt their scalp tingle involuntarily. Even the outside world could sense such vivid killing intent, let alone Yi Yuan, who was residing within the array. Everyone's hearts tightened, and their initial confidence in Yi Yuan turned into anxiousness right now. They knew that Yi Yuan was about to face the most terrifying stage. Could he really make it through? Chapter 103. Sword Intent versus Sword Intent. Chapter 103. Sword Intent versus Sword Intent. What's going on? The power of this array is not right. Huiyin Yong felt a chill run down his back when he sensed the surging killing intent from the Nine Heavens Road. Feng Ruoqing knitted her brows and said, "Why would the third stage have such incredible power?" "That's right. I was also present back then when Mo Yuntian challenged the Nine Heavens Road. There wasn't such a piercingly cold sword intent from the third stage. Could it be because Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water?" Huiyin Yong sucked in a deep breath and said, "The Nine Heavens Road's array will become stronger when it encounters someone stronger." Could it be that the Nine Heavens Road's judgment of Yi Yuan had already surpassed? Said Mo Yuntian. "But he's only at the 9th level Essence Chi Realm." Even though he's only at the 9th level Essence Chi Realm, Mo Yuntian had not comprehended heart like still water. It was said that he crossed the second stage with a ragged appearance, far from how effortlessly Yi Yuan did it. There's only this explanation. Hopefully, nothing happens to Yi Yuan. No matter how they guessed, they would never have guessed that the array possessed such incredible might, because Yi Yuan himself requested for it. To make the guardian of the stage invoke the array at full power, Yi Yuan was probably unprecedented and unrepeatable. At the foot of the mountain, many students were forced back by the raging sword intent. The initially packed plaza was currently split into multiple segments. The front rows were mainly Spirit Condensation Realm students. They were still able to withstand the encroachment of the sword intent. Behind them was a vast stretch of empty S, P, A, C, and behind the empty S, P, A, C were those Earth rank students. Those even further out at the periphery were students with inadequate strength. Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the storm, on the other hand, did not show the slightest signs of discomfort towards the violent sword intent. He stood with his hands behind his back while the fierce wind worked up by the sword intent tore his clothes. But Yi Yuan himself remained completely unmoved like a pine tree. But at this moment, Yi Yuan's disposition was drastically different from usual. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a sharp sword, and he was resonating with those raging sword intents. You actually have your own sword intent as well." Seeing the situation, Lu Yin was completely taken aback, as his voice transmitted from the void. This junior was lucky to have comprehended some sword intent. Compared to Senior Yu Wuya's sword intent, it's still far from it. It's just able to forcefully protect myself. Yi Yuan was just being modest. How could his falling flower, floating zero sword intent possibly be inferior to Yu Wuya's? Except, Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm was not high, and he himself also had the intention of restraining his sword intent to protect his body. That was why he did not unleash it around. But in terms of the sword intent's level, Yu Wuya was just a lower realm expert back then. How could he possibly be mentioned in the same breath with Yi Yuan? One had to know that when Yi Yuan created the falling flower floating zero sword, even the extreme sword divine king could not stop praising it. All right, since that's the case, you have to be careful. I'm going to attack now. Lu Yan's voice transmitted over. Yi Yuan replied indifferently, "Feel free to attack, senior." Then Yuan trod across the steps while braving the sword shadows filling the skies. One step, second step, third step. Yi Yuan walked all the way for 30 steps. Yet the azure, sword shadows which filled the skies did not descend from start to the end. It just kept ACCU, mulating more and more. It was evident that Lu Yin had already pushed the quant. 1. Tie these azure, sword shadows to the limits. All for the final 33 steps where the attack would begin to land. Under so many sword shadows descend, even steel would also be shredded to rotten mud. These sword shadows were formed by sword intent. Under the influence of Lu Yin, the killing power would be extremely blood-curdling. The students who challenged the stage in the past, including Mo Yuntian, all faced almost certain death under these sword shadows. But the sword shadows that Yi Yuan was facing currently were several times, even dozens of times greater than what the others had experienced. Even if a spirit condensation realm came to the third stage, it would be tough to say whether or not they would be able to retreat fully. But Yi Yuan was presently behaving like nothing was wrong, and he strode out to the first of the 33 steps without hesitation. As expected, the sky full of sword shadows stabbed towards Yi Yuan like raindrops and looked like it was about to pierce Yi Yuan full of holes like a beehive. Right at that moment, Yi Yuan wielded his fingers like a sword and pointed to those sword shadows. A streak of faintly discernible sword chi shot towards those sword shadows. The imperceptible sword chi was engulfed instantly. Yi Yuan did not seem to give up resisting. His sword fingers drew a half arc in midair and finally pointed to his right. At the next moment, an unimaginable scene occurred. The sword rain, which obscured the skies, actually collectively flew out to the right of Yi Yuan in front of that arc. Yi Yuan drew before him and vanished entirely into the void. What? Yo, how did you do that? From the void came Lu Yan's alarmed voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, this junior has some understanding in the application of sword intent. These sword intents might appear to be extremely powerful, but in reality, they are just rootless GRAs, scattered and not condensed. I use sword intent to tow them, so they would naturally deviate off course. This is an artful way of using a weaker force to deal with a greater force. SSS. Have some understanding? Lu Yin muttered to himself. This sort of thing was easy to say, but to actually do was extremely difficult. Forget about some knowledge towards sword intent. It would be incredibly arduous for even those who understood sword intent very well to do this. Lu Yin spent his entire life immersed in the Azure Dipper purple yang sword art, and he had remarkably profound understanding towards sword intent. But if he were the one just now, he might perhaps be able to do it, but he definitely could not do it like how Yi Yuan lifted a heavy object as if it was light. Only now did Lu Yin knew just how exaggerated Yi Yuan some understanding was. But this way, Lu Yin could finally put his heart completely at ease. He could also totally unleash the array formations at the back now. The greater Yi Yuan's strength was, the higher the hopes of the tranquil cloud sect returning to the northern domain. The second of the 33 steps, the quant. 1. Tie of the sword intent decreased to 1,000. This time around, Yi Yuan used 2 fingers before he could draw the sword intent away. The third of the 33 steps, the quant. 1. Tie of the sword intent decreased by another 10 times. There were only 100. This time around, Yi Yuan unleashed 5 fingers. The number of sword intents of the Azure Dipper purple yang sword art became increasingly lesser, while the number of fingers Yi Yuan used progressively increased. It was very clear that while the number of sword intents lessened, the power was multiple times greater than before. The Azure Dipper purple yang sword art truly lives up to its reputation. To have such incredible power, the attack of my falling flower floating zero sword is lacking, but it has no flaws to be exploited when using it for defense. Even so, this 100 sword intents could actually force me to use 5 fingers. Truly impressive. Yi Yuan was also full of praise in his heart. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan had already arrived at the final step of the 33 steps. This time, Only one beam of sword intent condensed in front of Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan laid eyes on this sword intent, this face changed to a never-before-seen solemnness. This streak of sword intent was where the true meaning of the azure, dipper, purple yang sword art lied. Like before, Yi Yuan took a step forward. The sword intent did not strike immediately, but gradually became corporeal. Be careful, Yi Yuan. This beam of sword intent is the pinnacle work of founding ancestor, Yu Wuya. It has unbelievable power. Even if you comprehended sword intent, you still have to be careful when dealing with it, Lu Yin warned. Yi Yuan said with a solemn face, "Many thanks for Senior's warning." Yi Yuan knows. Previously, those sword intents were overflowing with sword qi. But this time around, Yi Yuan could not even feel the slightest trace of sword qi leaking out. From this, one could tell just how consolidated this streak of sword intent was. When Yi Yuan's foot landed on the Nine Heavens Road's 999th step, the streak of sword intent finally mobilized. Chapter 104. Fusing Sword Intent. Chapter 104. Fusing Sword Intent. And, just now, I clearly still felt that incredible sword intent. Why is there nothing now? Could it be that Yi Yuan succeeded in pious? Sing the stage? Hu Yin Yong suddenly exclaimed. If he succeeded in pious sing this round, the Nine Heavens Peak will condense a rainbow road to send him down the mountain. Feng Ruoqing's words meant that Yi Yuan still had not pious, said the stage successfully. But, what's the situation? Could Yi Yuan have? Being completely unable to view the situation inside the Nine Heavens Road, Hu Yin Yong's imagination started running wild. Stop making wild guesses. We should just wait patiently. However, the Nine Heavens Road this time is truly somewhat peculiar. I wonder what Yi Yuan encountered inside. Since the final streak of azure dipper purple yang sword art started condensing, Yi Yuan already completely stopped on Li's plussing the sword intent from his body and shut his eyes. It seemed like he had completely given up on resisting. What are you doing, Yi Yuan? This streak of sword intent is extraordinary. You will die like this. Lu Yan's voice transmitted over. Yi Yuan ignored Lu Yan. In reality, he had already entered a selfless state and sealed his five senses up. In Yi Yuan's world, there was only that utterly terrifying sword intent left in front of him. He was savoring the sword intent of the azure dipper purple yang sword art on purpose. While on this road, Yi Yuan had used the falling flower floating zero sword intent to guide the azure dipper purple yang sword art, and it was not a simple evasion of sword intent. Since the original intention of this array was to allow future generations to study the sword art, then this set of sword techniques would not place emphasis on killing. Except, this sword art was too powerful. Students were unable to comprehend it, which was why they fell here. From countless streaks, sword intents, to 1,000 streaks, then 100 streaks, 10 streaks, and finally 1 streak. The quant. 1. Tie decreased, but the power progressively increased. It looked like this was the effect brought forth due to the manifestation of sword intent. But with Yi Yuan's experience, it was naturally not so shallow. These final 333 steps were actually the process of how Yu Wuya gradually deepened his understanding towards sword intent. And this final sword was the most powerful sword intent which Yu Wuya left behind in the endless world. If this final sword came out right away, then it would have been impossibly difficult to comprehend the azure dipper purple yang sword art sword intent. But the ingenious part was that Yu Wuya derived the forms on the steps from his lifetime's comprehension. This resulted in the possibility of allowing the challenger to comprehend sword intent. Of course, the prerequisite was that the challenger could survive under such cold, piercing sword intent. Body could be like Yi Yuan to have the thoughts to comprehend the sword intent leisurely, although the Nine Heavens Road was rather MPY. Yi Yuan had to admit that Yu Wuya had expended much care and thought for future generation disciples. Why aren't you using sword intent, Yi Yuan? Seeing that streak of sword intent about to fire, Lu Yan's anxious voice transmitted over once more. The sword intent was already fully activated. Even he had no way of stopping that sword intent anymore. Yi Yuan actually withdrew his own sword intent at the most critical moment, which caught him totally off guard. Swaz. H. Plus, when Yi Yuan's feet landed on the 999th step, that sword intent suddenly activated. The sword intent converged without spreading, but Lu Yan was aware of this sword's terror. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan's eyes remained shut, as if he was unaware of the impending danger. Lu Yan gritted his teeth, and he instantly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. A faint phantom stretched his hand out to draw a circle in front of him. A streak of sword intent condensed and shot out. However, this streak of sword intent was just like an ant encountering an elephant when compared to that streak of sword intent which blasted over. The difference was too huge. Lu Yan was able to condense such a terrifying sword intent because he unleashed it through the array formation. Now that this streak of sword intent was released by him himself, the power was too weak. After all, Lu Yan was only a fragmented wisp of divine sense. He wanted to save Yi Yuan, but the flesh was weak even though the spirit was willing. Many thanks, Senior Lu. Allow me. Right then, Yi Yuan's calm voice sounded out from behind Lu Yan. Meanwhile, an aura which Lu Yan was familiar, yet also a stranger to, rose from Yi Yuan's body. There was no time to think, so Lu Yan made way for Yi Yuan. That streak of sword intent was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. However, Lu Yan could clearly see that when the streak of sword intent reached several dozen meters in front of Yi Yuan, it became like it was submerged in mud. The speed became increasingly slower and progressively sluggish. Finally, that streak of sword intent came to a stop around 2 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and lightly tapped the tip of the sword with a finger. That streak of sword intent dissipated with a bang. Lu Yan, who was watching by the side, was flabbergasted and was utterly dazed for some time. He had never thought that this final stage could be cleared like this. This was simply inconceivable. He had hosted the Nine Heavens Road's 3rd stage for nearly 200 years and was all too clear on the might of that streak of sword intent. This was with the array formation at full power. Even a peak spirit condensation realm martial artist might not be able to withstand that streak of sword intent, yet it scattered with a gentle tap from Yi Yuan. Many thanks to Senior Lu for sacrificing yourself to save me just now. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Lu Yan. Only now was his consciousness dragged back to reality. Lu Yan stared at Yi Yuan like he was looking at a monster. He smiled bitterly as he said, "My actions just now were redundant. That final sword would not have been able to deal any harm to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No matter what, Senior Lu ignored your own safety to save Yi Yuan just now. Yi Yuan will definitely engrave this in my heart." Lu Yan coming to save Yi Yuan was indeed unnecessary, but he did not know that Yi Yuan could deal with that beam of sword intent. If Lu Yan took on that sword just now, his soul would have disintegrated by now. Just based on this action was worthy of Yi Yuan remembering it. Lu Yan, however, just waved his hands and said emotionally, "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. My tranquil cloud sect actually birthed such a peerless genius like you. Not only did you comprehend the heart like still water realm, you even fused together sword intents in the 3rd stage." Only after a shock did Lu Yan find out why he had such a peculiar feeling just now. The aura coming off of Yi Yuan carried his own sword intense aura and also had the aura of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Yi Yuan, he actually merged the 2 completely different sword intent into one and transformed it into his own new sword intent. Even if Yi Yuan returned, such talent was beyond his. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This junior was lucky. Does this count as me passing?" From a moment the array formation was fully unleashed, Yi Yuan already had the thought of incorporating the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art's sword intent into his own sword intent. The falling flower floating 0 sword was excessively nimble, while the attack was lacking. This was its greatest flaw. But the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was a sword technique which emphasized on slaughter. The attack power was immensely powerful. Furthermore, this sword intense level was very high and not beneath that of Yi Yuan's sword intent. It was very suited to be merged into the falling flower floating zero sword. Finally, he had a sudden epiphany at the last moment. The fused sword intent was on an entirely different level from before. Hence, that streak of sword intent was just like an obedient baby in front of Yi Yuan's aura. The compet. 1. Tie-in between sword intent was not a compet. 1. Tie-in of strength, but instead, it was a compet. 1. Tie-in towards the comprehension of sword intent. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have long been pulverized into meat paste. Lu Yin nodded his head somewhat mechanically. Of course it counts as Pa-S-ing. A flawless Pa-S-S. Chapter 105. First in 1,000 years. Chapter 105. First in 1,000 years. Of course he Pa-S said. If even Yi Yuan's result did not count as a Pa-S, then body could clear it. After the shock, Lu Yin was wildly ecstatic in his heart. To have such a genius figure appear, why would the Tranquil Cloud sect worry about not being able to return to the northern domain? Yi Yuan, your talent is even greater than founding ancestor Yu Wuya. I'm afraid that your future accomplishments are probably not going to be inferior to him. My Tranquil Cloud sect is truly fortunate to have you. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. Many thanks for senior's praise. Yi Yuan had never doubted his own talent before. In his previous life, it was just that he did not place his attention on the martial path. But his talent in martial Dao was not necessarily inferior to Ji Kanglin. Rainbow Road. Appear. Lu Yin gave a low cry and fired a shot of essence energy into the array. Following that, a multicolored road appeared on the top of the Nine Heavens Peak. Yi Yuan, right now, you could be considered to have inherited founding ancestor Yu Wuya's mantle. I hope that you won't forget today's promise. I'm someone who's about to die and won't be able to see the day the Tranquil Cloud sect returns to the northern domain. I hope that you will carry this Songhua sword with you. If we can really return to the northern domain one day, I hope that you will bring it with you to the northern domain. Of course, if you don't despise it, you can also use it for battle. It also counts as a continuation of my life. Lu Yin gestured with one hand, and a green Ta-S sealed sword flew into Yi Yuan's hand. The instant the sword was in his hands, Yi Yuan knew how extraordinary it was. It was actually an 8 restrictions spirit artifact. Martial artists' weapons were divided into precious artifacts, magic artifacts, and spirit artifacts. They were targeted at Essence Chi Realm Martial Artists, Spirit Condensation Realm Martial Artists, and Crystal Formation Realm and Above Martial Artists, respectively. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts had no restrictions. Only spirit artifacts and above would apply restrictions to increase the power. A vast majority of Crystal Formation Realm Martial Artists' weapons were merely magic artifacts. An 8 restrictions spirit artifact was considered as an excellent weapon even in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. It was obvious that this sword was Lu Yan's lifeblood spirit artifact. If Yi Yuan's conjecture was right, this sword had accompanied Lu Yan at the top of the Nine Heavens Peak for 200 years already. It was his spiritual support. Even though it was for Yi Yuan to bring the sword back to the northern domain in name, in reality, the last sentence was the crux. He was giving the sword. Yi Yuan was also aware of Lu Yan's thoughts. He could see that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments would be anything but ordinary. A tiny little Tranquil Cloud sect might not be able to hold him. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but tough to send out charcoal in the snow. Right now, he was bestowing some small favors to Yi Yuan. He only hoped that Yi Yuan would not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect in the future. Of course, that was one scenario. The footsteps of an expert would not stop because of things like these. To martial artists, while the sect was important, the ultimate goal was the boundless great Tao. When Yi Yuan matured, how could a puny little 8 restrictions spirit artifact enter Yi Yuan's eyes? Yi Yuan received the Songhua sword, but his heart was filled with lament. Although this Tsanghua sword was not some divine artifact, it held extraordinary significance to Liu Yin. He doing something like this was no doubt for the sect. Such a person was undoubtedly worthy of respect. Right then, Yi Yuan cupped his hands towards Liu Yin and then said, "Rest assured, senior. This junior will definitely not let Tsanghua be covered in dust." Liu Yin stroked his beard and smiled as he said, "Haha, I naturally believe that you have the ability. All right, time's up. You should leave now." Yi Yuan saluted respectfully. This junior takes his leave. A multicolored winding road poured down like a magnificent rainbow. This was the Rainbow Road. In the entire history of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, the Rainbow Road had only appeared a mere 5 times. And this was the 6th time. Quick, look, it's the Rainbow Road. My God, Yi Yuan, he really succeeded. A 6th level essence Qi realm clearing the 9 heavens road. This fellow is truly terrifying. Oh please, he's already at the peak 9th level essence Qi realm, alright? Wasn't he at the 6th level essence Qi realm when he just started challenging it? Furthermore, he relied on his 6th level essence Qi realm strength to pass S through the first stage. That's true. This fellow is simply inhuman. Now, there's a show to watch. Elder Su's face has been resoundingly slapped by Yi Yuan. I totally forgot about Elder Su until you mentioned him. Didn't Yi Yuan say that he will take his life within a year? Back then, we only treated it as a joke, but now. Yi Yuan's improvement speed is too outrageous. Such a monster should fight it out with those geniuses in the Tranquil Cloud sect. I'm afraid the Danwu Academy already can't keep him. Yeah, at this rate, him Serpa S. Sing's senior apprentice brother Long will probably take at most 2 to 3 months. Without question, Yi Yuan successfully passed. Sing the 9 heavens road caused a great stir among the students and instructors. He was the first in 1,000 years. Coming down from the Rainbow Road, Hu Yin Yong, phone watching, and her niece took the lead to welcome Yi Yuan, huh? Good boy. You really widened my horizons. Some people plotted and schemed to harm you. But now, they are left dusty and dirty in appearance. Now that you cleared the 9 heavens road, let's see if those people have anything else to say. Hu Yin Yong was completely unbridled when he spoke in front of so many people. Even though there was no direct mention of names, anyone could tell that he was talking about Su Yubai. However, what he said was right. This time around, Su Yubai had lost a great deal of face. After being preoccupied with him for a long time and the schemes by the Elders' Council, he did not even manage to play a puny Yi Yuan to death. Instead, he let Yi Yuan clear the 9 heavens road. After passing through the 9 heavens road, Yi Yuan would possess the status and privilege equivalent to that of a Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciple. It was no longer possible for Su Yubai to try and openly kill Yi Yuan anymore. Congratulations for passing through the 9 heavens road, Yi Yuan. Feng Ruoqing was still so warm and elegant. She only came forth to lightly congratulate. Haha, succeeded thanks to luck. In front of so many people, Yi Yuan did not wish to say too much and only chuckled. Feng's Rui, who was behind Feng Ruoqing, had a complicated look as she looked at Yi Yuan. Back then, her casual sword strike could make Yi Yuan disconcerted. She did not expect that Yi Yuan could shorten the distance by so much in such a short time. Although she was still that little bit stronger than Yi Yuan right now, being caught up or even Serpa said by Yi Yuan was something inevitable. All right, since Yi Yuan's fine, we'll head back and talk, said Hu Yinyong. There were too many people here. Clearly, this was not a good place to talk. The group returned to Yi Yuan's residence. Yi Yuan inspected Luer first and only relaxed after seeing that nothing was wrong with her. Yi Yuan, you seem to be somewhat different. Girls were still sharper on these things. Feng Ruoqing was the first to notice that Yi Yuan was different. She discovered that not only did Yi Yuan's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, but his entire being's aura also seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. Yi Yuan had just fused the sword intense and was still not really able to release and withdraw it freely yet. His entire being stood there like an unsheathed sharp sword. There was a huge discrepancy between this and his previously wastrel temperament. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Haha, I've incurred ridicule from Teacher Feng. I obtained some rewards from the Nine Heavens Road. It's just that I'm still unable to control it freely right now. I didn't expect that Teacher Feng could see through it." Hearing this, Huyin Yong was speechless. Other people face almost certain death when challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Being able to survive was already not bad. You actually had such a huge harvest? Seriously a freak. When he heard Feng Ruoqing say this, Huyin Yong naturally also noticed Yi Yuan's change. He scolded verbally, but he was actually overjoyed in his heart. Chapter 106. A good man does not fight with women. Chapter 106. A good man does not fight with women, coincidentally comprehended. That's all. Teacher Huyin, Teacher Feng, I want to enter a retreat to consolidate my cultivation these 2 days. After exiting seclusion, I wish to enter the endless forest. At that time, I'll have to trouble the two of you with lure. Regarding the Nine Heavens Roads matters, Yi Yuan just sidestepped it with some words. He already swore a heavenly Tao oath. His tongue would surely slip if he talks too much. It was best to talk less. Huyin Yong and Feng Ruoqing were also understanding of Yi Yuan's dilemma, so they kept quiet and did not mention it. Rather, the two of them were quite surprised Yi Yuan mentioned that he wanted to go to the endless forest. Taking care of lure is naturally not an issue. But what do you plan to do in the endless forest? Feng Ruoqing asked. Yi Yuan answered, to find some herbs. Lure's condition isn't that great. The essence energy I transmitted would only help her to temporarily suppress the frost poison. As time passes, the eruption would be even more terrifying. There's a type of high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill called cold dispelling pill. It can control the frost poison in Lure's body for the time being. But the herbs that this medicinal pill requires are rather uncommon. I think that only the endless forest has them. When she heard that, Feng Ruoqing was astonished. There's actually such a powerful tier 2 medicinal pill. The eruption of frost poison due to the 9-yin absolute meridian is basically incurable. This medicinal pill can actually control the frost poison. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Teacher said before, there aren't any truly incurable illnesses in the world. The method just hasn't been discovered yet. The path of medicinal pills is a great Tao and possesses limitless possibilities. When cultivated to a supreme level, one can transform something rotten into something magical. Nothing is impossible. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she seemed to have understood something. Yi Yuan's words were filled with wisdom, helping Feng Ruoqing suddenly see the light. Although she knew that the path of medicinal pills was broad and profound, her horizons were limited after all. She could frequently only immerse herself in that acre of land. Although alchemy Tao and martial Tao had different systems, there was still one thing which was the same, which was the more you comprehended, the more you discovered your ignorance. With the passing of time, this sort of feeling would affect your own mental state and impact cultivation from there. Yi Yuan's words opened up another window for Feng Ruoqing. After musing on Yi Yuan's words for some time, Feng Ruoqing sighed in admiration. Your master is truly an expert. Yi Yuan carried a mischievous mentality and blew his own trumpet as he continued talking. Yeah, master, that old man is unfathomable. I can barely understand a fraction. It's a pity that he likes to travel the world. I also don't know when I can meet him again. Feng Ruoqing obviously could not tell that Yi Yuan was praising himself, but instead felt that it was expected of Yi Yuan to be saying that. However, even if you gather the ingredients, are you able to refine a high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill? Feng Ruoqing asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I can't refine it at the moment. After returning from the endless forest, I will continue closed seclusion to impact the spirit condensation realm with full force. As long as I break through to the spirit condensation realm, refining the cold dispelling pill shouldn't be an issue. The soul strength of a high-grade alchemy master was required to refine a high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill. Back then, when Yi Yuan's soul strength was lacking, and he refined a low-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill at the 4th level Essence Chi realm, he directly collapsed in exhaustion. Although Yi Yuan's current strength had significantly improved, his soul strength did not grow by much. Wanting to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill was no doubt a fool's talk. But as long as he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan's soul strength would experience a qualitative leap. At that time, with his alchemy Dao's prowess, refining a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill would not be too difficult. Hu Yin-yong exchanged glances with Feng Ruoqing and then said, "Since that's the case, you will join the endless trials with the other students then. Although the endless forest is a limitless treasure trove, there's also a great deal of danger inside. There are a large number of high-tier demonic beasts. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists would also lose their lives inside if they were not careful. You being together with the other students can at least look after one another." Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Oh, there's such an activity in the academy? No way. You don't even know about the endless trials? To think you already have the power of a heaven-ranked student now." Feng Jiro, who had been silent, exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan rubbed his nose in Embark, smint, and felt somewhat awkward. I mucked around too much last time. Heh. To the former Yi Yuan, forget about the endless trials. He was not even interested in CLA. SES. How could he have the thought to inquire about this stuff? Even if he heard about it, he would just turn a deaf ear to it. He simply had no interest in knowing. Feng Jiro rolled her eyes and gave Yi Yuan an explanation concerning the details of the endless trials. For the sake of tempering students' practical combat ability, the Danwu Academy would organize an endless trials every fixed period of time. Specific missions had to be completed during the endless trials, or else the Academy would deduct certain welfares. The missions were tied to the student's rank. The missions which heaven-ranked students were required to complete was to turn in 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts' inner cores and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. Apart from what was handed in for the mission, the other items seized belonged to the students themselves. Most importantly, the Academy only specified the quant. 1. Tie for the mission, but did not stipulate what methods one could use to obtain them. Hence, the endless trials also became a venue for students to settle their personal grudges. Furthermore, the endless forest was filled with dangers. Every endless trial, many students would remain there forever. When Yi Yuan heard that, he curled his mouth and said, "So that's the case. Does Teacher Huyen intend for Senior Apprentice Sister Feng and me to partake 1. P. 8 in the endless trials together?" Hu Yin-yong did not get to say anything before Feng Jiro immediately blew up. "What? Are you scared that I will drag you down? Come, let's duke it out now and see just who hinders who. Don't think that you can taunt a martial roles expert just because you were lucky to break through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm." While talking, Feng Jiro drew her sword with a swing, an ace, summing a fighting posture as she waved it around in front of Yi Yuan. "A good man does not fight with women." "I didn't say anything. You were the one who said it." Yi Yuan used his finger to push Feng Jiro's sword aside helplessly. "Then what did you mean? Say it." Feng Jiro pointed the tip of the sword, which was nudged away back at Yi Yuan. "Hey, this sword is very sharp. Don't play with it, okay? I'm aware that you martial roles experts are powerful, all right? Actually, what I meant was that I can resolve the problem with your body." Yi Yuan hurriedly jumped aside. This S tended to strike whenever she liked. Best to be more careful. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Jiro revealed a complicated look, but it was swiftly replaced by stubbornness. "Humph, who do you think you are? You say you can resolve it, and it's settled? Let me tell you now, there's nothing wrong with my body. No need for your concern." "Finest. H.I. Plusing." Feng Jiro sheathed her sword and walked out of the door. The previous time, Feng Jiro and Yi Yuan used voice transmission to communicate. Hence, Feng Ruoqing was unaware of what happened. Seeing the situation, she asked in puzzlement, "Something's wrong with Jiro's body, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, It isn't anything serious either. But senior apprentice Sister Feng's personality is overly stubborn. If things carry on, maybe a major problem might occur. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the problem with Feng Jiro's body. Feng Ruoqing furrowed her brows when she heard it. So that's the case. This La S has shocking potential. So I was wondering why she advanced so slowly recently. At first, I thought that she was lazy and slacking off, but I didn't think that it was due to this reason. Chapter 107. Wan Yuan fled. Chapter 107. Wan Yuan fled. But Jiro's cultivation law is already fixed. What should be done then? Jiro, that law S is very stubborn, and now she knows that she can't ever break through in the future. If a long time SES, a problem will really occur. Since it involved Feng Jiro's cultivation road, being her aunt, Feng Ruoqing was unable to remain calm. Don't be anxious. Didn't Yi Yuan say he had a solution earlier? Hu Yinyong was clearly more collected than her as he hurriedly said, All right, what solution do you have, Yi Yuan? As long as you can let Jiro continue cultivating, I can promise you anything. The words slipped out of Feng Ruoqing's mouth. As soon as the words came out, Feng Ruoqing suddenly realized that it was a little inappropriate. If Yi Yuan had some overboard request, did she have to agree to? Thinking of this, Feng Ruoqing could not help blush. Plussing heavily, and she swiftly turned her face away. Yi Yuan did not think too much from the start. When he saw Feng Ruoqing's crimson face, he was unwittingly stupefied. However, he quickly recovered and could not resist wildly fantasizing about all sorts of requests on the spur of the moment. But Hu Yinyong was also by the side, so it obviously was not the time to flirt. This would make it so difficult for a lady to step down from the stage. Luckily, Yi Yuan had already comprehended heart like still water now. Wanting to control his emotions was still easily managed. Don't need to be courteous, Teacher Feng. Senior apprentice Sister Feng's problem isn't hard to resolve. It's just that if I go and fix it, she probably won't allow it. So I can only do it through you. Yi Yuan said with a serious face and waved his hands. When Feng Ruoqing saw that Yi Yuan did not seem to have any misunderstandings, she could not help quietly blaming herself for being shameless, having her imaginations run wild over some things. She could not even compare to a youth's frankness. Of course, there was still a tiny bit of resentment after the blaming. If it were somebody else, they would probably have wild ideas after hearing her say these her words. But Yi Yuan did not seem to be moved. This involuntarily made Feng Ruoqing question her charm. Quickly tell what method you have. Feng Ruoqing said anxiously. Actually, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's biggest problem is that the cultivation law she's training in does not match well with her physique. If you want to resolve this issue, the crux lies in the words yin-yang harmony. Yi Yuan said, Yin-yang harmony? Feng Ruoqing pondered over these words and shook her head. It was clear that she still did not understand what Yi Yuan was saying. Yi Yuan continued explaining. Due to the cultivation law, it caused Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's bodily yang qi to be overly excessive. Thus, it resulted in her body being very averse to essence energy. Under these circumstances, continuing to cultivate her original cultivation law would definitely pile one disaster after another. The best method is naturally to disperse her cultivation and recultivate by selecting a cultivation law suited to her physique. Feng Ruoqing frowned and said, So the method you said referred to this. Jiro is currently at her prime time of cultivation. The moment she disperses her cultivation to recultivate, all these years of hard work would have been completely wasted. What's more, it would also delay cultivation. Even if I go talk to her, it's impossible for her to agree to it. This is even worse than killing her. Yi Yuan nodded unconcernedly and continued, All right, since that's the case, we can only use another method. It's just that this method will make Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's future martial arts road become even more challenging. Of course, once she succeeds in cultivating, her strength would also greatly surpass same rank martial artists. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she asked, What method? Let Senior Apprentice Sister Feng select a gentle in-attribute cultivation law and start training both cultivation laws at the same time right away. Just now, I said that the crux lies in the words yin-yang harmony. As long as the essence energy within her body reaches yin-yang harmony standard, all the problems will be easily solved. So, it can actually be done like that? Great! Feng Ruoqing was overjoyed when she heard that. Don't be happy so soon, Teacher Feng. Why? Although this method can resolve Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's problem, the requirement toward cultivation law is very high. The two cultivation laws must complement each other and work in concert. Using this method, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng must temporarily suspend the cultivation law she is currently training in and cultivate another cultivation law to the same level. Even with Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's talent, it will probably still take a year or so. That is to say, within this 1 year, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng will not advance at all. Hearing that, Feng Ruoqing did not mind at all, and then said, "That's also something that can't be helped. This is much better than dispersing her cultivation. I will head back right away to help Jiro select a suitable cultivation law." After that, Feng Ruoqing turned around and got ready to leave. Yi Yuan hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Wait, is there anything else?" Jiro must have been very depressed over this matter these few days. I got to hurry and find her. Feng Ruoqing was also torn with anxiety. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "An anxious heart can't eat hot tofu. This thing can't be resolved in 1 or 2 days. Even if you go right now, you also can't help much. But, not that I'm scaring Teacher Feng, but the selection of cultivation law needs to be extremely particular. If the selected cultivation law is unable to complement her existing cultivation law, the problems it would cause in the future would be even greater than now. Then, what should I do?" Feng Ruoqing was at a loss. I wonder if Teacher Feng has the jade slip of the cultivation law that Senior Apprentice Sister trained in. I have it in my residence. I'll go get it for you straight away. Feng Ruoqing hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Yi Yuan clearly wanted to look at this cultivation law. This was a taboo for martial artists. However, Feng Ruoqing thought about the master behind Yi Yuan and felt at ease. For Yi Yuan to improve at such like speed, how could his cultivation law possibly be lower grade than the cultivation law Feng Jiro trained in? Not only was it not lower, but it was also even several grades higher. Feng Ruoqing cracked her head thinking about it, but could not imagine just what cultivation law could let a person cultivate from the first-level Essence Qi realm to the peak 9th-level Essence Qi realm in 1 month plus time. Even though there were many fortuitous encounters in between, it was crystal clear that Yi Yuan's cultivation law was extremely powerful. Yi Yuan nodded, and Feng Ruoqing returned to her place to retrieve the cultivation law. Not long after Feng Ruoqing left, Tang Yu came as well. "Congratulations for successfully clearing the 9 Heavens Road, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. You became the first person in the Danwu Academy's 1,000-year history to have made it through at the Essence Qi realm." Tang Yu congratulated from the bottom of his heart. He clearly only knew Yi Yuan for a month plus, yet Tang Yu felt like an epic had passed. Yi Yuan spent merely just over a month to go from Junior Apprentice Brother Yi to Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. The current Yi Yuan was already in existence, which he had to look up to. But Yi Yuan did not alienate Tang Yu just because their distance was pulled apart. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, Brother Tang. I was also forced into it with no other alternatives. It was just luck." Tang Yu also greeted Hu Yin-yong. Then he sat down beside Yi Yuan and said, "Other than coming to congratulate Senior Apprentice Brother, I also brought some news which I believe Senior Apprentice Brother you will be interested in." "Oh, pray tell, Brother Tang." Yi Yuan had his curiosity aroused by Tang Yu's words. "Today, I was also watching Senior Apprentice Brother Yi challenging the 9 Heavens Road in the crowd and happened to coincidentally see one Yuan. Back then, he wasn't far from me, and I was also aware that he was at loggerheads with you, so I kept an eye out. Just as Brother Yi broke through to the 9th-level Essence Qi realm in the 2nd stage, one Yuan quietly slipped out of the crowd. Seeing the situation, I also secretly tagged along. but I discovered that he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he directly left the academy. Tang Yu said. Chapter 108. Retreating in Fear from a Single Sword. Chapter 108. Retreating in fear from a single sword. Ran away? What a cowardly fellow. Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard that. Apologies, senior apprentice brother Yi. Tang Yu's abilities are paltry and could not detain him. I could only watch him get away, Tang Yu said in shame. Although he did not show it, Tang Yu felt that he was seriously useless right now. So many things had happened to Yi Yuan recently, yet he could not help with a single one of them. At present, Wan Yuan was already like an ant which could be crushed to death with one hand to Yi Yuan. But to Tang Yu, he was as Stu-R-dy as the High Mountains. Tang Yu was aware that Wan Yuan was Yi Yuan's sworn enemy, yet he could only watch him get away powerlessly. This made him feel a deep sense of helplessness and shame. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "Don't mind it, Brother Tang. Wan Yuan is just a dancing clown. I'll let him live a few days longer. After I return from the Endless Forest, I will settle him along with his father." When he returns from the Endless Forest, his father Yi Hang would just about to exit seclusion as well. At that time, the two of them, father and son, would join hands to give the entire state of Qin an enormous surprise. But when Tang Yu heard it, he was secretly speechless. Senior apprentice brother Yi was indeed still so domineering. Most likely, not a single soul in the state of Qin dared to say they would settle Wandong Hai. Yet he said it so naturally. Yi Yuan was somebody who refused to suffer any grievances and never embraced the creed where it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. His creed was that a gentleman would take revenge immediately. Fei Qingping nearly caused him to die. Killed. Lin Tianqing and Zhang Heng made Lu'er end up like that. Yi Yuan disregarded the rules and just killed them. No Essence Qi realm had even made it past the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan cleared it just like that. Only such a life was satisfying. Tang Yu also wished for such a life, but not everybody could live such a life. Only a heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan could have the capability to live such a life. Wan Yuan was clearly frightened by Yi Yuan, which was why he fled in a panic. Under such circumstances, Wan Yuan could only rely on the Academy's rules. But the rules were only ornamental to Yi Yuan. Right now, Yi Yuan was simply a maniac. Since he dared to kill Zhang Heng and dared to kill Lin Tianqing, he naturally would dare to kill him. Wan Yuan. In fact, the grudge between Wan Yuan and Yi Yuan was much greater than Lin Tianqing's. Hence, he did not even wait for the final result before fleeing. Wan Yuan feared that he would not be able to escape after the result came out. Actually, there's another matter, senior apprentice brother Yi. I don't know if I should say it or not, Tang Yu said. Why are you treating me like a stranger, Brother Tang? If there's anything, just say it. I always felt that it was a little strange for Lin Tianqing to target Miss Lu'er. Logically speaking, Lin Tianqing only had a small dispute with you back at the Illusionary Spirit Tower and should not go as far as to be so malicious. So I wondered if there was more than meets the eye to this matter. Thus, I've been investigating the whole course of this incident, and the result was that I really managed to dig something out, Tang Yu said. When Yi Yuan killed Zhang Heng and Lin Tianqing, he was in a violent rage, so he did not think too much then. He just thought that Lin Tianqing bore a grudge because of the incident at the Illusionary Spirit Tower. Now that he thought carefully, although he made Lin Tianqing lose face outside of the Illusionary Spirit Tower, it was not to the extent where the other had to die. However, Zhang Heng's actions had clearly gone beyond the bottom line, making things somewhat illogical. Yi Yuan also did not think that there was actually another hidden plot to this incident. Brother Tang means Wan Yuan? Yi Yuan quickly suspected Wan Yuan. Tang Yu nodded his head and said, "That's right. Somebody saw Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshui going to find Lin Tianqing after the Illusionary Spirit Tower test ended. Of course, there's already no way of finding out what they talked about at that time. No need to investigate. It was definitely them making trouble. Even though I clashed with Lin Tianqing during the Illusionary Spirit Tower test, it hadn't reached the point where the other party must die. Lin Tianqing was originally a narrow-minded person. With them sowing discord, he naturally harbored resentment in his heart. It wouldn't be strange for him to do something like that. Yi Yuan's face gradually became darker. But one Yuan already escaped. What to do now? Tang Yu asked. Let it be first. Right now, the most important thing is Luo's matter. I'll deal with him after I return from the endless forest. However, this Lu Ruoxue really has a heart as malicious as snakes and scorpions. If I'm not wrong, the idea of messing with Lu came from her. Yi Yuan words were I-N-G with killing intent. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Most likely, it refers to the sort of woman like her, Tang Yu said. Yi Yuan stood up, and then he said nonchalantly, I'm going out for a while. Then he directly left. Watching Yi Yuan back view, Hu Yin Yong said helplessly, this rascal really can't stop even for a moment. Tang Yu smiled bitterly and said, Senior apprentice brother, Yi just has a personality where grat. 1. Tude and resentment are clearly distinguished. If others are good to him, he will be 10 times nicer. If others are bad to him, he will also pay back tenfold. Sigh, if you want to cause trouble, so be it. He made it past the 9 Heavens Road, so he's already equivalent to the high-sex core disciple. I think Su Yubai wouldn't dare to act recklessly either, Hu Yin Yong said with a sigh. Yi Yuan had just stepped out the door when he was blocked by somebody. The person was Wu Luochen, who previously arranged a battle with Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you are truly impressive. You actually made it through the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Qi realm. The moment he saw Yi Yuan, Wu Luochen praised in admiration. So, it's senior apprentice brother Wu. The 9 Heavens Road was just luck, didn't count as much, Yi Yuan replied while controlling his impatience. Yi Yuan knew that Wu Luochen came to find him to compete. But how could he think about fighting with Wu Luochen at the moment? Haha, I believe brother Yi has already guessed why this Wu came here. Since junior apprentice brother Yi cleared the 9 Heavens Road and broke through to the peak 9th level Essence Qi realm, you definitely possess the power of a heaven-ranked student. I wonder if junior apprentice brother Yi can fulfill the agreement back then and fight with me? Wu Luochen did not conceal his intentions at all and openly stated it. Apologies, senior apprentice brother Wu. This little brother has something to attend to right now. If brother Wu wants to battle, please choose another date. Yi Yuan directly rejected him. Wu Luochen immediately lost his cool when he heard that, and hurriedly said, How can that do? I know that you're definitely about to enter seclusion to consolidate your cultivation realm. 2 days later, it's also the endless trials. Who knows how long this wait will last? We should just pick today rather than choosing a date. Wu Luochen's eyes were full of hope, and he looked like he was raring to go. To someone like Wu Luochen, fighting was his life's everything. Yi Yuan could only say helplessly, Senior apprentice brother Wu, if I recall correctly, our agreement back then was to wait until I advanced to heaven rank before competing, right? But I'm still an earth rank student presently. If senior apprentice brother Wu is so forceful, wouldn't you be in suspicion of a strong bullying the weak? But junior apprentice brother Ye's battle capabilities are shocking. Although you are still at the peak 9th level Essence Qi realm, your strength is definitely not beneath heaven rank students already, right? From my perspective, junior apprentice brother, Yi can definitely ascend the martial roll of honor now with your strength, and your ranking might not be below mine. Wu Luochen was not so easily hoodwinked. Yi Yuan was anxious to find Lu Ruoxue, yet he was held back by Wu Luochen. So he was very annoyed and could not resist saying, Fine, as long as senior apprentice brother Wu receives 1 sword head-on from me, what's the harm in competing with you? Wu Luochen's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, Really? Of course it's real. Remember, it's receiving it head-on. If you dodge, then forgive me for not keeping you company. Yi Yuan emphasized. No harm. Come on. Wu Luochen guffawed heartily. Yi Yuan retrieved the Tsanghua sword from his storage ring and unleashed a fused sword intent straight away. Wu Luochen initially was still full of smiles, but right now, his facial expression quickly changed. That horrifying sword intent practically asphyxiated him. How could such a sword intent possibly be received head-on? Wu Luochun hastily revolved his movement technique and dodged that sword. Ray Translation Quality Chapter 109. Who is Su Ishan? A little earlier, at the back of the mountain, in the courtyard of the heaven-ranked student, Su Ishan, seemingly in panic, Lu looked at Su Ishan, who was in front of her. Senior apprentice brother Su, right now, you are the only one who can save me in the entire academy. I beg you, help me. Lu Ruoxue had never been so helpless even when facing all manners of disregard from her family clan. After Yi Yuan succeeded in clearing the Nine Heavens Road, Lu Ruoxue felt totally uneasy. She went to Wan Yuan's residence in a lost manner, wanting to find him to discuss countermeasures. But when she arrived at Wan Yuan's residence, she discovered that Wan Yuan was not even there. At the start, Lu Ruoxue thought that Wan Yuan did not return because of some matters. But after waiting and still nothing, she went to ask the other students, but none of them saw Wan Yuan. Lu Ruoxue suddenly felt a bad premonition. As expected, only after Lu Ruoxue inquired from the students guarding the gates did she find out that Wan Yuan had left the academy long ago. Lu Ruoxue greeted 8 generations of Wan Yuan's ancestors in her heart. But this was of no use to her at all. What if Yi Yuan vented all of his anger on her because he could not find Wan Yuan? Then she was finished. After cursing, Lu Ruoxue felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yi Yuan's strength had already steadily advanced into the ranks of the heaven-ranked students. Wanting to kill her was as easy as flipping his hand. Lu Ruoxue still had some rallying power among the lower-ranking students, but as for heaven-ranked students, Lu Ruoxue suddenly had a burst of inspiration and thought of Su Ishan. She felt that she had grasped her last, life-saving straw. Back when Wan Yuan was injured, Su Ishan once said that he was going to kill Yi Yuan. It looked like their grudge was not small. More importantly, wasn't Elder Su Ishan's second uncle? Even though Lu Ruoxue could not influence heaven-ranked students, she had long pried about their details clearly. Not many people in the Danwu Academy knew about Su Yubai and Su Ishan's relations. I plus P, but there were still some who were aware. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoxue no longer hesitated and directly went to the back of the mountain and found Su Ishan. Su Ishan looked at Lu Ruoxue amusedly and said, "Senior apprentice sister Lu and senior apprentice brother Wan walk very closely together. Why did you think of finding me?" It was still okay if Su Ishan did not mention it, but now that he did, Lu Ruoxue's tears poured out like floodwater breaking a dam. Wan Yuan, that cowardly fellow, ran long ago. Sniff, sniff. Senior apprentice brother Su, as long as you are willing to save me, I'll do anything you ask me to. Lu Ruoxue right now also counts as the revelation of her true feelings as she cried utterly pitifully. Hearing that, Su Ishan was stunned. Wan Yuan ran to where? Lu Ruoxue choked between sobs and said, "Where else can he run to? He must have run back to find his father to I plus ELD him. Yi Yuan is already at the peak 9th level essence Qi realm. Killing him would be like killing a dog. Who else can protect him apart from his old man?" Su Ishan could not refrain from laughing as he said, "I couldn't tell originally, but to think junior apprentice brother Wan is actually so gutless." A puny little Yi Yuan scared him to such an extent. Finus. I plus ing. Su Ishan sized up the tearful Lu Ruoxue and asked playfully, "Just now, you said you would be willing to do anything?" Lu Ruoxue quivered when she heard him. How could she not understand Su Ishan's meaning? But at this current juncture, if even Su Ishan did not care about her, she was dead for sure. Lu Ruoxue wrestled with her emotions in her heart. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. But looking at her appearance aroused Su Ishan's curiosity. "Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are still a virgin?" Lu Ruoxue blushed all the way to the tips of ears when she heard that, but she still nodded once more. Although Lu Ruoxue was naturally coquettish, she still guarded her body closely, because she knew that this was her greatest asset. But she did not imagine that she would actually voluntarily offer it up now that she was forced by Yi Yuan. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoshui's hatred towards Yi Yuan deepened even more. Yi Yuan, I want you to die a horrible death one day. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Su Yishan burst into laughter and headed into the house. Lu Ruoshui's eyes flickered, but she still gritted her teeth and followed in. Wu Luochen still felt a lingering fear after evading Yi Yuan's sword. That surge of sword intent just now was too terrifying. Receiving it head-on would undoubtedly result in injuries, if not death. The instant Yi Yuan struck with his sword, Wu Luochen suddenly felt an enormous sense of crisis. His instincts from countless battles told him that this sword must absolutely not be taken head-on. Hence, he used his movement technique right away and barely avoided the sword. Wu Luochen appeared somewhat ragged. This did not mean that he was weak, but rather he overly underestimated his enemy. In reality, Wu Luochen was a very troublesome person. Even experts ranked higher than him on the martial roll of honor felt severe headaches when they saw him. Wu Luochen was the Dan Wu Academy's famous battle maniac. Not only was his combat prowess shocking, but he also possessed extraordinary combat talent and had a very precise grasp on the battle situation. Just now, he suffered a loss because he promised Yi Yuan to receive it head-on. Yi Yuan had just fused together the sword intents on the Nine Heavens Road, and even used an 8 restrictions spirit artifact, Songhua Sword, to unleash the sword light. Even if Wu Luochen was an Iron Man, enduring it would be enough for him to suffer. This sword of Yi Yuan's only indicated that he had the power to battle with Wu Luochen, but did not signify that he could defeat Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen was at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, his combat prowess far said those at the same level. Those who were stronger than him were mostly at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. One could see how just powerful he was. Although Yi Yuan had the power to leap ranks in battle, it was still hard to say what would be the result if he matched up with Wu Luochen. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's sword intent was, if he could not touch his opponent, then it was futile. Not only did the Wu Luochen who had just dodged a crisis not become dispirited, he even became abnormally excited. There was no meaning if the opponent was too weak. Before coming here, Wu Luochen was still worried if it was a little too early. Even though he was aware that Yi Yuan's combat prowess was stunning, he was ultimately a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. But now, he completely dispelled those thoughts. Just based on that sword, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be his opponent. Hey, junior apprentice brother Yi, let's fight one round. Your sword art is so incredible. I really want to experience it. Wu Luochen shamelessly went back on his word. Yi Yuan's face froze up. He did not think that this fellow was so persistent, and his face involuntarily fell. Senior apprentice brother Wu, I really have something on today. If you continue to be so insistent, then I will not rest until you are dead. Seeing that Yi Yuan truly flared up, Wu Luochen could not help sticking out his tongue. His eyes swirled around, and he said, How about this, junior apprentice brother Yi? I'll accompany you on your matter and do whatever you say. You just have to fight one round with me after you settle your affairs. Yi Yuan made an up-to-you gesture and left by himself. Wu Luochen laughed, and tagged along. Yi Yuan did not bother with the distinction between man and woman and directly barged into Lu Ruoshui's residence. But it was empty. Right then, Wu Luochen lent a hand instead. He inquired clearly about the direction Lu Ruoshui headed to, pieced it together, and he then told Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, I've already inquired clearly. Junior apprentice sister Lu went to Su Yishan's place. Yi Yuan was stunned. Who is Su Yishan? No way. You don't even know who Su Yishan is? This time around, it was Wu Luochen's turn to be stunned. Why'd I have to know who he is? Hang on, his surname is Su? Is he from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen raised his thumb and praised Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed intelligent. Su Yishan is precisely Su Yubai's nephew. Furthermore, he's even ranked 10 on the martial roll. But according to my estimations, Su Yishan most likely already has the power to attack the top 5. Junior apprentice brother Yi, why not? Forget about it. Chapter 109. Who is Su Yishan? Chapter 109. Who is Su Yishan? A little earlier, at the back of the mountain, in the courtyard of the heaven-ranked student, Su Yishan, seemingly in panic, Lu looked at Su Yishan, who was in front of her. Senior apprentice brother Su, right now, you are the only one who can save me in the entire academy. I beg you, help me. Lu Ruoxue had never been so helpless, even when facing all manners of disregard from her family clan. After Yi Yuan succeeded in clearing the Nine Heavens Road, Lu Ruoxue felt totally uneasy. She went to Wan Yuan's residence in a lost manner, wanting to find him to discuss countermeasures. But when she arrived at Wan Yuan's residence, she discovered that Wan Yuan was not even there. At the start, Lu Ruoxue thought that Wan Yuan did not return because of some matters. But after waiting and still nothing, she went to ask the other students, but none of them saw Wan Yuan. Lu Ruoxue suddenly felt a bad premonition. As expected, only after Lu Ruoxue inquired from the students guarding the gates did she find out that Wan Yuan had left the academy long ago. Lu Ruoxue greeted 8 generations of Wan Yuan's ancestors in her heart. But this was of no use to her at all. What if Yi Yuan vented all of his anger on her because he could not find Wan Yuan? Then she was finished. After cursing, Lu Ruoxue felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yi Yuan's strength had already steadily advanced into the ranks of the heaven-ranked students. Wanting to kill her was as easy as flipping his hand. Lu Ruoxue still had some rallying power among the lower-ranking students, but as for heaven-ranked students, Lu Ruoxue suddenly had a burst of inspiration and thought of Su Yishan. She felt that she had grasped her last life-saving straw. Back when Wan Yuan was injured, Su Yishan once said that he was going to kill Yi Yuan. It looked like their grudge was not small. More importantly, was an elder Su Yishan's second uncle? Even though Lu Ruoxue could not influence heaven-ranked students, she had long pried about their details clearly. Not many people in the Danwu Academy knew about Su Yubai and Su Yishan's relations. I plus P, but there were still some who were aware. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoxue no longer hesitated and directly went to the back of the mountain and found Su Yishan. Su Yishan looked at Lu Ruoxue amusedly and said, "Senior apprentice sister Lu and senior apprentice brother Wan walk very closely together. Why did you think of finding me?" It was still okay if Su Yishan did not mention it, but now that he did, Lu Ruoxue's tears poured out like floodwater breaking a dam. Wan Yuan, that cowardly fellow, ran long ago. Sniff, sniff. Senior apprentice brother Su, as long as you are willing to save me, I'll do anything you ask me to. Lu Ruoxue right now also counts as the revelation of her true feelings as she cried utterly pitifully. Hearing that, Su Yishan was stunned. Wan Yuan ran? Ran to where? Lu Ruoxue choked between sobs and said, "Where else can he run to? He must have run back to find his father to I plus ELD him. Yi Yuan is already at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm. Killing him would be like killing a dog. Who else can protect him apart from his old man?" Su Yishan could not refrain from laughing as he said, "I couldn't tell originally, but to think junior apprentice brother Wan is actually so gutless. A puny little Yi Yuan scared him to such an extent." Finest. I plus ing. Su Yishan sized up the tearful Lu Ruoxue and asked playfully, "Just now, you said you would be willing to do anything?" Lu Ruoxue quivered when she heard him. How could she not understand Su Yishan's meaning? But at this current juncture, if even Su Yishan did not care about her, she was dead for sure. Lu Ruoxue wrestled with her emotions in her heart. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. But looking at her appearance aroused Su Yishan's curiosity. "Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are still a virgin?" Lu Ruashe blushed all the way to the tips of ears when she heard that, but she still nodded once more. Although Lu Ruashe was naturally coquettish, she still guarded her body closely, because she knew that this was her greatest asset. But she did not imagine that she would actually voluntarily offer it up now that she was forced by Yi Yuan. Thinking of this, Lu Ruashue's hatred towards Yi Yuan deepened even more. Yi Yuan, I want you to die a horrible death one day. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Su Yishan burst into laughter and headed into the house. Lu Ruashue's eyes flickered, but she still gritted her teeth and followed in. Wu Luoqin still felt a lingering fear after evading Yi Yuan's sword. That surge of sword intent just now was too terrifying. Receiving it head-on would undoubtedly result in injuries, if not death. The instant Yi Yuan struck with his sword, Wu Luoqin suddenly felt an enormous sense of crisis. His instincts from countless battles told him that this sword must absolutely not be taken head-on. Hence, he used his movement technique right away and barely avoided the sword. Wu Luoqin appeared somewhat ragged. This did not mean that he was weak, but rather, he overly underestimated his enemy. In reality, Wu Luoqin was a very troublesome person. Even experts ranked higher than him on the martial roll of honor felt severe headaches when they saw him. Wu Luoqin was the Dan Wu Academy's famous battle maniac. Not only was his combat prowess shocking, but he also possessed extraordinary combat talent and had a very precise grasp on the battle situation. Just now, he suffered a loss because he promised Yi Yuan to receive it head-on. Yi Yuan had just fused together the sword intents on the Nine Heavens Road, and even used an 8 restrictions spirit artifact, Sanhua Sword, to unleash the sword light. Even if Wu Luoqin was an Iron Man, enduring it would be enough for him to suffer. This sword of Yi Yuan's only indicated that he had the power to battle with Wu Luoqin, but did not signify that he could defeat Wu Luoqin. Wu Luoqin was at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, his combat prowess far surpassed said those at the same level. Those who were stronger than him were mostly at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. One could see how just powerful he was. Although Yi Yuan had the power to leap ranks in battle, it was still hard to say what would be the result if he matched up with Wu Luoqin. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's sword intent was, if he could not touch his opponent, then it was futile. Not only did the Wu Luoqin who had just dodged a crisis not become dispirited, he even became abnormally excited. There was no meaning if the opponent was too weak. Before coming here, Wu Luoqin was still worried if it was a little too early. Even though he was aware that Yi Yuan's combat prowess was stunning, he was ultimately a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. But now, he completely dispelled those thoughts. Just based on that sword, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be his opponent. Hey, junior apprentice brother Yi, let's fight one round. Your sword art is so incredible. I really want to experience it. Wu Luoqin shamelessly went back on his word. Yi Yuan's face froze up. He did not think that this fellow was so persistent, and his face involuntarily fell. Senior apprentice brother Wu, I really have something on today. If you continue to be so insistent, then I will not rest until you are dead. Seeing that Yi Yuan truly flared up, Wu Luoqin could not help sticking out his tongue. His eyes swirled around, and he said, How about this, junior apprentice brother Yi? I'll accompany you on your matter and do whatever you say. You just have to fight one round with me after you settle your affairs. Yi Yuan made an up-to-you gesture and left by himself. Wu Luoqin laughed a ha-ha and tagged along. Yi Yuan did not bother with the distinction between man and woman and directly barged into Lu Ruoshue's residence. But it was empty. Right then, Wu Luoqin lent a hand instead. He inquired clearly about the direction Lu Ruoshue headed to, pieced it together, and he then told Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, I've already inquired clearly. Junior apprentice sister Lu went to Su Yishan's place. Yi Yuan was stunned. Who is Su Yishan? No way. You don't even know who Su Yishan is? This time around, it was Wu Luoqin's turn to be stunned. Why do I have to know who he is? Hang on, his surname is Su? Is he from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen raised his thumb and praised Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed intelligent. Su Yishan is precisely Su Yubai's nephew. Furthermore, he's even ranked 10 on the martial roll. But according to my estimations, Su Yishan most likely already has the power to attack the top 5. Junior apprentice brother Yi, why not? Forget about it.